a day jam-packed with Fortnite action with 20 plus of the best duos and 40 plus of the best solos across the great state of North Carolina, duking it out for that victory royale. I tell you what, I am super excited for the day we have in store. Just before this, I was checking out some of the screens going on. We had a kid build up a 7-story hotel with a pool on top. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. The action in store for today is going to be immaculate, so can't wait to get it ready and get going. We want to remind all spectators and participants to remain respectful of all those around them and to keep good vibes and a good time in mind. Remember, peace, love, and esports, learning through education in esports. And let's have a good day. Let's take it over to the casters.
Good morning, y'all. Welcome to the UNCG Esports Arena. My name is Hurricane Dante. This is Isaac with me for the time being. We first want to go ahead and wish you all a happy Mother's Day to all the mothers and mother-like figures out there. Go ahead and give yourselves a round of applause and a pat on the back for the mothers out there. Either way, welcome to this LAN tournament of the Spartan Championship Spring 2023. We're going ahead and starting up with our duos competition here in the UNCG Esports Arena, which we have a really cool graphic that we want to show you guys when we get the chance to, of a Unreal Engine recreation of the entire arena. It's something absolutely amazing to see. But first, before we get into all that, Isaac, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you, Dante. For those who don't know me, I am Isaac Stewart. I go by One Take Isaac. It is amazing to be here to see all these future professional Fortnite players. And for those who are watching at home, welcome. I hope that you enjoy. Grab a snack, and yeah, let's get started.
Yeah, for those of you who have not tuned into a Fortnite match before, again, this is sort of a battle royale game where players will be competing against each other to eliminate and send each other back to the lobby. This tournament specifically will be 4 rounds of this battle royale game mode in build mode, so players will be able to have all the resources at hand that they're able to get on the map. They will also be gaining points throughout the game, either by the eliminations that they score or by the placement that they fall inside of. And after 4 rounds are done, we tally up all the points and see whoever has the most points, that person will be able to go ahead and claim themselves as the victor here. Now, of course, we're doing the first thing, which is our Duos Championship, which is happening live again here at the UNCG Esports Arena, which we have created a recreation of inside of the Unreal Engine that we would like to show you all right now. Yes, this absolutely amazing studio that we've created in Unreal Engine, a live recreation of the entire arena. As you can see there, each seat and PC has been created, and through this, we will be able to show you which seats have actually been eliminated and sent back to lobby during each round. Yeah, it's an absolutely amazing thing that we're able to have those resources. So we want to go ahead and thank Epic and everybody that provides the Unreal Engine to us to be able to make these types of experiences. Going back into what this actual tournament will be all about, again, points will be scored through eliminations and through placement. So players will not only be trying to get as many eliminations as possible and knocking other players out of the tournament, but will also be trying to get a high placement, trying to get, you know, some victory royales under their belts as well in order to get the points you need. So I want to go ahead and ask you, Isaac, if you were in this sort of situation, you were kind of sitting here as these players as they're getting ready and warming up, which would you be prioritizing, eliminations or placement?
That's a great question. And in a situation like this, I would probably more likely go straight for placement over eliminations. Eliminations is great because it is amazing when you're in the game and then you're getting the amount of kills. When you get the amount of kills, it shows that you have that tenacity to keep on going. But placement is more important. If you play the game safe, take your time, analyze your surroundings and stuff like that, then you'll more likely get more points because it doesn't show as much on the bracket, but points from placement is more significant than getting kills.
Yeah, I definitely think that eliminations is something that you should focus on when you can, but placement is going to be very key as you're going to be able to get a lot of more points. But yes, of course, eliminations are going to be what I personally kind of disagree with you on that point of saying more that I think eliminations are what you're going to want to go more for, right. But I do agree that placement is key. You do want to place high. I think a healthy balance of the two might be what some of these players are seeking for today. We actually did a statistical look and looked at all of our players and pulled them and found that 76% of them will actually be going for placements today over elimination. So I wonder if that's going to reflect in the gameplay.
Yeah, that's a good strategy to go with.
Yeah, and anyway, another thing that we kind of looked at is looking at the play style of all of these players as well. We went ahead and tried to look at which types of weapons they decided to use and what type of part of the weapon pool they really prefer. And I wanted to go ahead and ask you, as a player yourself, which types of weapons do you normally try to put into your loadout?
Specifically for me, I like to use the Twin Mag SMG. It's very good use for pushing your opponents when trying to get limbs. I also like using the Red Eye assault rifle because I can use it for long range. Sometimes you can use it a little bit for close range. It's not a good idea though.
Yeah, we're going to very quickly head over to some highlights real quick so that we can look at a few things that's going to be happening here in the arena. As we're waiting for the highlights to come out, let's go ahead and continue talking about weapons real quick. As you were saying, I do like trying to make a very diverse loadout, having a nice bit of range myself, but I tend to be a very up-close and personal person, so melee and shotgun weapons are what I'm going to mainly be looking for. And a lot of the players that we have here are kind of playing in that same sort of style as well.
Right.
Yeah. Outside of that, we're now going to go ahead and take a look at our highlight video to go ahead and showcase a lot of what these players were able to do. Good morning, everyone, and welcome live from the UNCG Arena. It's the SEA Spartan Championship of Spring 2023. Now we go ahead and watch this here as another goal attempt is made, and Mafia is able to get a score thanks to similar in their playstyles and able to make points like that, showing that, Gummy Bear, you're not the only one who's able to sort of snake your way through. Has no idea. Final 30 seconds. A good aerial attempt there by Gummy Bear, which is able to successfully get through even though it was interrupted by the Patriot. 26 goals, 12 assists, and 15 saves. It's bananas! Look at these bananas, people! Look at these bananas! Woo! Look at these guys. These are absolutely amazing players. They came dressed up as their own mascot. As long as it stays in the air, live series, but CavTech is able to bring it down to the ground and go ahead and give them something.
They still show the sportsmanship and the ability to just still connect and show the respect to the two best teams in this tournament.
Thank you for joining us today for your UNCG SEA Spartan Championship. Can't wait to see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, as you all were able to see there, we had an amazing championship yesterday within Rocket League where CavTech was able to go ahead and take the lead. But we also had some amazing players here in the arena, and my personal favorite, the Bananas, of course.
Indeed, the Bananas, they're iconic for their gimmick that they had the other day. It's amazing to see what these players are able to do on both sides of not only Rocket League, but to bring it over to Fortnite.
Yeah, a lot of these players that have been within the Rocket League scene have also brought themselves over towards Fortnite as well. Some of those players, in fact, are either supporting themselves or supporting other people with them. Some of the people that were here yesterday for Rocket League, those same teams have brought their own new people to compete within Fortnite, and I just love the type of community that these two games have. Even though they're when you kind of compare them between each other, extremely different games.
They're extremely different, but also the same as well. They have multiple collabs where Fortnite and Rocket League will bring each other together and then show in both their games.
Yeah, we had several moments where, the Battle Bus from Fortnite was brought over into Rocket League as a custom skin that you could have on your car. But we also had the Octane, one of the, most valued cars from our poll yesterday on our players in Rocket League that we were able to go ahead and look at and see through our player stats. That was brought over into Fortnite for at least, I believe, a season or two for people to use as a vehicle. Speaking of vehicles, I'm wondering if that's going to be something that we're going to see at play here. The environment and the types of places that you have on the map all have different loot pools and have different items within them, including vehicles that you can use to traverse the map.
Yeah, vehicles are a very important thing in the game, but if in a situation like this, they might not use them, where they might use things like the kinetic blade instead because it uses less sound, because when you're driving around, you don't want to make too much noise, especially if you're trying to get placements.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Although players could try to use this as a distraction tool as well. Hop inside of a vehicle, drive for a certain amount of distance, and then hop out very quickly and allow that vehicle to act almost like a scapegoat or a target for the enemy team to sort of show their positioning and where they are. I think that's one of the strategies that we may see implemented today. We also have a lot of interesting players here in the arena in general, as you guys can all see. There's a lot of different teams here, each with their own personalities and stories. One of those such players is actually here for this duos tournament, is playing by themselves, does not have a partner. So I was going to go ahead and ask you, do you think they may be at a disadvantage starting off this tournament by themselves?
Not at all. I believe that being in a situation where you're able to do a solo duo, there's a better chance that you might be able to survive longer. You could use that as a tactic for when you're in the game, especially for late game situations where everybody is trying to get as many placements as possible and get some limbs as well. You could use other people's buildings. You could use anything that's on the map like bushes and things like that. You could use that to your advantage. So no, I don't believe that being soloed out in a duos competition is going to affect them that much.
I also think it just shows the absolute skill that these types of players have, especially for them to be able to make it all the way into a duos competition by themselves. That means they've been constantly playing a 2v1 fight most of the time when they're engaging on their opponents. That's just one mark of what these esports players learn as they're here inside the arena and participating in these championships. Other types of skills that these players learn are actually stuff that we at UNCG are trying to cultivate. We're trying to create a program with a minor system as well that focuses on esports and looks at the different things that we can have here, such as the psychology that is involved. You know, we try to look at game design and game broadcasting just like this. And so if you want to, you can always follow UNCG_esports at twitch.tv to get more updates about those types of things and to also see our other social media posts where we'll continue to talk about this. Anyway, it looks like these players are trying to get started into the lobby. So before we get into the game, do you got any major predictions for things that you would like to see or, you know, anything that you're hoping will happen between these players?
Something that I particularly hope that I hope that we get enough content where people are going for something a little risky, but not too risky at the same time. You want it to make sure that it's entertaining, but you also make smart decisions. Personally, I would suggest using the time that you have outside around the map and get yourself ready, get prepared, grab your materials, grab enough loot so that you'll be ready for the late game.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that we also see a lot of players building up just giant towers in the middle of battles and just battles of, instead of playing through weapons and stuff, just seeing how big these players can build up stuff. Speaking of building up stuff, we had to do a lot here to build up this entire setup. So we want to go ahead and show you guys a behind the scenes video of all the work that went into making this tournament happen.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's your boy Hurricane Dante in the UNCG Esports Arena. We're getting ready for the UNCG SEA Spartan Championship, and we wanted to give you a look behind the scenes at all the different stuff that has to go on to make this amazing event happen. So, why don't you follow me? This is our main battle stage in the UNCG Esports Arena, where nearly 90 competitors in both Fortnite and Rocket League will be competing in a LAN-style tournament, and we're so excited to have them here. This is our observer station, where we'll be having 6 individuals watch over the gameplay proceedings and send it over to broadcast. We're going to be taking a look at our broadcast team, getting a bunch of assets ready in both Unreal Engine and other programs. They're trying to make sure that the feed there at home for you guys is the best that it can possibly be. Over here on the other end, we have our tournament operations team, which is trying to make sure that the teams, coaches, and players all have an enjoyable experience while they're here at this LAN tournament. And here at the UNCG casting desk, me and other talented casters will be breaking down all the details of the gameplay you'll be watching over the weekend. Friends, families, and live spectators will be outside here watching on these LED panels the live proceedings inside of the arena. But if you at home want to do the exact same thing, you can tune in at twitch.tv/UNCG_esports. That's twitch.tv/UNCG_esports.
Yeah, we want to go ahead and thank all of the staff and crew that have been helping us out here. You know, there's so many different parts that have to be used to build up this tournament and make sure that these players can have an enjoyable LAN experience. It just shows the energy that they have inside of the room.
Yes. The players in the room, right now they're in the process of getting ready, and it's amazing. They're communicating, they're getting their strategies right, and I can tell that they're prepared to keep going forward.
Yeah, I've even seen a couple of players, you know, going over to other duo teams being like, hey, we played against each other before. Do you remember this match? Do you remember this happening? Oh, do you remember this elimination? Haha, that was me. They're all speaking with each other and building these types of connections in this network with each other that they've been competing for the last couple of months. And it's just really great to see them be able to do that inside of a LAN experience. You know, it's much different to be in person, face-to-face with the people that you are playing against, rather than sitting here and being online and just looking at a screen. You know, again, like as you can see, different players are speaking with each other, communicating about, you know, this setup, this, that, and being able to just create this type of atmosphere. We've also got our amazing staff helping out some of these players that are having, you know, either technical issues or being like, oh, I want to set this up on my account. Do you guys know how to do that? They're going ahead and helping all of these players make sure they have the most enjoyable experience here on this LAN.
Right. This is more than just esports right now. This is a family that's being built. And over the years, you'll see these tournaments get bigger and bigger and better. And then we'll have players that come back and help to support UNCG.
Yeah, and I also feel like these people are learning a lot from this experience. You know, as we spoke about before, there's a lot of academic things that you can learn from these things. Apparently, I need to go back to English. But there's a lot of academic things that you can learn by doing this. Of course, when you're working in casting, you're learning your public presentation skills and how to deal with, you know, public nerves and social anxiety. When you're actually playing some of these games, they go through storylines that can teach you, bits about history, bits about science and math. You know, in Rocket League, we talked about it yesterday, that there is a lot of math that actually goes into those players' heads when they're trying to calc out, okay, the ball is falling from here, it's coming at this angle, how is it going to bounce into the net? Do I need to defend this or can I wait for a second? And of course, you have these big community events where you have to communicate with people and you have to have a great amount of management for that as well. So that allows for business management and communication classes to also come in and have these people have those types of experiences.
Indeed. Things like this, they're perfect for adding to your resume when you go along in the future. Me being a communication studies major and doing shoutcasting, this is a great piece that I can use to add to the list of things on my resume. For these players, they're getting exposure like this. They also can build connections in the process while doing so that might lead them into future occupations.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you on that. And I definitely think that, as a recent graduate, I really sort of envy some of these people. They're going to be able to enter into college and have this right during their freshman year. For me, I had to wait a little bit. This wasn't available to me until around the beginning of my junior year, really. And it was all after, we had gone through everything that we had gone through in the past couple of years. But these players are going to be able to have that right at the very beginning, and this is just going to continue to grow larger and larger for the next generations to come. So I think it's up to us, me personally as a graduate student, to come by and sort of help my community, help this family that is being built, and seeing exactly how I can do that through esports. It's just absolutely amazing to see. One thing that I want to go ahead and ask you real quick as we go back into talking about the game itself. Of course, there's different rarities of these weapons that exist. For those at home that have not played before or did not know about this, there's different rarities when it comes to each weapon. So each weapon, such as, let's take for instance the red eye rifle, has a common, a uncommon, a rare, and as it goes up in rarity, it gains special abilities or it gains better damage or less damage drop off. Do you think that there are going to be players on this map who are going to prioritize maybe a certain rarity they're going to go after as a nice medium ground? As, of course, rarity means that some of these things are going to be rare. It's not super common for you to find a mythic or a legendary, as the name entails, but you're going to find commons and uncommons laying down all over the ground. So what do you think these players are going to try to prioritize when it comes to making their loadout in that sense?
Indeed, in situations like this, I would probably focus on getting rare weapons and then higher, because more likely you'll be able to find a rare weapon more than you'll find a legendary or epic. So in situations like this, I would go with that. There's nothing wrong with having an uncommon or a common, but rare does more damage than both. So you want to make sure that you have the right weapon and the right amount of damage so that you can be able to do well in this tournament.
Yeah, as I'm looking around, I'm also watching a lot of these players as they're waiting in the lobby or warming up themselves, practicing, figuring out ways that they can, communicate to each other. But there's another way that you can communicate a little bit of healthy disrespect, I would say, is through emotes. So I wanted to go ahead and ask you this, as we've asked it in our other broadcasts about Fortnite. What's your favorite emote in the game?
Man, that's a hard decision because I've been playing Fortnite for a very long time. Specific emotes that I used to like to use was the Running Man, just like the most recent emote, the Gritty. That's also a good one. Orange Justice, I remember that was iconic. Between those three, I would probably say the Gritty. Gritty is the most disrespectful but respectful at the same time emote in the game.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see all the different emotes and dance moves that you can do. You listed off a couple of them there, popular dance styles that these players are able to emulate within the game just by the press of a button. But me personally, I think I like the emotes that allow you to do more like mimic actions and things. So there's an emote that I know of that allows you to like cook burgers on a grill. There's another one that allows you to pretend like you're a heavy rock band and rock out with your teammates. There's one that even allows you to like pretend like you're different superheroes and different things and allows you to like float in the air and actually traverse. I think those are the types of emotes that I personally prefer. Probably the one about grilling burgers though, because I do like to grill myself a nice burger every now and again. Either way, we're continuing to get all the players into the lobby and get everything set up. So let's go back into a little bit more predictions. What do you think these players are going to have in their mind as they're trying to get ready for the tournament today?
More than likely, the first thing they're going to think about is, where do I want to land at? And hypothetically speaking, if someone else lands there and I'm not ready to compete against that person, where else should I land? So it's smart to have more than one landing spot that you are determined to use. Another thing would be, what type of material do I want to focus on? Do I want to focus on wood, brick, metal? Which one do I feel like would do me the best justice when I'm in this tournament? Not only that, will I use gold? Because gold is a very important piece into Fortnite that you can use to purchase weapons that you might not be able to find off of spawn.
Yeah, we have several different things that these players are going to be thinking about in their head. Thinking about POIs, of course, is going to be one of the most major things of all. POIs, for those that don't know, are some of the more prolific landing locations, have the bigger loot pools, and are full of different chests and materials that you're able to get, including cash registers that are full of gold. And these players are definitely going to be thinking about that when they're determining their landing strategy. Of course, Fortnite is different than most other games. You don't just spawn on the map. You actually are inside of what's called the battle bus that floats over the map and choose the moment that you skydive onto it. And honestly, I think it's one of the more exciting parts about that game is that you get to physically choose where you want to go ahead and land. But we're going ahead and getting ready to get into the game. So do you have any last-minute predictions before we get in?
Last-minute predictions. Way earlier before the stream started, I had a chance to talk to the coach of Greensboro. And based off the energy that he gave me, I have full hope that their team will be the one to win it. I'm calling it now.
Okay, all right. Making a very bold prediction there, I think, by basically predicting the entire series, hoping that one of those teams wins. But I think I'll go for a much lighter prediction. I think that we're going to probably be seeing a lot of really heavy fights towards the end of the game. I think we're going to be seeing more eliminations when we get towards the end, when the circle is getting much smaller and players are going to have less space that they're going to be able to play in. I think that that's going to lead more to, that's going to lead to the point where we see a lot more eliminations. And during the beginning of the game, it's going to be more about collecting resources, getting your loadout that you specifically like, and getting everything set up.
All right.
Well, we're trying to get everything still set up in the game, and the players are loading into the lobby and getting into the battle bus. So we're going to be getting ready here pretty soon. Just looking at some last-minute predictions and some locations. If you could choose a POI that you would want to land in first for this first game, where do you think you would choose?
More likely, the way that I play, I decided to land locations that don't have a name for it. So locations that are across the map that's on the edge. But if I had to choose a place where to land, I'm more than likely... Oh, there we go. We got players in the battle bus. They are in the process of about to land.
Yeah, looking here, we're looking at the battle bus as each player is going ahead and looking down on the ground. You know, these players have 30 seconds to drop on the map where they would like to go. And of course, you can see it there with its sort of kind of sickly green look itself. And looking again at another green player, Divine over there, going ahead and landing. We've got some players still loading in and getting everything set up at the current moment in time. If I was having to choose a spot to land personally, I think I would go towards more of those name locations just because of the richer loot pools that are there. But I do agree with you that there is an aspect to it of wanting to go ahead and land at an unnamed location so that you have less stress on you very early in the game. Looking at Alex 3014 as they're going ahead and landing. Zach going over towards more of the frozen part of the map, towards maybe Lonely Labs. Looking at these corners of the maps, players aren't really going to be looking at those types of areas as places to land, as I feel like once the circle closes in, they have a lot more of a journey that they have to take to get back onto the map.
Right. You wouldn't want it to go too far, considering that when the storm starts moving, then it's time to stop what you're doing and get to moving. And then also be mindful of your area. Zach is getting...
Yeah, Zach is taking fire currently and is trying to build themselves up a little bit of defense as they go ahead and get prepared. Wondering where Zach's partner possibly could be to go ahead and help them out. TNB here going ahead and trying to get some of this slap juice, which is going to allow them a little bit of extra movement. Zach, unfortunately, being taken down and is immediately taking more shots and being sent back to lobby there.
That is truly unfortunate to be in a situation right there, but hopefully everything will be fine. Divine right now doing some hitting the trees at the moment of time. He seems like he was going to use the zip line, but now he's going up. We're switching to Sorry to Sweat. He's using the bush aspect. That was a very good OG Fortnite decision to make.
Yeah, the bush, of course, for those that don't know, is a great hiding spot in Fortnite. It sort of camouflages you from the rest of the group, harder for people to see. Going back to Divine Gray now, and as we can see here, Zach, being their teammate, is the one that was eliminated. So I'm wondering how Gray is going to be playing throughout the rest of this game, knowing that their teammate is now being sent back to lobby and there's not really much that they're going to be able to do. Peace and Sweat here, both trying to collect as much loot as they can. I think just trying to get an area set up that they're going to be able to compete in. But we've also got people here like Consolo, who is going to try to go ahead and try to engage here, having a little bit of a building battle with their teammate here and getting a knockdown and elimination.
That was a great play by IGL, Consolo, and his teammate.
Yeah, Consolo and them are also going to be able to upgrade the rarity of their weapons, as you saw there, dropping a common for an uncommon. Being able to eliminate these teammates not only gets you a point advantage when it comes to the actual game itself and the standings, you're also going to get an advantage when it comes to the types of rarities that you're going to have available to you, and just one less person that's going to be fighting you once we get into those final rings.
There we go. We'll see you, Will FPS, using the Kinetic Blade, a very good tool for transversion.
Yeah, let's go ahead and speak about that for a little bit. The Kinetic Blade is a very interesting item when it comes into Fortnite, acting both as mobility and a melee weapon that you can use. What do you think players are going to be doing with these types of weapons like the Kinetic Blade and the ODM gear, which we also saw on a player there for just a moment?
More likely they'll be using the Kinetic Blade and the ODM gear more for transportation than using as a weapon, considering that it helps them move across the map, get out of situations where they might not be good. You see Redman, he has the tracker pistol, the tracker suppressed pistol. That is also a very good pistol to use. When you use it, it tracks the person, so it'll put a little marker on it. That's very interesting to go for that in a situation like this.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to help them a lot when we get into some of the later rings. You know, even though you're very close together, with the building aspect of the game and the ability to just build what you need, as we go ahead and watch Sun here going ahead and trying to take a shot at an enemy team, and of course causing them to have to waste more of their resources and build a defense. you know, these players are going to, like, once they get to those closed-in circles, have a lot of buildings that are sort of conflicting with each other. If you're able to hit an opponent like that, you're going to be able to track them through the building as well and be able to see where they are. So I think that's going to help them as well. Lowly here trying to find good advantage to get out of this situation. They're currently being sniped at from upper in the hill. And, you know, as we saw earlier, somebody walked out with the lightsaber and actually was able to get some Star Wars stuff. I think the Fortnite game itself just sort of supports that whole idea of I have the high ground and, you know, I have the advantage here. And so these two are going to try to get out of here as best they can in order to not engage on this fight and kind of save their resources.
The flare gun. That is an interesting choice by Sharky to use the flare gun, and we switched it to Ulyss, who has floppers. He has floppers. That's also interesting to use floppers instead of medmiss. In a situation about that.
I see that floppers may just be something that is more readily available. You know, being able to get fishing rods and fish through the game. As you can see here, another player with a flopper as well. I think that just having that easy accessibility to water and the ability to fish is what's actually going to help these players out in the long run. But they may actually switch towards medmiss once they are able to find them, or switch to other support items as well, maybe some bandages, maybe some med kits. I think med kits are going to be more preferred in those situations, though, as we get later into the game.
You see Monk, teammate Lonely, is moving around. Now we switch to News Beast Layer, who has a red eye and has the ODM gear with his teammate Attack Fly. He is healing in the process from being in the storm. Great decision by them to have a weapon to use in order to transverse, but not only that, they're taking their time where there's 36 seconds left is on until the storm hits. You see Attack here. We switch to Horn Stink, who has a flare gun and has the lightsaber, which you mentioned before.
Yeah,
he can use the Force.
Yeah, it does allow you to use the Force, which is a very interesting mechanic. You know, Fortnite is able to tie into all these different series and all these different things that are going on. And so it's really interesting to watch. As we currently see here, Redman has gone ahead and gotten 3 eliminations in a row. That is going to be great for later standings in the game. And Horn here going ahead and trying to get some more weapons for themselves. Redman being their teammate, that's going to be really good for that team moving forward.
Indeed. It's such a bold choice to go and get as many eliminations to start off now, so that you more likely won't have to worry about it later when you go for placements, as we see Sharky with his teammate Ulyss as they are in the process of rotating near Anvil Square. Now we're going back to Lowly.
Yeah, watching these teams and looking at them, you sort of notice that a lot of them are coordinated either with the same skin or, you know, something that keeps them similar to each other. I do think that's another aspect of Fortnite that you can really appreciate, as you can kind of look at a team and go, okay, well, these two match with each other, so I know that they're a team with each other. Just that level of coordination is great to see. Lowly trying to get some more resources here by chopping down a tree, and Monk going ahead and doing the same thing. Both of these players are probably looking for resources after being sniped at from above. You know, having to waste them when they were building up a defense, when they were being, you know, attempted to being sent back to lobby. But looking at players here like Attack Fly and Noob Slayer, both of which who are having a pretty good game so far. I haven't seen their resources dwindle too much. And you can see that they're full on shields and full on and almost full on health, but able to go ahead and engage here on this one player who is unfortunately left standing, but is going to try to use the lightsaber to stop it, but unfortunately is not going to be able to.
That was amazing. To equally go for a 2v1 in that situation where he was by himself, and unfortunately his teammate got knocked, but he got the revive.
Yeah, very true. And this is another part of the duos competition that we haven't really talked about yet. The fact that these players are going to be able to use each other also as a resource and be able to help each other during competition, just like the one that we're seeing here. Lowly going ahead and taking out Blaze Boy and getting the elimination there. Again, your teammates can be used as resources, either as distractions to stop somebody from, you know, firing on you and letting you continue on in the game, or you can also use them as a way of, if you do get downed and someone else is able to come up and save you, you know, you're going to still be in that competition. The game isn't over for you yet.
You see Ulyss into an altercation right now.
Yeah, Ulyss going ahead and trying to build up here, build up a defense and get back with their teammate Sharky. Sharky going ahead and building up, but we see the enemy team trying to tear it down. But the Storm is also closing in, adding more pressure to both of these teams as they're going to continue on in the gameplay.
Indeed. Slowly in the process of rotating, trying to get to the circle. Luckily, it's a 1 tick. The Storm is only hitting for 1. And we see Eula still in the Storm fighting. Currently he is trying to break into the person's box, which is a building that a player uses in order to protect himself for when they're in a situation like this. You see Sharky is taking his time. He's waiting for an opening.
Yeah, very good defensive tools being used here. And as you can see, these players are seeing, okay, we have too much pressure going on for us now. We're actually going to build a route for us to get out. But of course, Sharky is going to try to do as much as they can to stop that from happening and get as much intel as possible with that tracking pistol.
Indeed. And it's interesting that since they're in the situation that they're in, that they decide to, as you see, Sharky was healing with Medmis, but it's interesting that they're choosing to stay into the Storm and hold off and wait as Euless is getting shot in the process. He's in the process of rotating, so that maybe they'll get a chance to regroup and think about where to go from here.
Yeah, Sharky and Eula seem to be going, okay, we've spent a little bit too much time in the Storm. Let's go ahead and try to get ourselves out of here. Go ahead and get to a safer position. And since they're so close to the next circle that's going to be spawning in as well, I don't think they have too much agency to, you know, have to move right now as the timer ticks down for Storm. I think they have a few moments to sort of regroup and recuperate as we go ahead and watch Lowly getting a nice shot there on Attack Fly.
Yes, right now, as you can see, they both have a combined of 5 eliminations. We're switching to Horn Stink, who just gets knocked by the shotgun.
Oh, a lot of action going on here as Consolo is able to get an elimination as well. And going ahead and actually eliminating Yulsi, you know, that team that we were just talking about didn't have too much pressure on them. Well, now they've been eliminated. The difference there, just in a few seconds, whenever a team decides to engage, completely changes the way that things are going to go. Redman going ahead now and trying to build their way down, maybe trying to confirm an elimination, as we saw a down teammate earlier.
Indeed, being in a situation where it's a 2v1, you're kind of forced to either, do I fight or do I flight?
Yeah, truly, and Redman is unfortunately eliminated there by Do and sent back to lobby. We have Nemo here who's going ahead and seeming to have a very pleasant game, being full on shield, full on health, and being comfortable inside of the circle, but that can all change when a team shows up. Other players here, such as Zay and Alex, going ahead and using vehicles, as I talked about before, as a way of mobility, but also a way to get from one area of the map to another very, very fast.
And what makes this better is that they're using the strategy to use the vehicle, but on the outside of the circle, so that they don't attract as much attention as they would if they were around people.
Yeah, very true. They could also use this as a bit of a distraction as well. You know, as I said before, they could go ahead and jump out of the vehicle and just allow it to sort of roll on its own. By doing that, it can be used as sort of a scapegoat to get the fire away from them. Oh, as they also spot a teammate, or sorry, an enemy team, and they're going to go ahead and try to use the red eye here to try to get some more damage in.
Yes, right now they're in a competition. The opponent is trying to flee as much as possible. It seems as if they're by themselves. So in a situation like this, you will want to try to avoid any type of altercations. As you see, Zay is dropping, Alex is dropping materials for Zay after he used so much, but he's still farming up just in case to be prepared for later on.
Yeah, and we also saw there within that confrontation, the kinetic blade being used as a good form of dodging, also not just being used for just a pure transport, but also being able to use it to change the trajectory and the way that you fall, to trick out your opponents from being able to aim on you. We saw him go ahead and jump up with the kinetic blade, fall for a little bit, and then use the kinetic blade again to change the trajectory that they were going in. Similar to how in Rocket League you're able to use the rockets to do that, in Fortnite you're able to use weapons like the kinetic blade or the ODM gear in order to do the exact same thing.
It's interesting how these players are using every aspect and all their knowledge about how the game of Fortnite is played to get to where they need to be, and right now in Mega City.
Yeah, Mega City, very interesting, as it's one of those areas of the map that has a very fun way of transporting yourself. You know, there's these little sliding rails that you can use to sort of slide around the map itself, and that can be really hard for opponents to aim on you when that's possible. Going ahead here, taking out some NPCs. These eliminations, unfortunately, I don't believe will count in the total when it comes to racking up the totals against the other players, but it is a really good way to go ahead and confirm certain locations like this vault here.
Indeed, the use of the vault is very important because you get a better rarity of the Havoc shotgun, and then also get a better version of the Havoc suppressed assault rifle.
Yeah, there's also extra rare loot in here as well, similar to the chug cannon that we go ahead and see there. And there's also a huge plethora of other resources that these players can use. You know, opening up these vaults is a really good way for these players to go ahead and just gain an advantage over other teams when it comes to what they're able to secure for themselves.
Indeed. Me personally, with the amount of gold that you get as well, because I like money, everybody likes money, but having more gold in a game is very important, considering that maybe you're in a situation where you end up getting knocked and then you have to be brought back, and then you'll have enough gold to be able to buy weapons that you'll need for later on.
Alex and Zay here going ahead and collecting more resources as they can. 9 teams left in the lobby, 18 players in total, and the storm will be shrinking in the next minute. Seeing the circle now, it makes perfect sense why they would want to go ahead and get out of Mega City as soon as possible, as the circle doesn't seem to be closing in on there.
Right. As it's seen that this has been the 6th circle this has hit, and currently we'll see Cap 2 with a very interesting loadout with a regular SMG, a Havoc shotgun, and then the Havoc suppressed assault rifle. And then his teammate as well with Trip. They chose an interesting skin as well, going for the all white. As we see Cap, he's in the middle of a altercation with another team.
Yeah, it seems like Cap has gone ahead and found our duo that we were following earlier, so I wonder how them and Trip are going to be able to work together and maybe get this competition, or be able to secure this competition, this confrontation, to maybe score some more points for their team and get a higher placement.
Yes, for what it seems like, they don't want to get into any type of altercation as of right now. They want to use as much time as possible, get as much placement, but the other team has another feel about it, as we see NCVA Saturn as a team that is in the process of shooting them with the red eye.
Yeah, seems to be maybe a third party here, as these teams already seem to compete against each other. Monk, as well, as we saw in the elimination feed, was able to eliminate 2 more players. That's even more points for that team going forward. I believe that's about their 7th elimination of a team pair, so I think they're going to be having a lot of elimination points when we get to the end of this.
Indeed, if they're able to pull through and go all the way to not only have as much eliminations but placements and the victory royale, they will be immediately at the top.
Yeah, very true. But I also think that it's important to note that, you know, eliminations are not everything. Placement is also key. But these players are also within the last 8 teams. The placement scores that they're going to get from this is going to be amazing. So I think they have a really good, healthy balance between the amount of eliminations they're getting, knocking players out of the lobby, but also furthering their placement to get even more points.
Indeed, as we see Monk is in the process of rotating. He has his scope sighted.
Yeah, the teams are starting to get closer and closer to each other, as you can see on the mini-map in the bottom right corner. You can go ahead and see that all these teams are converging towards the circle, and we're probably about to enter an area where the storm is going to be the best asset for these teams at this point. They're going to have to be able to go in and out of it in order to hide and keep themselves safe. But they're also going to have to do things like this, which is using the kinetic blade to put yourself in a better position to then begin construction and take over another team's base.
Indeed, in situations like this, where you're able to push another team and go into their box and then go for the elimination is very key. But being in a situation just like Consolo is, where he's taking his time, he's analyzing everything that's going around, he's based up as he is putting his attention to the other team that's right there.
Alex, as we were able to see there on the elimination feed, was able to get 2 more people sent back to lobby. That's going to be even more points when we get further into the competition. Consolo going ahead and taking a moment to rest here. As we can also see, the circle is actually within the storm, meaning that this circle is going to slowly shrink and move away, which is going to add a lot of pressure on these teams as they're going to have to start transporting themselves farther and farther away from their safety, cushy bases, and is going to allow for some really good moments for possible elimination.
This is important for beginning of the game, getting the amount of materials. As we see, Consolo and Fragger are using a bike to transport themselves to the circle. As of right now, there is 7 duos with 12 people left.
Yeah, it seems like Consolo and their team are going ahead and using this bike as a way of getting more momentum, but no, they're creating a lot of noise and basically announcing where in the circle they are, having to go ahead and take a moment and take a break, go ahead and build a base for themselves. Caps and Trip going ahead and using those splashes to both heal each other and to get the shield that they're going to need for the upcoming transportation that they're going to have to do. I mean, these players, they're being conservative, but at some point someone is going to have to pull the trigger and go ahead and get more eliminations to knock more people out.
Indeed, because the longer the game goes, the longer there will be a situation where the Storm will be able to hit. As we see Cap and his teammate Trip are taking their time. They're using the situation as they're getting flanked from a different angle, getting attacked.
I can also hear different players inside of the arena communicating with each other, saying about health totals or how much they were able to hit players for. That's going to be a great indicator of, okay, this player's at this health, this player's at this health. Oh, they've lost all their shields. Something like that is going to really help them. Going ahead and calling out the Rift as well and being able to transport themselves down. Trip and Cap going ahead and basically, even though they are propelling down and making themselves a nice cushy base to stay inside of, they are basically announcing themselves with those gliders and going ahead and watching around. Let's go ahead and go into our Unreal Engine arena so that we can go ahead and take a look at who all has been sent back to lobby. Yeah, as you can see here, those X's above the stations stand for the people who have been eliminated and taken back to lobby, showing us a little bit more about who is still within the game for us and who are going to be working together. You know, we still have a lot of players still left inside of the arena that are competing against each other. And as we see here, there's only 5 duos left as we enter the final 5. I wonder who's going to be able to take it away. You got any predictions?
As of right now, what it seems is that Consolo and Kanji are like the best favorites as they are in the process of getting flanked from different angles. The way that they decide to get out of the situation, we have Team Trip and Cap. I personally, in a situation like this, I feel like Trip and Cap have the best odds based off of like what we've seen way earlier in the match.
I feel like Trip and Cap probably have the better odds as they go ahead and find these 2 players and go ahead and knock them, but Trip going ahead and being knocked down, that's going to make it even harder, and Trip and Consolo are going ahead and being eliminated.
That is truly unfortunate. They did the best that they could do in this situation.
Cap is also going to be eliminated by the Storm, and Du is going to be taken out by Alex, meaning there are only 3 duos left with 5 players left in the lobby. That does mean that one of these duos is playing by themselves, which I believe is Kanji. So we have players such as Saturn and their teammate, both sitting here from NCVA. Alex and Zay, who are going ahead and duoing themselves. And of course and these will be our final 2 duos in the final circle, so we'll see what they're going to be able to do as both teams begin firing upon each other. Zay and Alex both having the higher ground, but the other team being able to secure an early position within the storm.
Indeed, as Saturn is doing everything that they possibly can to stay alive in the situation, it might be considered not a good idea to be placed at lower ground, as we see Saturn is taking advantage and takes fall damage. That is truly unfortunate.
That does mean that there's only going to be 1 player to fight against each other. That's going to be 3 players left on the map, but one of them being knocked down means that they're not really going to be able to participate in this combat. Meaning these 2 players that are up here on the higher ground are going to be the last 2 going against each other. Is it going to be NCVA that's going ahead and going to take it over, or is it going to be the other team that's going to be able to knock them out? We'll only have to tell as Alex goes ahead and tries to find Fixio, is able to get the shot, and is able to get the first victory royale of the series.
Amazing. That was amazing showing from all the competitors in the first round. Getting to see a good old-fashioned 1v1 for the good old victory royale.
Yeah, Fixio, one of the players from the Rocket League tournament yesterday, making an amazing placement here at the very end of everything. And, you know, I just think that really does show, like, the amount of energy that was in the room. Like, immediately once the game ended, all we could hear was applause. Each team, you know, applauding each other, shaking hands, fist bumping each other. You know, it shows the respect between these players and just the mutual amount of energy that they all have being at this LAN tournament.
You know, you love to see the good sportsmanship that is shown from everybody. It truly shows that everybody respects the amount of effort that they put through into the games. Now, moving forward to the next round, when that does commence, what do you think is going to happen?
I think there's going to be a lot of players in the lower part of the point system that are going to want to bring themselves up for a moment. You know, they're going to take this they're going to take this time to sort of recoup, talk about strategy, but they're also going to be focusing maybe on more eliminations to go ahead and get themselves some more points to be up in the rankings. One of the things that I'm very curious to see is who our top 16 are. So I believe as that graphic is being made, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about, you know, what are some highlight plays that you think that you saw during that competition?
Specifically at the end when we see Alex takes the nice shot to end the game. That was very truly interesting. Then when we were seeing in areas where Cap was using the amount of materials that he had to make sure that he did not get attacked by opposing players. That was very interesting to see, because in situations like that, you don't want to lose your placement.
Yeah. I do think that if I had to choose a standout moment, it's probably when the circle began to move away. Once we started seeing the ring move more and more, it caused a level of chaos that these players really needed to go ahead and make an opening opportunity to go ahead and start fighting against each other and making the numbers dwindle a little bit. Looking back at that game, I also wanted to go ahead and ask to see, you know, out of everything that we saw from the different eliminations and everything that was happening, you know, was there a standout weapon or loadout that you think may have contributed to the win today?
A lot of things contributed, between the red eye, obviously the kinetic blade, specifically when people used it to transport. But another thing that I found very interesting was the use of different shotguns. As you mentioned before, most of the competitors here prefer to use shotguns, so you saw a lot of aggressiveness when people go through people's boxes.
Yeah, I also think that, you know, using weapons like the kinetic blade and the OED gear, these players were able to go ahead and just take the mobility game to a whole other level. But we also watched them utilize places on the map where there were vehicles as well, to go ahead and use that as another way to get out of really tough situations. I just think mobility is going to be key as they start getting into these next couple of games.
Indeed, not only that, but the use of using floppers, med miss, we saw a lot of that being used, and also chug cannons. We saw one competitor that had 2 chug cannons in their loadout, which is a very interesting strategy to go with, something that I wouldn't even think of.
Yeah, no, I would have never thought of that type of strategy myself, but honestly, if it works for your team, it works for your team. That level of communication that these players had to have between each other to make that type of competition work, you know, I definitely think that those teammates must have had to communicate with each other to even agree upon using that strategy in the first place. Speaking about the communication as well, as we heard again during the actual final rings there, a lot of these teams were calling out the sort of numbers that these players were hitting each other for. You know, oh, I eliminated this person. Oh, I've hit this person for 120. Oh, this person's shield is popped, basically meaning that they have no more shield to protect themselves. That's the type of communication skills that these teammates are learning, but I think they're even taking it further into other locations as well, including their academia.
Indeed, indeed. Being peers of each other inside of the classroom and outside of the classroom, it is important to build that connection. And when you use that in an aspect of here in esports, it makes it a lot more easier when they're in situations like that. But when they're in the classroom, it also helps because they can use it as a sense for helping improve their education prowess.
Yeah, I definitely think that these are opportunities for these students to learn and be able to just work with each other, work on these communication skills. You know, most people when they go into school sort of dread the team project, but I feel like these players most likely go into a moment of really embracing it in a way. But they're also able to be unique and individual within their own choices and what they do with their loadouts. Speaking of which, I wanted to go ahead and ask you, which team do you think has the best drip?
It would have to be the team of Cap, and at this moment, I apologize, I can't remember your teammate's name, but their fit was amazing. I love what they did with it.
Yeah, Cap and Trip.
I can't wait to see what they do further on in the actual tournament, and hopefully they'll make it farther.
Yeah, personally, I do enjoy the teammates that go ahead and, have the matching attire, make it so that their duo really does look like a completed unit, wearing almost like matching uniforms, which we have some of these players even here in real life doing the exact same thing, having their own jerseys, having their own school shirts, sort of matching with each other, but the same individual nature. And I think that the best drip has to go to the players that had their own unique pickaxes. Each player has their own, but you are able to customize it. Some people had candy canes, some had it was like a plunger that you were able to just attack people with. I just think all of those things are absolutely hilarious to look at, but also very nice for the costume design.
Indeed, just the little things that make the game more enjoyable, that gives these players the reason to come back and to continue playing the game. As of recent, we've seen the drop of Goku Black from Dragon Ball. I seen that there was one player that had his scythe as a pickaxe. That is, it's amazing. It's just the little things that just goes by a lot.
Yeah, these players are able to utilize and use these different sorts of loadouts, as we talked about, even in the Rocket League tournament as well, to customize their experience and really become personal with the game. But I also think that it's interesting that Fortnite's one of these games that collaborates with so many different things, just like its players, just like its duos, partners, and its squads. It, too, as a company, is also trying to collaborate and try to make experiences like this work out, but also trying to give players, what they want and what they want to see. Speaking about all that, I want to go ahead back into the atmosphere of this place as I watch a couple of different duo teams and even teammates from, other schools and academies watching each other play, asking each other questions. If you were at a LAN event like this, what type of things would you be asking people if you go up to them and we're trying to get more pointers? What would you be asking teammates?
More likely in situations like this, I would personally be asking others, like, what would they suggest to be the best loadout to use? Because it's good to hear other people's inputs about what's the best thing to do in situations like this. I would also ask them different ways of how they use mobility as an advantage to get them to different places, but also how they could use it to escape in situations as we've seen with people with the kinetic blade during the first round. But another thing I would also ask, where do they get their fits from?
Oh yeah, I definitely think that's a good question to ask as well. And I also think an amazing question to ask is, hey, what's your gamer tag? Can I add you on Fortnite? Can we maybe play some games together? Getting that hands-on experience with them as well, even if it's just in a custom lobby and just walking around the map going, oh, let's think about it this way, let's think about this way. Having these moments of communicating between each other and making these friends and this family that you're going to build over time, that's just a great experience that you can only get at these types of LAN tournaments.
Indeed, situations like this, it could lead to be going on to bigger and better things, to join bigger and better companies like TSM and FaZe, who have these professional Fortnite teams that get paid a good amount of money. You can also receive scholarships. I know that TSM, at one point, they were doing collegiate scholarships for those who participated in esports. It's just things like those that just helps to boost students in high school and middle school, and it gives them a better lead so they don't have to go to something that they don't want to do and do something that they're proud of.
Yeah, I definitely think that also this opportunity at this LAN tournament and us being able to broadcast this out into the world is going to be a great source for these players to go like, hey, I have this clip. It showed live on broadcast with these casters talking about it. This is something that I was able to do and able to show and be able to shine with as well.
Indeed.
Yeah. We're going to continue to talk for a little bit more as we get these players set up for the next round. So while we do that, let's talk a little bit, get outside of the LAN nature, get outside of the tournament, just talk about Fortnite in general. We talked a little bit about your preferred loadout, your preferred types of rarities and stuff like that. Well, I don't think we've talked really about the support items, so let's split this into two. First question I want to ask is, if you're trying to look for a healing item, you're trying to heal your HP, not your shield, just your HP, what are you going for?
More likely, I'm going for the Med-Mist. It has a cap of 150, so you could use it to get as much as possible when you're in situations Another thing that also helps is the use of bandages. Bandages is a very OG item that not that many people use, but it is significant because it can get you to 75 health.
Yeah, bandages unfortunately do cap out once you hit 75 health and can't be used to repair anymore. And that's why I think my personal choice would have probably been the med kit. I feel like the med kit is just something that you can sort of take a moment to even breathe and calm down with your teammate, communicate with each other, while also still healing. While with the med mist, you're kind of just holding down the trigger and trying to keep yourself there and trying to, you know, help out these players in that way. I definitely think that I'd go with the med kit there. But that's not the only type of health bar that these players have. They also have a shield bar, something that allows them to protect their health when they're getting into combat. So if you're going to be choosing any weapon that's going to recover your shield, what are you going to be choosing?
Me personally, I like to use the slurp juice. Slurp juice, it's very important because let's say you do in a situation where you only have one mini because your teammate drunk the other two. If you have a mini and then you get a slurp juice, the mini will get you to 25, the slurp juice will get you to 75. It grows over time. Even though it takes time for it to move, it is very important because you can be in a situation where someone will do damage to you, but you'll still regain shield in the process.
Yeah, I think if I'm going to have to be choosing something to recover shield, I think I'm actually going to be going with the Chili Splash. It recovers a little bit of your shield and your health as well, but it also gives you a significant speed boost. And as we looked in those later rings, speed boost and mobility is super key, especially when trying to get out of certain situations. So you can go ahead and use the Chili Splash to do those types of maneuvers. I know that it's a little harder to find on the map these days, but, you know, of course, a normal splash will also do if you're able to get your hands on it.
Indeed.
Looking at all of that and thinking more about the tournament as a whole, when you're thinking about like what these players have going into their minds for the next round, you already said that you would probably be going for placements more than eliminations. Has that changed at all when you're thinking about going into round 2?
Going on to round 2, considering that there is 4 rounds, they're stuck in a place where, do I play more aggressive or do I play more passive? In a situation like this, for those that sadly fallen short, you might want to play just a tad bit more aggressive. Those who are at the top, I would continue what you're doing, but more importantly, play a little more passive that you don't get in a situation where you get caught off and then you'll be right there, sadly, at the bottom.
Yeah, I think going into this second game, these teams are going to have to think in a way of, okay, where am I placed? Where am I at currently in the tournament? You know, I'm feeling good. I'm up in the top 16. You know, maybe I play a little more passive and try to secure another top 16 placement so that I can go ahead and get more points on my record and act it as sort of like a cushion. Something that we talked a lot about during the Rocket League broadcast is this like cushion of having this point differential. Being able to just sort of sit back and relax and let the nerves wash over you. I think game 2 is going to be the pivotal point where a lot of players that are within this top 16 are going to try to go ahead and keep themselves in. Anyway, speaking of all that, there's some other tournaments that we've had here and some great programs that we've had to teach people about the Unreal Engine, and that includes our E2 weekend that we had. So we want to go ahead and show you a video package of that.
Let's check it out.
The interesting thing is that this is not only for game design teachers, it's not only for computer science teachers, it's for teachers in all disciplines. It can be science, it can be social studies, it can be math. Any application of a curriculum can be applied here. And educators need to consider this because it's how you bridge the gap between what the students are interested in and your curriculum.
Unreal Engine is being broadly adopted across so many industries. And what I think is really cool is that Unreal Engine is a game engine, right? And so many people are using it for more than just what it was intended for. There are car companies using Unreal Engine. There are advertisers using Unreal Engine. I mean, it's everywhere. And there's a space for kids, students, anyone to create using these tools.
Kids are equipped with the skills, you know, and the know-how in terms of using these tools as long as we give them the opportunities. So we feel that, you know, if we can access and work with educators and sort of take the intimidation away and allow them to understand that they don't have to be an expert to support students in these areas, that they can help create these great opportunities for their students.
Well, one of the things that we were, you know, as a department, we've been thinking about how we can start to integrate with the esports here. A lot of our students are already interested in it, and so we're trying to find a way, how can we work that into the curriculum? and how can we work with other departments to bring this to our students. So this is going to be a big step for us if we can start to integrate this into our curriculum.
My second born, he wants to be a game designer, and I said, hey, let's come here and see what UNCG has to offer, what they're doing this new esports arena, and also bringing the Unreal Engine experience for educators. Definitely want to take what we learned today and continue for this weekend to start something, how we can use that curriculum and just the advancement of getting the word out about, esports and game development.
The true power in bringing these tools to educators is we feel that we're, sort of trying to nurture the next generation of creators. These are industry standard tools. These are the tools that if kids in high school or college can, leave, well equipped with using tools like Unreal Engine, Fortnite Creative, Twinmotion, Sketchfab, some of our other tools, they're ready for industry opportunities.
So it's really important for EPIC to collaborate with the community because, we can't do it on our own. We need people that see that these are important things to bring to students. And that's what we see at UNCG. I would love to see Unreal Engine widely implemented in schools and just kids having the opportunity to have these tools at their disposal because there's no charge to use them. So it's like, wow, why can't we say, look at this tool. You can do anything you want with this. And it can take you anywhere.
Yeah, as you saw there from the E2 weekend, a lot of incredible people being able to learn more about the Unreal Engine and what you can be able to do inside of it, including creating real-life replications of buildings and spaces, just like we did here at the tournament. As you can see here, the entirety of the esports arena has been recreated, again, to showcase to you as the audience, who's been eliminated, who's still there, but also just to show off the amazing things that Unreal Engine is able to recreate.
Such an important software that's been made. It gives people who are curious about getting to a field like this and getting that exposure. You're able to do certain things like this at home.
Yeah, people are able to take these materials, be able to take this program and make what they want out of it. And we even heard there that other companies are using this outside of just game development and design. They're using it in places like car companies to maybe even promote physics or look at different ways that it can do that. I know that some lighting companies and movie studios are also using it in ways of making their production and their green screen sets look even better. Unreal Engine is a true tool that anybody can pick up and use, and just with a couple of days of learning it, you can create some incredible things inside of it, including similar things to the arena that we've shown you just there. I think Unreal Engine as well and the E2 weekend is just one of those things that fuels Fortnite and Rocket League and allows them to really work the way that we want them to. And, it allows for these types of opportunities for students and players to go ahead and have a area to compete and showcase the skills that they've developed.
These are some very talented young men and women that are here that are competing to be at the top. It is amazing to see. Another thing that I find interesting is to bring up the fact about the coaches. What type of impact do you feel the coaches have on the players inside and outside of the facility?
I feel like these coaches are sitting there with their teammates and, depending on where they're placed currently or where they're at, they're definitely talking to them and going, okay, well, this is where you're at, this is what's going on, here's what I think you should take into the next round. Being a next point for them, being a mirror for them to maybe reflect off of, or maybe being a sort of compare and contrast person, being like, oh, you think this way? Well, I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate here. Here's the other way to look at it, and trying to find the nice medium for these players to succeed. I also think that these coaches play a really good role in being, these sort of guardian figures for these players, and are able to actually help them grow and nurture themselves. We talked about it a lot during the Rocket League tournament, as these coaches were actually able to be with their players on the field, and were able to sit there and be like, that was a great goal. You were able to add those inputs especially during the finals. But those coaches at the current moment in time are currently coming into the arena, talking to their players in between rounds. But when the round starts, they're sort of backing up and letting these players do their own thing because they know that they've got the tools equipped from what they've taught them.
Indeed, just like their parents, coaches are a very important thing to the players. They're their advocates, they're their boss, but they're also their friends in a way.
Yeah, in a weird way, a lot of this has to do with this sort of community that was being built. And again, as the E2 weekend had displayed, as we saw some of those speakers talk about, community is key to Epic and to the people who developed the Unreal Engine. You know, they're definitely trying to build this community and trying to grow what is here. So, you know, it's not too uncommon for these teams, you know, with their coaches and their teammates as well, to maybe even go out after an event like this and have a dinner, you know, discuss things. And it's not always going to be about the competition. It's sometimes going to be about, you know, how's your grades looking? How's this assignment doing? You know, how's this going on? Like, these coaches are not only being coaches and training them in this game, but they're also being educators both in life and academics.
Indeed. Having just those people that are there to support you is very important in situations like this. I know from experience, having my own coach be there to support me when I'm in the process of competing against other teams, it brings up a lot of hope. It brings a lot of life to a person.
Yeah, and I think this whole duos tournament is definitely going to show us that, you know, even though there are some very strong players that are within the solo tournament, which we'll be having later on today, I think the duos tournament is a real shining star for, you know, how these players actually are and, like, the ability to communicate with each other and the friendship that they build with each other as well, and how strong of a bond that becomes, then how that translates over into the game.
Indeed. There's a different aspect between the duo side and then the solo side. The duos you have, it's like 50% on you and your teammate. Having that connection, that bond, just be able to like think as if y'all were twins in a sense, where y'all are just connected. Y'all know exactly what's going on. You have their back, they have yours. It's truly amazing to see what they're capable of.
Yeah, these teams are doing some absolutely incredible things. And looking back at the first round placements, I think, you know, I'm really excited to see how these duo teams place and what they're able to do. But as we think about all that, we also got to think about, you know, what's going through their minds outside of this event. And, you know, we got to talk about Mother's Day. You know, it's a very important day, especially for me. My mom's back at home. She just texted me a little bit ago, you know, talking about all of this. I texted her early this morning trying to tell her Happy Mother's Day, trying to make sure that I had the time at least to, you know, communicate with her and be with her. And so I wanted to ask you, you know, not everybody has like a mother in their life. Some people do, some people don't. But for you, who's the most important mother-like figure that you would be celebrating on this type of day?
If you was in a situation where unfortunately you don't have one, you have those outlooks of having aunts, grandmothers, teachers, professors, people who are of age, but they have a lot of knowledge that are there to support you. As of right now, we see there's a good amount of parents, mothers that are here that while they're being here, they're here to support their kids in their future profession. So I would like to give personally a round of applause.
Yeah.
So round of applause for them. They've done so much for their kids, and to be here to support them, I know that every single one is proud.
Yeah, and I definitely think that there's even an aspect where these coaches could even be seen as like a mother-like figure to these players and to everybody that's here. You know, everybody has a mother in their life, whether it's biological or not. Everybody has someone that they look up to. And so I think if I could ask you to do anything today, you know, other than, you know, follow twitch.tv/UNCG_esports so that you get caught up on more amazing events just like this, and of course supporting all of these players, I think you should also support whoever that figure is in your life. And, you know, just send them a message today to say how much you appreciate them. We could all use a little bit of positivity during these times. And, you know, I'm definitely getting that positivity from these players and this environment that we have now. And I'm definitely getting it now from saying those words.
Yes, you would thought that we was in Philadelphia with the brotherly love that is going on in this room. It is amazing.
Yeah, I've even seen a couple of players here, you know, as they're warming up, you know, they're playing with other teams. They've actually communicated their own custom lobby to sort of practice with each other. This type of brotherly love and this family unit that these teams are making with each other at this LAN event, it's just incredible to see.
Indeed, it is truly incredible having the opportunity to meet people on a different level that you may have never done before. You got people from all places of North Carolina that are coming to UNCG to see each other and compete. It's amazing. It's almost as if the same thing that happens when you're a student at UNCG. There's all different backgrounds, all different nationalities, all coming together to make one family.
Yeah, and let's talk about UNCG for a bit. Of course, they're hosting this whole event, and so they've supplied us with this amazing esports arena to use for the event. Of course, being a recent graduate of UNCG, I can personally advocate that the professors that are here have been teaching us some absolutely amazing things. I graduated with a media studies degree and was able to learn the ins and outs of film production and editing, and I've been able to use those skills for events just like this to help my team and make sure that those things work out. But of course, there are other majors here at UNCG too. There's a nursing program, there's biology programs, there's different sciences and art programs as well, musical theater, and a music school that has been growing and growing as time has been going on. All of UNCG has been trying to adapt and overcome some of the harder times that we do hit, and trying to still educate people in the world and make sure that they have a degree in their hands once they exit.
Yes, there's a little bit of everything here at UNCG. And just off of them adding the minor of video game studies, it's interesting, and I appreciate it. Basically, for those who are just stuck and don't know what to do, they have the opportunity to continue what they love to do in an educational environment, and they get more of an exposure.
Yeah, and here at UNCG, exploration is encouraged. You know, there's an entire division, an entire department all about exploring other majors and trying other programs. And each major sort of asks you to look at another program and try to learn about it. I know for media studies, I was asked several times to do public speaking classes, which were always the worst for me. I always dreaded signing up for them. But after I was done, I always enjoyed the professors teaching me those types of skills. And at the end of the day, like if I looked back at my degree, I'd probably say, you know, maybe those were the classes that I enjoyed the most outside of my major, as they really did teach me a valuable skill and what I'm trying to do here today. And UNCG, with that video game minor that we were speaking about earlier, is trying to educate people in all aspects that they can. You know, we talked a little bit about the psychology that exists within video games and, you know, how these stories sort of look at the human condition and the human experience. But they also do other things such as teaching you, you know, simple math and reading skills. You know, how to develop a game takes a lot of programming work and sort of coding work that needs to go through, and problem solving skills as well. If you were going to be taking a video game course and you were going to be building it from the ground up, if you could choose a genre I would say genre of video game to coincide with a sort of form of academia, which two do you think you would pair up?
There's many video games that I'll probably do. More than likely, what I would probably do for a video game, the most simple one, I would say Tetris. Tetris is one of my most favorite games because it involves for you to think ahead of time of where you want to put a specific piece at. And another game that I will possibly say is a little throwback will probably be Super Mario Sunshine.
Oh, I think that's good.
There's a lot, in that game, there's a lot of behind the scenes. There's a lot of things where you got to figure it out. You got to strategize. It's a lot of outside the box type things. Things like those really get your brain flowing. It really gets you adaptive. It makes you want to continue playing because then you're just like, man, there's so much I could learn from this.
Yeah, and I think if I had to pair up a game with a certain sort of genre or major assignment, I think I would actually choose Fortnite. I think it's a good mix of having, you know, different communication skills that you have to develop if you're playing these team style types games. But you also have moments where, you know, you're building your own things. You're trying to figure out, okay, I want to make a custom map that does this. How do I do that? Okay, I want to make this work in this engine. You're going to need some computer tech skills to do that. So I think that would fall within the computer technology courses that we have here in computer science. I think Fortnite would be a great fit, and having an entire course that maybe dissects and looks at the game's engine, the Unreal Engine itself, and maybe how the game is just built and how you're able to take it and make your own stuff out of it. You know, I think it'd be a really valuable tool for those students there.
Indeed. Taking the computer science courses, though, with them, it's very it's not an easy course. I will admit, it's not an easy course. But the things that you can do when you learn from taking a computer science course is going to benefit you longer in the long run, especially when you have games like Fortnite and then you have games like Rocket League, where every little piece is important.
Yeah, I definitely think that sort of goal and sort of looking at that type of stuff is really important. But I'm just being informed that our standings have actually been updated. So let's go ahead and try to take a look at those standings now so we can make some more predictions about the next round. Going ahead and looking here at the top 3, we're seeing Yin and Yang, 7 eliminations with 17 points total. Next is the Fortnite Battle Pius, which has been, scrambled up there a little bit. Also with 7 eliminations, but only hitting 15 points, probably due to placement. Then we had Rensfield T5 with 5 eliminations and 12 points. Talon Corp with 2 eliminations and 7 points. And All for One with one elimination and 6 points for those top 5.
Yes, and then we see NBHS FND2 in 6th place with 2 elims, 4 points. Duos, Gabru with 1 elimination and 4 points. And then we have Kearns Academy with 3 points in 8th place. And then you see Esports Legends 2, 9th place with 2 points and 2 elims, 3 points. You got another Reedsville team with 0 elims, 2 points in 10th place. And you also have Reedsville again at 11th.
Yeah, I definitely think looking at these points and looking at these scores, one thing that you have to look at is some of these teams didn't get any eliminations and still got a decent number of points. And that is mostly due to the placement that they were able to get into. And of course, you see these other teams that, Talon Corp was able to get 7 points in that first game, but only got 2 eliminations, while another team that got less eliminations than them is only 1 point behind. I think that's mostly due to the fact of placement. I think they got a higher placement. Their team overall was able to survive longer in the competition, and so they were able to stay there for a longer period of time. And of course, you see here, the differential between 5th and 6th place is very close to each other, but the number of eliminations as well is close to each other. You would expect, the team with 2 eliminations to be over the team with 1 elimination, but placement is key here as well when you're in the early rounds. One other thing that I want to very quickly highlight on is look how close these scores are. A few eliminations or a really good placement, any of these teams could see themselves going into the top 5 or even overthrowing Yin and Yang at 1st place.
Indeed, there's anything is possible in situations with the next current of 3 rounds that is going to occur. I find it that based off of what I mentioned before, that taking placement is more important than limbs. You might see these teams seeing these numbers and really understanding that, hey, maybe we need to change the strategy just up a little bit so we can get more placement, so then we'll be able to come back in a situation like this and be able to dethrone Yin and Yang. Or maybe we'll see Yin and Yang continue what they're doing and they decide to go for more placement than elims, and then maybe average like 2 or 3 elims for the next couple of rounds.
Looking at all those teams, I think if I'm trying to predict the next game, the next round, I think I'm going to see Yin and Yang sort of take that same place. I don't think they're going to sort of sit on themselves and be like, well, we're in first, we can sit here for a bit, just because of how close those scores are. So I think going into this next game, I'm going to take Yin and Yang to possibly be in the lead and continue that lead as best they can. But, of course, with how close this is, an early elimination of them in the game may change all of that.
Indeed. As I mentioned before at the beginning, I stuck with Reedsville, and I will continue to stick with Reedsville. As you see, one of their teams is in 3rd place, so they do have a chance for this next upcoming round to take 1st place. So I'm sticking with Reedsville.
Yeah, Reedsville has a lot of teams in the upper placement, so I definitely think that there's a possibility for at least one of them to get within the top 5 or maybe even the top 3. And of course, all these players are showing a really good standing so far. We had a lot of teams up there that, had low levels of eliminations. That means that it's possible if it sort of spreads out a little more, placements are going to be more key. So if each team was able to get like 1 or 2 eliminations, and all of them were able to just place in the same amount of points there, it's going to be placements that are going to be the key factor. So let's take, for instance, Yin and Yang. Let's say they place last. Just go for the whole extreme. But another team that has 0 eliminations and 0 points right now gets at least 2 or 3, but gets a victory royale, they're going to be seeing themselves entering into the top 16.
Indeed. Based off of what we've seen in that first game, we're more than likely going to see a lot more passiveness, and that might change the way the game is played. Who knows? We'll be able to find out soon enough.
It's also possible that these teams are going to be taking a more aggressive approach as well and trying to go ahead and keep that elimination count like high on their end so they can keep other players from being able to catch up to them. I think a lot of these teams that didn't see any eliminations last round may be still looking for eliminations later.
Indeed. I probably more of them that sadly that fell to the bottom. They're probably, as we are right now, as all the other teams as well, thinking of what's the best strategy to go with. And do you believe that Yin and Yang, since they're on the top, they're a target?
I do believe that Yin and Yang is probably going to be targeted a little bit in this lobby. You know, being in first place, it does make it so that, you know, everybody is looking at you, looking at what you're able to do and saying, okay, hold on a moment. We need to stop them before they get a momentum running. However, I think in a game like Fortnite, it's hard to actually target people in that game because, one, you don't know where they're going to land, and two, you don't know where the ring's going to show up. So even if they're all the way on one side of the map and you're on the other, you're probably going to have to proceed into going into the ring rather than trying to get literally anywhere else. Instead of going for your target, you're going to want to go instead towards the ring and keep yourself into safety and keep yourself getting a higher placement. But yes, the battle bus is going ahead and landing now, and we're getting everybody ready here. Battle bus will be launching in 10 seconds. We'll actually be seeing how these players will be competing, and I'm truly excited for what we're about to see.
Indeed, here we go.
Battle bus is launching, and doors will open in 5 seconds, allowing each player to go ahead and land where they would like on the map. I wonder if we're going to see more players landing at some specific POIs, maybe Mega City or maybe even the Citadel, to try to get some better loot pools. But we may also be seeing a lot of players landing at those no-name locations.
Indeed. Depending on how they play, we'll see where it leads as we see a player heading straight for Slappy Shores, trying to use those kegs that gives them extra with shield. And then we'll see Will FPS heading to Springs at the moment. Then we see Dew also in the process of rotating to the fall side of the map over to Slabs. We'll see with his teammate Horn Stink. We'll see where they go with this.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see where a lot of these players are landing, and it doesn't seem like the Slabs is going to be alone here. Also having these little guardrails for people to go ahead and slide on. We're seeing Auto Ghost go ahead and land here with their teammate somewhere around, but we also have players just like Noob Slayer who are immediately getting eliminated by Nemo.
Yes, starting off with an unfortunate landing spot where they get knocked, as we see Cottrell landing at an unknown spot, but there is a NPC there that, if I remember correctly, that NPC, if you hire that specific NPC, it can heal you in the process.
Yes, it can heal you in the process. You know, hiring NPCs is part of the game. As we saw last time, eliminating NPCs can be very key in order to get either into restricted areas of the map or, you know, just to pick up some loot that you weren't originally able to have. But hiring NPCs actually adds another person onto your squad to work with you. And we get to see, of course, people like Ditchram go ahead and try to get themselves set up, get some resources, and go ahead and start off with the ODM gear already, seeing that, again, that play of mobility.
Indeed. And then we see them drop the combat shotgun for the Maven shotgun, which is, in my personally, a good decision because you don't want to have too many ranged weapons and not be able to fight close range, and then not have something that is good with auto. As we see one of the members from NCVA destroying Matt's materials, so they'll be prepared for later on. As they see Saturn is rotating with the sword, with the kinetic blade.
Yeah, Fixio and Saturn. Fixio was here yesterday, as we said before, for the Rocket League tournament and was having a really great time there. We got to speak with that player earlier about their excitement in Rocket League, and you know, I'm hoping they're carrying that same amount of excitement into Fortnite as well. going ahead and getting themselves one of those augments. Augments are a thing in this game that allow you to basically tailor-make your character to play towards a certain playstyle. Certain augments can allow for you to have a ability called Siphon, where as you damage an opponent, you actually heal yourself or are able to get shield off of it. You know, certain abilities also allow you to, like, eject button, allow you to rift if your shields do break. All of these augments could come in handy, and, you know, it's going to be curious to see which ones these players decide to go with.
As we see Koji in the icy winter section, preparing themselves, collecting as much wood as possible. Do with his teammate Autoghost are in the process of being in shattered slabs, and we just heard the sound of a snipe. It might have been towards Do, it might not. As we see Do drops the submachine gun for the twin mag, in my opinion, the better SMG. We see Grilled Potato running around in Steamy Springs, and as him and Will prepare to get ready for later on as they collect mats.
Yeah, we go ahead and see here Autoghost and Do seem to have found another team and are beginning to fire shots at each other. You know, an early elimination here would be really nice from either of them. But again, you know, you have to think about placement when it comes to here. If you're going to decide to play more passively, a really good play there from the kinetic ore, a material that you're able to hit and actually change the trajectory of, and it launches itself at a higher momentum, actually being used there to destroy a bit of the structure.
Quite a creative way to get the structure destroyed, and to also to distract your opponent, as FaZe Autoghost is taking his time and waiting patiently to find a good site. As we see the storm eye is shrinking currently.
Yeah, and it seems like something is spawning in behind Autoghost, which they have gone ahead and pinged to Do, saying, hey, let's go check this out. Maybe it's some resources that we can use later in the game. They're going to go ahead and make their way over to regroup and see what they can do here. Maybe move closer into the ring, or at least watch the perimeter of the ring, see what they can do. But we see people like Consolo and Kanji going ahead and working together and being the targets that we're actually fighting against Autoghost.
Right. As we see Consolo is rotating towards to go after such opponents, or as we see him throw the flopper to his teammate Fragger as they rotate to a different point. As you see, he got the Cobra DMR. I think that's probably like one of the few people besides ASEAN as well who has the Cobra DMR who are using such weapon instead of using the Red Eye. It's such an interesting choice.
Yeah, going ahead and seeing 3 eliminations there by Zay seems to be a very good choice there, as we also watch a player go ahead and start digging into the ground. Consolo going ahead and trying to pick up, you know, just changing up the loadout, seeing what they can get. But we see Graham Slam going ahead and trying to look around, think they see a player behind, and yes they do. They get the confirmation of it by seeing the building being made. Redman and Horn both sitting around the slabs. There seems to be 3 teams at least here, and that's going to be really interesting to see if any of these teams engage on each other, or if they sort of go, all right, well, everything's okay, it's early in the round, we're going to leave each other alone and we'll meet back at the ring later.
Yeah, they might come to a consensus as we see Redman take a little bit of fall damage that might affect him in the long run, but we'll see what happens as we see up in the top. Monk takes out Dietrima. That is unfortunate for them, but we'll see what happens later on. Ram Slam and his teammate are in the process of fighting as we see OCA gets knocked by Will. Graham is making the decision to get out of there because he does not want to be able to lose placement.
Yeah, looking back at Redman, they're going ahead and getting into some combat here, trying to break down the base and waste the resources of this enemy team. And that seems to be Consolo and Kanji, who have gotten themselves a little bit stuck in vault here. And I'm wondering if Redman by themselves is going to really be able to do anything about this, breaking apart another wall and making it harder for these two to sort of protect themselves. Breaking down this base and using your resources like that is extremely important, but it also becomes a game of, you know, are you using too many of your own resources just to get the squad out of the game?
Indeed. In a situation like this where you're the only person without your teammate in the situation, as Redman gets knocked by Consolo, unfortunate that situation is, as we see his teammate is in the process of trying to prevent from being attacked and getting away, but as we see Fragger is not letting up whatsoever. and Consolo right behind him.
Yeah, we're noticing here that the ability that these rails allow for teammates to go ahead and try to dodge out of the way, but unfortunately it's not enough for Redman to get out of there, and it's going to be Consolo that picks up both of those eliminations. We also saw earlier that Graham had also been eliminated, meaning that that squad is now out, leading us to 16 squads left in the lobby.
Indeed, as we see Divine Gray and his teammate Zach over by Frenzy Fields. There's a good amount of people. More like right now, it's just a duo that is in the area as we transfer over to Brutal Bastion, where we see Cheesy Swiss, who, as it seems that he's using the building already as not only for coverage, but to get placements as well, where we see Blaze Boy rocking the good old Jonesy skin in Brutal Bastion.
Yeah, Blaze Boy was one of the people that we shouted out being eliminated earlier in the last round, and I didn't see many eliminations from them, so I'm wondering if they're going to be playing a much more aggressive style. But right now, it seems like they're playing more passively, trying to get intel on the enemy team. Of course, looking back over here, we see that Ditram has unfortunately been eliminated and is at zero health, leaving their duo partner by themselves. And again, this falls into this conversation of, when a duo partner is by themselves in the lobby, does it truly affect the way that they play, and does it affect how far they're going to be able to place?
That is a consideration because, as mentioned before, that is like the half of you. So you lose that sense, and you may have to change up your strategy. Or it can also be a good thing where you be put into a situation where you and another person who are not on the same team are in like an altercation with people who are on the team, and you can use that as your advantage to get out and let them be distracted. As right now, as we see, Zay is in the process of pushing up to another opponent with his teammate as well, with Alex in the backfield shooting with a twin mag SMG instead of using his shotgun.
Yeah, Zay trying to work here with their teammate is a great strategy. As we pull away from that, though, we go ahead and see, the calm within that area as well. It seems that Zay and Alex are both trying to work together to take out Azen, who has fallen down and actually was able to eliminate one of the other players. Alex going ahead and having more pressure put on them now, as Brush is going ahead and pushing up on them. This base battle, it now seems that Alex is just stuck and is having to build their way out of this. But are they going to run out materials and have anywhere else to go? Only time will really tell as Alex is going ahead and losing all momentum that they have, taking that fall damage and being eliminated.
Truly unfortunate to go out in such a fashion from fall damage. But as we see, Eisen and his teammate are still alive in this situation where Zach and Divine Gray, where Zach is getting shot at from a different opponent. Zach is immediately using that kinetic blade to get out of that situation with the splashes.
Yeah, and we go ahead and see Grilled Potato here and Will going ahead and moving themselves around. I believe they were the one firing shots over at the other team. Looking back as well, that fall damage elimination, that's a really good start for that team. And we'll just have to see. Maybe the placements here are going to be much different. We're going ahead and looking at some health totals here, looking at how everybody in the lobby is filling out. And as we go over, we go ahead and look at Kanji and Consolo. Kanji going ahead and trying to choose their own augment that they're going to be using today.
Yes, depending on what augment you use, also depends on what type of weapon that you choose to use. I know that there's an augment specifically for snipers that if you activate it, it will immediately be able to give you an extra ammo.
Yeah, it does. And we also see people like Kanji going ahead and using the locker feature as well. There are lockers around the map that have special holograms of what weapon is inside of them, showing you both the rarity and the weapon itself, and you can spend keys in order to unlock some of those weapons, and after they're used once, they can't be used again.
See the team of Lowly and Monk analyzing, looking at Sorry to Swear and his teammate as they are using trees and rocks, and as long as with metal walls to get out of the line of sight from being hit from Lowly, as we hear Monk tries to take a snipe at him. Unfortunately misses both.
Yeah, and we do see a setup of a base here, so the mobility is going to bring them away. They're going to decide, you know what, it's better for us to take this as an up-close and personal battle. Lowly was able there to get some more resources, which is probably going to assist them here in this fight as they go ahead and try to push the enemy team. As they're moving their way towards a frozen lake, not a lot of cover that they can use here other than their own base when they're trying to escape this. But depending on which direction they go, this could actually work in their favor.
Indeed. Up as we see, Monk goes for the elimination, has 2. So far, Lowly has 0, but there's plenty of time for him to choose to get that up. As we see, Lowly is collecting mats, and they're also being aware of their surroundings. You see Cheesy Swiss is running out of that building to analyze the area, trying to see if it's worth it to move or stay. As we see him stay in that area, going right back to Monk, using the kinetic ray to rotate.
You're going ahead and looking at Monk and Lowly at the current moment in time, seeing someone that they can possibly have some shots fired at. Unfortunately missing. I believe that was actually Blaze Boy, the people that we were watching from earlier. Both of them trying to regroup inside of the building, taking out some covering fire from Monk. I think this like sniper gameplay moving into very close range battle is very key here. You know, with the amount of mobility that's here, there's not going to be a lot of mid-range. There's going to be more players being super far off in one direction, or there's going to be players that are going to be right there in your face thanks to the mobility. As we saw there, a very excellent shot by Monk on Blaze Boy.
Indeed. To use the amount of time and energy that you had to get that snipe, as we see Monk is pushing Blaze Boy. Blaze Boy gets knocked and gets eliminated by Koji.
Yeah, very good to see all of this happening here. And remember, all eliminations are going to be counting for the team, not the individual. While it does pad the individual stats for themselves, the duo themselves is going to want to get as many eliminations as possible and also to get a good placement. Speaking of placement, 13 squads left in the lobby with 22 people left in the game. And we're going ahead and seeing Monk here again, playing some sniper gameplay and putting the fear of people into the two teams over here who are immediately like, nope, I am getting out of here. I am not going to risk it.
Given the fact that the Storm is only a 1 tick, using the amount of time, as we see Will Fitz gets a knock on Subaru in a hefty fight against I'm Azen with the emote.
Yeah, with the elimination there to go ahead and clear off that squad, that's going to bring us down to 12. But a very good play there on their part, able to see an opportunity to go ahead and strike and take that opportunity as they can.
A grilled potato with Will Fitz. And something that's also interesting is the fact that those with people who end up getting wins and they receive crowns, that they end up becoming a target easily because of the crowns. But as we see, Grilled Potato and Will getting immediately destroying some buildings, and they have Launchpad.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a look here at the Unreal Engine to go ahead and get a live update on who has been eliminated. Go ahead and give you guys a visual look at that. As you can see here, the computer setups, of course, with the X over top of them, those are the teams that have been eliminated. And currently, there is a nice population of students here still competing at this moment in time. And I'm excited as we get into these later rings. If the numbers stay up the way that they are currently, we could be seeing a really chaotic final ring here.
Indeed, as it's only the 6th out of 12 Storm as of right now, where there's 12 duos left with 20 people in total. Moving on, as we see that the circle is kind of half of being where the Storm is and then just where the actual zone is. As we see, Contrell and Jamon have been taken out of the game.
Yeah, and we're seeing Grilled Potato and Will here sort of building their own fort towards the center of the current circle. Kind of, I would say, kind of hoping that the circle stays within that general area and closes in on them. But we also see people here like Fixio and Saturn going ahead and aggressing over, watching the edge of the ring. And we see people here like Nemo go ahead and take out members like Jam Man.
Yeah, we see Jam Man is in the process of being knocked. Nemo is trying to make the decision to go after the opponent as he uses the force to destroy the person's building. And in the moment, it sounds as if he made the escape. But as right now, Monk is trying to heal Lowly. By getting Lowly up, he'll have a better chance. So Nemo is getting third party with 10 HP. Can he hold himself off enough for him to escape?
Yeah, that Force Blast was not well timed, unfortunately, as Nemo thought he could use it to kind of, open up the space and force that team back, but instead actually opened up the area behind them and lost the building cover that they had. I think Nemo at that point started to second guess the decision that they made, but honestly, in that type of moment, I would have made the same decision as well.
I would not blame him at all. As we see, Monk and Lowly have been able to be brought back. Lowly's in the process of trying to get his health back. We switch to Will, as unfortunately, Grilled Potato has been knocked and is stranded as he's been taken out, sent back to lobby by Saturn.
Yeah, Saturn going ahead and getting another elimination for their team, leaving 9 squads left in the battle, but Will being one of the squads that is left by themselves.
Right, as we see in the top right, there was a little bit of a build fight that was going on. Will is using the metal as is being a more long-lasting choice for material and sitting on the edge. As you see, one of the members from NCVA is analyzing the map. It has both Saturn and Bizos have a good spot in the circle. It's smack dab into the middle. Lowly and Monk are chilling at the moment of time as we switch back to Team NCVA as they analyze the team that is using ODM gears.
Yeah, Fixio going ahead and playing more of a sort of lookout sniper gameplay here. Maybe due to the augments that they were able to pick up earlier in the game, maybe caters towards that style. But we're also watching players like Fixio watch these players with the ODM gear try to go ahead and build a base for themselves. Going now over to Monk and Lowly, who are taking some fire from another squad. Fixio themselves going ahead and trying to get better placement, maybe even trying to join the fight.
Yeah, as we see here, Fixio's getting a couple of good shots with the red eye from behind, but also deciding to regroup and to rethink about what to do in this situation, as the Storm is on the 8th of 12, and there's 8 duos left with 12 people left in the game. The team down there choosing to use their metal at this moment of time, late game, is a good decision.
Yeah, I also think looking at the ring's position right now, Fixio and them are in a good position to be able to just slowly walk towards the ring without taking much damage from the Storm, as it slowly is going to be both closing and moving towards a different location. With all 8 of these teams and these 12 players being here, I'm curious to see if any of them really have a hard time and struggle in the combat that we're going to be seeing. A lot of chaos going on, as you can see in your top right corner. You can go ahead, you were able to see a drone footage of all the building and combat that is going on, and each player sort of firing at each other and causing all of this chaos.
Indeed, as we see Fizzos and Saturn, as we switch to Monk and Lowly, trying to hold somebody into the Storm, but also in the process trying to move around, doing their buildings, as Sharky is taking a lot of damage, but with the help of Slurp Juice is getting the health significantly faster than they would with anything else. As we see again with Monk and Lowly are taking it slow. Sharky is by themselves up very high right now in this game.
Monk and Lowly both having to fight off against Sharky, and here comes Fixio to go ahead and clean up and try to do the work that they can. Both them and Saturn are going ahead and taking the high ground and trying to watch over as best they can, but getting third-partied from the back. Monk going ahead, building up a higher fort, with Fixio getting stuck inside of the Storm, having to build their way out of here and using those kinetic blades to move themselves out into the competition. Consolo, though, being able to be seen there, trying to land on top of a structure and fighting off against another opponent, as we have 7 squads and 11 players left in the game.
Indeed, we see that both Physios and Saturn are taking their time, but we see Saturn is playing slightly a little more aggressive. Physios is falling right behind them as they land somewhat near where Lowly is at. They're taking their time. Physios and Saturn are taking their time. They're trying to regroup. They're trying to get as much health back and shield as much as possible. Sharky is using the ODM gear to move around, taking a little damage from the Storm, but is able to slide back because of the ice. As we see the drone footage, and there's a lot of chaos going on around that specific area.
Yeah, you have players such as Cap and Vixio and Lowly all within these same areas. And at this point, the Storm is just so strong that getting inside of it is just at this point, not possible. You have to stay out of it as well as you can. And, you know, with it being the 10th of 12 Storms, it's very hard for players to be able to compete. And Monk, unfortunately, being eliminated and their team being sent back to lobby. Going ahead and watching Trip and Cap now here, trying to face off against Vixio and the others. Vixio going ahead and getting hit now with only 4 health left. Cap going ahead and being taken out, using the Connect Blade to go ahead and get rid of that fall damage with falling into the Storm. Going ahead and watching Consolo, going ahead and getting some hits, but unfortunately being eliminated at themselves. Cap going ahead and being stuck inside the Storm with Trip being at very high health and very high shield as well.
Indeed, as we see Team Trip and Cap, they're pretty low, but this is a situation where it's a duo 1v1. We'll see what happens between Saturn and Fizzos, as Saturn is trying their hardest to get back into the zone. For Fizzos, he knocks Trip. Trip has been knocked.
Trip has been knocked. Cap is going ahead and taking the higher ground. Saturn, unfortunately, is going to be the last one available. There's only going to be 2 left as Vixio is eliminated. Can Saturn go ahead and claim it for their team, or is it going to be another upset here by Cap? We'll go ahead and just have to watch as the Storm continues to approach. Cap trying to go ahead and get some heals, but is unable to. Saturn, being on the lower ground, is not able to go ahead and fight against this. Falling into the Storm by using the Kinetic Blade, but bringing themselves back up to take the higher ground, and now the positions have switched. Cap is now on the lower area, with the better health, and Saturn's team is going ahead and having the higher ground and going to have the ability to heal themselves.
Saturn is taking the time to use the Chug Cannon to heal up in the process of keeping high ground, while on the other hand, he has to also worry about not getting hit by the zone, as Saturn is taking fall damage, but is maintaining a high ground in this situation. As we hear that Mats has ran out, as Cap is taking his time. He is using everything in his power to stay and survive as Saturn flies up.
Yeah, Saturn going ahead and flying up, taking that fall damage and falling to a lower area, trying to force Cap to go ahead and have to engage on them. Cap going ahead and dropping down, being on 2 shields, but very low life, but able to get the elimination on Saturn and get the victory for him and Trip.
Great showing from the team of Cap and Trip. It's amazing to see what these players are capable of, and also a good showing to Saturn and Fizzos.
Yeah, again, we saw those teammates like immediately, something that we could only get from a LAN tournament. Of course, sitting up, seeing each other and go ahead, like clapping each other's hands, being like, great job, seeing the other teams also congratulate them. You know, these teams are all here and are really excited about what they're able to do. And, you know, I'm just excited to watch all of it happen. But let's go ahead and recap a little bit of that match itself. If you had to choose a favorite moment, what are you taking?
My favorite possible moment is when we saw that Cap and his teammate Trip, they used their ability to take out one of their opponents, and the situation where Jonesy was by himself, not Jonesy, John Wick was by himself, and he ended up dying, he ended up going out in the unfavorable matching, but it was truly amazing to see. But also, just like last match, the end game was amazing to see multiple teams going at each other in that moment of time, trying to figure out whether to play too aggressive or to think smart and like to use the Storm and the inside of the circle to their advantage to last as long as they did.
Yeah, if I'm going to be honest, if I'm going to choose a favorite moment, I'm probably going to choose the moment with Vixio and that amazing sniper gameplay. You know, giving that intel to your teammate was what allowed them to stay in that competition for as long as they did. And I think it's mostly due to the fact that Vixio had just amazing sights on a lot of players, was able to ping that for their teammate, and then immediately use that as an ability to try to get some chip damage in on opponents.
Yes, it's amazing to see how the ending result has occurred. And given the fact that being in the situation where the Storm is moving multiple at the end of the game, where it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, it takes a lot of time and consideration and a lot of experience to know when the right time is to get to the right place in the process of getting attacked from your opponents from multiple angles.
Yeah, it's a lot to have to deal with at that moment. And again, we're seeing it once more that the more players are in that final ring, the more chaotic it gets, as we had that drone footage of the huge buildup of all those bases and each player just jumping from one structure to the next structure and using them as well to try to keep themselves in the ring, but keep themselves protected, as they were in a very open area there towards the end.
Indeed, I see it as just like the NBA playoffs, where we have quarters in every single round. That there's just different quarters. We finish the first and second quarter. Most of the time, the second quarter is the most important quarter into a game. Just like in this situation right here, where will these teams take it? We'll just have to see.
Yeah, and thinking about that as well, you know, we're hitting the halfway point in this full series. So players are definitely going to have to see, you know, which momentum they're going to take instead. Are they going to swing more into the favor of being more aggressive and playing towards eliminations, or are they going to start playing more for placements? And I think, you know, we could be seeing that from the top 5 teams if they have a really good point cushion. But if they're not, if they don't really have that big point cushion, that, you know, if the scores are very close, it may be a game that they would play more passively, and instead of playing like for placements in a way of playing passively for them and wanting to get them for points, they may be instead trying to play for placement just to not have to be in combat as much.
Indeed, because in situations that they have been, as we've seen so far, it's better to use as much time as possible to get as much points as possible, so then they can have that situation for those teams that are like at rank 6 to 8. They can use them points from their placements to boost themselves up to maybe top 3, 2, and then even to first place.
Yeah, it's possible that these teams are going to be able to get it. And as we're in the back trying to look for the teams and their scores, let's talk a little bit more about, you know, is the meta going to shift into these next 2 games? You know, we've gone through quarter 1 and quarter 2. We're now basically the halftime show, basically. So let's think about it that way. Do you think any of these teams are going to be changing up their strategies, maybe focusing less on mobility, maybe trying to make loadouts that support maybe more support and healing? Who knows? Why don't you go ahead and give me an analytical breakdown of that?
Basically off of what we've seen so far, we've seen people either they have one person have mainly with heals and the other person are focusing on weapons. I say using that tactic is good, but it will be very important if players are just choosing to play more passive to go for the decision of using the heavy sniper or the red eye as a tool for long range combat, but also still having that one person that is basically the medic. Having someone who is the medic, just in situations where, oh, they're in the process of getting shot, they have the chug splash, they have the chug cannon, they can use med mist real quick on the players and able to heal them in the process. So using that strategy is also good. So, but that being said, I would also say make sure that you have some type of close range weapon, whether it be the SMG or just be a shotgun. Having that equal balance, that equilibrium, is very key. It's very big, important key during this tournament.
Yeah, I definitely think having that good balance is key. I think we may even see teams go for an even more extreme approach of that, having someone who only has maybe a short-range weapon and a bunch of support, being basically a toolkit of, oh, I need more shield, oh, I need more this, or maybe even carrying around a chug cannon themselves to try to play both of those roles. And then we have the player who is sort of this jack of all trades, having short-range weapons, mid-range weapons, snipers, having the mobility that they need as well. I think we're going to be seeing players using that a lot when we get into these final rings. Something that we haven't seen since the first game that's sort of gotten dropped was vehicles. We didn't see as many vehicles being used during this game, and I think that's actually going to continue. We're going to see less and less vehicle use, especially with the way that these teams are playing against each other. I think noise is just too much of a factor when it comes into these final rings, because you don't want to let people know that you're sneaking under them or playing above them. You don't want to let them know where you're at. So I think we're going to be seeing vehicles sort of become null and void at this point when it comes forward on. But hey, there may be a team that decides to use it as a battering ram to go through someone's structure.
Indeed, they might try to use it off at the beginning, but not late game. As of right now, it lacks any use for these players But just having the ODM gear and the kinetic blade makes up for the difference because of that. And then not only that, there's a lot of watery areas, so somebody might get the augment where it helps them not only swim faster, but it also heals them in the process.
Yeah. Let's look again also at where the ring has closed in these last couple of matches. Last time it was more closer to Mega City where we had the ending go through, and the other one was towards the icy area. I'm wondering if the ring is going to possibly go into a different area for the next one. But first things first, we got to go ahead and look at our standings before we go into any of those predictions. So let's see which each team is at. Of course, Fortnite Battle Pass, or Fortnite Battle Pass, has gotten 12 eliminations and put themselves in 28 points. Reedsville, however, has brought themselves up, getting 10 eliminations and at 24 points. Yin and Yang falling down, but only falling down to into the top 3, having 9 eliminations and 19 points, possibly due to being targeted during that match. We're also seeing some more teams, such as more Reedsville teams enter into the picture. Reedsville 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, all of which finding themselves within the top 16 with a few eliminations or at least 1 point. One team that I think we definitely need to look out for as we continue to watch this is Kearns Academy. Kearns Academy has no eliminations, but has gotten 4 points already, mostly due to placement. If that team starts to focus more on eliminations, I think we might be seeing them go further up in placement. But what about you? What team do you think out of these teams do we watch out for?
Teams that you really should watch out for. I also agree with about Kearns Academy. As of right now, they're more likely focusing on getting placement. But if they added more of a balance between kills and eliminations and placement, if they had a balance of both, worked on both, then they will be more than likely a lot higher, as we see like teams like Talent Corps who have 2 eliminations and 7 points. And we see teams like Fortnite Battle Pass who have 12 eliminations and 28 points. So they learn to take both with a grain of salt. Another team that I will possibly say to watch out for is the NBHS Fine team, as they have 4 elims and 6 points. They could easily bring both of those up over the course of the game. But as we can see, that Reedsville team has 10 elims and 24 points. They can easily continue the path they're going and take this whole entire thing on. But anything can happen in the game of Fortnite.
Yeah, going ahead and looking at this a little bit more as well, Yin and Yang brought themselves down from first place all the way down to 3rd. So I'm curious to see where they go from all of that. But with all that being said, we're going to take a quick little break here. So give us just one moment and we'll be back with more action.
See you soon.
Welcome back to the UNCG Esports Arena with the UNCG SEA Spartan Championship of Spring 2023. And I'm now here with Omar. Omar, how are you doing?
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm doing good.
Doing good.
Yeah, nice
you want to go ahead and introduce yourself for us for a little bit?
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Omar. I'm a junior at UNCG. I'm a biology major and chem minor. And I'm excited to be here. This is my first time casting, so it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I can definitely see the glow coming off of you from the LAN environment that we have here. Of course, Omar's going to be here with me for games 3 and 4, and we're going to be taking a look at game 3 here in just a few moments as we get the players set up into the lobby. So let's talk a little bit about this. Of course, I had another friend of mine up here, Isaac, earlier, and you two possibly will be casting with each other later here in the future, both of you being on the desk having the spotlight for yourselves. Out of your opinion, you were watching games 1 and 2. What did you see out there that you were really sort of struck by?
Yeah, those games were very entertaining, and one thing that caught my eye was the positioning of each team. I feel like teams aren't taking the positioning that they need to take. They're not rotating into circle early enough. They're waiting until like the last possible moment, which is backfiring on them. So I feel like teams need to start rotating earlier in circle so we can have, at the end of the game where the circle is really small, we can have a lot of duos, and it could be more entertaining.
Yeah, I could see where you're getting at that. And, you know, of course, these teams are going to be adapting as they get into the final circles as well, having to deal with everything that they've got going on. But, you know, of course, in Game 3, they're probably going to be changing up their strategy a lot. Of course, as me and Isaac talked about, you know, this is sort of the halfway point in the series. Teams that are in the lower areas are definitely going to have to try to bring themselves back up again to get into that top 16 placement. So I'm curious to see, like, what types of strategies teams will be bringing out in order to change that. One of the strategies that we've been seeing a lot of, however, is having a lot of mobility gear on you, whether that be an ODM or having a kinetic blade. And out of those two options, you know, I don't know if you've played a lot of Fortnite or not these last days, or if you played any Fortnite against the players that are in this arena, but if you had to choose between the two, which one do you prefer?
Honestly, for me, I would choose a kinetic blade. I feel like you can take high ground very easily. I feel like you can also position yourself in a way that's maneuvering, and it's not just like one linear movement. And yeah, high ground is very key in this game. And this blade, when you use it, when you aim high, you use it, you can easily take high ground, and that's how you take control of the game, when you have high ground.
Yeah, I definitely think I agree with you on that. I think the kinetic blade does allow you to get a lot of high ground. I also think the fact that it sort of mitigates fall damage as well at certain points is really good to see. And I guess we'll be seeing it once we get into the lobby, which is coming live right now. Each of these players are getting ready to pack up on the battle bus and go ahead and drop into the island. So we'll have to just see what they decide to do there. Any last minute predictions as the battle bus gets loaded?
I think Yin and Yang is going to pop off this game. You know, I saw in the first game, I saw they had a lot of confidence, how they're being very aggressive, pushing teams, and I just hope to see that continue.
Yeah, we love to see when these teams go ahead and just decide to, Yin and Yang sort of took a loss there, fell down from first place to third, but I definitely think that they could also use that as a fuel or a fire to go ahead and get themselves ready for the next game. We're going ahead having the players drop off here 10 seconds before they're all ejected from the battle bus. 20 squads dropping down on the island. We'll just have to see where they land. Personally, for me, if I was choosing a landing location, I think I'd still go Citadel. We haven't gone and seen any teams drop over there, so I'm curious to see what's going on.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Going ahead and watching these players drop around Mega City. Mega City, a very interesting area on the map. Also seeing some people go towards the Bastion. Jam Man over here with their teammate Nemo going ahead and picking up some loot here. You know, what type of early loot do you think that these teams will be looking for going into round 3?
Okay, so early loot, you're mainly looking for heals, shields, and some type of AR. So you wanna, when you acquire an AR, you automatically put yourself in contention for long-range fights, which is very key. And having an AR allows you to be able to pick people off from long distances, which is very key to get those quick eliminations so you can rack up them points.
Yeah, we're going ahead and taking a look here at Trip and Cap, seeing them go ahead and gather some resources as they can, but moving ourselves over towards ZKP Gamer, who is going ahead and popping themselves some mushrooms to go ahead and get shield. You know, there are food items within this game that do allow for you to gain health, gain shield, and I think those things are critical, especially since some of them even grow inside of the map itself.
Oh yeah, I was looking at it. They have pineapples now, which is amazing. So you eat a pineapple and it gives you HP, which is health points. And yeah, honestly, Fortnite has done an amazing job just innovating the game, keeping the game fresh. You know, a while ago in seasons 2 to 3, it was apples. So there was apples on the ground. You pick up an apple, and when you eat it, you acquire health, which is, you know, a game changer. So
going ahead and watching Sweat and Zay there, both going ahead and watching over the coast of the map, trying to see where the ring is going to fall here. It seems that we've got some players like Alex and Zay themselves also being able to stay towards Slappy Shores, but I don't believe they may be alone. I saw a couple of other players dropping off the map around them, so may make their way towards Slappy to see if they can maybe pick off a team very early.
Oh yeah, fighting early game is pretty risky, because if you lose, you go ahead and lose your placement and you lose chance to get eliminations later in the game. So I feel like you just have to find the right situation to pick your fights.
Yeah, speaking of picking your fights, here we go and see Peace and Sorry to Sweat going ahead and eliminating one player and knocking out one player from a potential duo, going ahead and looking off for the other player now. It seems like Peace is looking around the rock, seeing if this player is possibly playing inside of the water, which they are, going ahead, dropping out from behind and taking them out. That's one duo down, and two very early eliminations for this team.
Oh yeah, that was key. And the main thing in this game for duos is to stick together. As you can see, the other team that just got eliminated, they were separated from each other, which made it easy for this team to go ahead and 2v1 one of them and then find the other person 2v1 them. And winning a 2v1 is really hard in Fortnite because you have to worry about not only how are you going to eliminate one player, but how are you going to eliminate both of them at the same time.
Both of these players as well going ahead and picking up crowns, having a great time there. Crowns, of course, very special in the game. Whenever you get a victory royale, the next game you'll spawn in with a crown over your head, and that crown is going to help you out, you know, have a little glow above your head, show everybody, you know, like I know what I'm doing, I know how to play Fortnite, and you know, it's kind of just an aesthetic thing for you to have, but also maybe a mental game to the other people.
Oh yeah, it can definitely be a mental game. Like, if you're going into a fight and you see a person with a crown on their head, I don't think you would want to take a fight against them because they know what it takes to not only get eliminations but make it to the end game, which is key in this game.
One of the teams that we've been looking out for, Consolo and Kanji, both of which have been watching over this area now, going ahead and deploying the ODM gear and seeing these NPCs and going ahead and taking them out, probably going for some exclusive loot if they can as well. This type of play strategy, you know, trying to get those heist keys, those heist vaults to get special, unique weapons, it's really one of those strategies that we've seen a lot of players use, and it's been taking them very far in the placements.
Oh yeah, these vault keys, when you go and unlock the vault, you get to unlock these legendary weapons and these epic weapons that give you a high chance of, you know, high damage in fights, which is key. And also, these weapons, when you acquire them, it just gives you an advantage over all the other players in the lobby because they might only be have common guns or uncommon guns, which don't give you as much damage. So this is very important right here.
You were also going ahead and seeing here a really interesting strategy by Consolo and Kanji, going ahead and actually building on the ground to break materials to go ahead and pick up those resources a lot faster than it would take them to just naturally break up the resources themselves. It's a really good strategy by these teams when they don't have much pressure. Last game, as we saw in Game 2, Kanji and Consolo got actually stuck inside of that vault and had a team right outside of it. But this game, they were left alone and were able to actually use their strategy effectively.
You have to be quick. when you go to the vault because you can't take too long because it's a dead end, so it's risky. So you're taking a risk in order to get the high status weapons. You're taking a risk because if the other players see you go in there, they can easily trap you, which can backfire ultimately.
Yeah, Gray going ahead and getting an attack on attack fly, and Zach trying to back up their teammate and going ahead and eliminating another squad, sending attack fly and Noob Slayer both back to the lobby. There's another duo down in these last few seconds, but we're only on the second ring, so I'm curious to see how many of these teams will actually make it to the halfway mark.
Oh yeah. Also, it's very interesting. Most of these teams are rocking the same loadout. They each have some chug splashes, which gives you health really quickly, and they also are rocking the tactical shotgun with the tactical submachine gun.
Yeah, we also see Gray here and Zach both getting immediately attacked by another squad. Seeing them, you know, as they were trying to get their loot and everything ready, having the squad attack them really probably messed up their momentum. But both of them seem to have gotten themselves into a nice place, and it seems to be Grilled Potato being knocked down there, and their teammates stuck inside of the structure.
Oh yeah.
Do and Auto Ghost also seeming to be within some combat, and it seems that Zach has gone ahead and actually gotten themselves the aggro of an NPC from the other side of the map.
Zach is being really aggressive right now, which is really good because he can get points. As we see Do right here battling off, he just boxed himself in a 1-by-1 to give him time to pop some minis and then a big shield pop.
Yeah, it seems like Sweat and Peace both here going ahead and backing out, going ahead and trying to heal themselves, playing towards the edge of ring. We'll possibly see them go ahead and actually build up inside of this, build themselves to get a higher ground. Sun there, however, getting a knock on Cheesy Swiss. Cheesy Swish, another player that we watched for a while in the last game, wondering where their placement was going to be, and it seems to have been knocked out early by that team.
Oh yeah, and some of these players, they haven't been to LANs in general, so they might be nervous. They might not know when to, you know, do what they usually do, which is pop meds at the right time. As you can see a couple of seconds ago, he can easily communicate with his teammate and acquire some spray, some health spray. So they're getting in the bush right now. So it's looking like an ambush is about to happen. He's hiding in the bush as a player is pulling up to him.
Yeah, trying to wait here and see the right moment for them to be able to help out. It seems that Sorry to Sweat has been eliminated by Auto Ghost, leaving Peace by themselves here in the lobby. Going to be a little tough for them going into these final rings. Talking again about that LAN nature, you know, it's very different. These players have been playing online, and now they're face-to-face to each other. They have a face to the name that was either taking them out during game or that they took out themselves. It's something that, you know, they're going to be thinking about as they're playing, and that they're going to be possibly nervous about, but also it's possible for them to actually be like, you know, it's like a fire in themselves of being like, you know what, actually, since I now see this player and I'm able to talk to them, you know, those nerves of the online competition goes away. Some people thrive more when they're in these in-person natures.
Oh, definitely. It just depends on the person, you know. You can be really nervous in these type of environments, or you can come with a mentality of just being aggressive and having everyone remember your name and remember you as the top fragger.
Yeah, it seems like a good idea there. Of course, trying to make yourself shine, which all of these players have already been doing by just coming to this event in and of itself. Of course, Auto Ghost here trying to take down another team, but getting attacked by their teammate. Not sure where Auto Ghost is going to go, trying to grapple away, but was unable to, getting stuck here on the tops of the trees, but using them actually as grappling hook points for them to go ahead and get themselves out of a sticky situation. Do, however, sitting here inside of the bush, keeping himself safe, and going ahead and throwing down a pot for his teammate, hoping that he can make his way over to the bush, and maybe they can stay stealthy, let this team pass, and recuperate and be ready for the next fight.
Oh yeah, that would be really smart, because it wouldn't be too smart to spend a lot of time fighting on the edge of zone, because you have to make time to go ahead and rotate it and find a good spot in next zone. So this strategy right here, where they're sitting behind the tree, just keeping it low key, this is really key, because it avoids, you know, a fight where third parties can ultimately happen, which is really rough.
Yeah, speaking of fighting on the outside of ring, you see people here like Redman and Horn going ahead and working together to try to take out this team's base and keep this team from being able to go away. Redman going ahead and building up, trying to get a higher ground on this other team, hoping that they can get a good strike, and also seeing now that they possess a lightsaber, maybe he's going to be able to use the Force or something to be able to blow up the structure. Consolo and Kanji seem to be the people who are stuck inside, and Redman is unable to go ahead and defend themselves, instead trying to go towards the bush to try to save themselves. Horn trying to get out of a sticky situation, and we'll see if they're actually able to do it. But unfortunately, Kanji is able to come over and deals a little bit more damage on them.
Oh yeah, that strategy right there too. That's another strat that's really important in this game. It's a strategy where you both you and your teammate, you count down when you're going to shoot a specific player so that you can get the knock real quick, and then you can have an easy 2v1 against his partner.
Yeah, Kanji being able to secure the elimination there, getting more points for their team. Ditrum, on the other hand, going ahead and getting some eliminations on Auto Ghost, one of those teammates that will unfortunately not be in the lobby anymore, leaving their duo partner by themselves. We talked about this earlier with Isaac of how is it different being a solo player in a duo game. And we said that, you know, it does change up a little bit. You don't get the revives, you don't have the help from your teammate, but there's still people who are able to take these one-on-one fights or 1v2 fights. How do you stand on that opinion? You know, if you were in a duos match and your duo partner got knocked down and you weren't able to revive them, what would be going through your head at that moment in time?
At that point, you just need to run away as fast as you can. I know it doesn't seem like the strategy that makes you look cool, but at the end of the game, you can go ahead and hide in different locations in the map, which can give you an opportunity to get high placement points. And not only high placement points, you can go ahead and pick off the other 2v2s that are fighting, which can give you elimination points. So it's a win-win if you leave the fight.
Hazen going ahead and being knocked here inside of Storm, their teammate trying to go ahead and help them out, but unfortunately taking some fire and possibly being eliminated here, which has happened. That duo will now be sent back into the lobby. On the other hand, Ditrum and Koji both building themselves up a base and getting themselves into a fight as well, trying to resupply themselves and get everything correct. It seems they are flanked on both sides by two different teams, one of which seeming to be Nemo, trying to move out of the way with Jam Man, trying to see if they can maybe get a better position, a higher ground, but we'll see what they're able to do. Zach and Gray playing on the outside of the ring, but another team is lurking very close by them. We'll see if they can capitalize on that team.
They're coming really close on this team. As you see, Zach getting some shots up, and he's trying to get into the 1-by-1 of this player right here.
Zach going ahead, breaking down the structure and trying to break down the defenses and resources that this team has to escape, following them into the storm and getting a knock on 08. 08 there being eliminated, leaving their partner stranded behind, leaving 12 squads left in the game.
That was a really important win by Zach. Not only did he get material, but he also got that elimination, which is really important because now that puts him up at 3 eliminations.
That's very true. Jam Man and Nemo both playing with each other now over at the outside of ring. And of course, as we saw earlier, there was a squad that seemed to have been very deep inside of the storm. We'll try to see what they decide to do to try to get out of there, but we may be seeing an early elimination by the storm itself.
And then when you are also trying to evade that storm, you don't want to, right when you get out of the storm, you find yourself in a difficult situation with another team that can also put up shots on you when you're low health, because when you leave the storm, you're really low on health. You need to use that time to go ahead and regain your health. But if you get into a fight like this one right here, Detrima is losing his fight up against, wait, was that Zach who left?
Yeah, no, it was Ditrum that was fighting against each other, and I believe it was Zach who was able to use a rift to be able to get out of there. Good placement of the rift, I believe, you know, seeing yourself in a bad situation, and Ditrum, of course, sitting there going like, okay, well, I need to take this moment, I need to try to get out of here as best I can.
Oh yeah, it's all about decisions. You have to make the right decisions. You know, this was a really good decision by Zach to take that rift and go ahead and leave that fight, because that was a fight that it was looking like there's too many third parties, so it wasn't a high chance of him winning that fight. So that was really important.
Yeah, getting ready to set up now for a look at the teams that have been eliminated. Cap, of course, being newly eliminated, Dew being eliminated, and Graham Slap going ahead and getting eliminated themselves. That's a few squads down now, bringing us down to 9, and only 17 players left in the lobby. You know, I'm real curious to see what all the teams that are going to be in the final circle, if we're going to be seeing, you know, new teams that are going to be showing up, or if we're going to be seeing mostly the same people in the final ring.
It's looking like right here there's 8 duos because you have 16 people, so it should be a good end game right here as Dems got spotted a duo, so he pinged them so his teammate could go ahead and take a look and see if he can put some shots up.
Yeah, seems that all of our solo squads at this moment in time have been eliminated. Again, it's really hard for when you're in a duo game and you're by yourself, you know, you can't get revived by your teammate and you have less resources between the both of you. It's really difficult to concentrate and try to play those games out. Looking at players here like Fixio and Saturn having a little bit of a shootout against another team, wasting their resources and trying to break down their base. Sharky, on the other hand, going ahead and being eliminated, it seems. Sharky is going to be staying in the lobby. Their partner, however, being eliminated. Once again, moving back to Fixio and Saturn, having the same battle once again, and seem to have finally stopped because I believe they've noticed that a third party is joining.
Oh, yeah. When you notice that that third party is coming in, that makes you rethink all your decisions because you're focused. Your main priority is winning that fight against the duo right here. As you can see, Saturn putting some shots up. And these shots are really important because they're wasting the material of their enemies.
Yeah, but also here, as we saw for a moment, Consolo is in a vehicle trying to make their way towards the edge of the map here into the ring. I think that team using a vehicle, you know, as a way of disruption, you know, oh, we're this way, getting out of the vehicle and using it as a scapegoat, or just ramming straight into a base that somebody has created and possibly destroying it, I think is a good strategy overall, just to disrupt a team and, you know, sort of throw their mental off.
Yeah, not only is that a good strategy, but also you can see right here, because that is a good strategy, you see Saturn and his teammate building on top of another building. So in case you have a vehicle ram into them, it won't take down their entire structure. As now you see Saturn putting some long shots up, trying to knock down the structure of this team so he can ultimately kill the player by fall, eliminate the player by fall damage.
Yeah, fall damage has been something that we've been noticing a lot here. You know, players are going to be unfortunately stuck at certain moments where they're just at the high ground and have no way to support the structure that they're on. So they have to go ahead and take these risky moves, and if another player is there to capitalize on it, that's a long way down that you'll be finding yourself going into.
Oh yeah, that's not a situation that you would want to be in.
Yeah, Zach and Gray here going ahead and building themselves almost like a little concealed bridge that they're going to be in, hopefully to build their way back toward, or to be towards ring. And now we see that the ring has gone ahead and moved itself, and we're going to have a very fun time here as whenever the ring moves, there seems to be a lot of chaos. Seeing over there in the top right corner, you can see all the duos that are currently placed sitting in their own little spots where they're going to be. 8 squads are going to be duking it out as this ring closes in the next 15 seconds.
Yeah. It's really interesting to see the strategy of YT Jaman and his teammate Naomi. They're just keeping it low-key, not building structures, just running around to the spots that aren't noticeable by anyone, which is a really unique strategy.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at Unreal real quick to see which teams have been eliminated. We're going to go ahead and do a little drone footage here. As you can see inside the Unreal Engine, you can see each of those teams with an X once again has been eliminated and sent back to lobby. So again, we have a couple of players here in some unique setups, but many of our players on the main stage still remain, and it will be interesting to see which one of them makes it to the end.
Oh yeah, this graphic is so amazing because you can see where the players are located. You can see if they're close to each other, if they're farther away from each other. As now you see Nemo getting shots on him, so he's evading the situation.
Yeah, Nemo going ahead and getting into a conflict there. Saturn and Fixio are also about to enter into a conflict, using some base structure building in order to protect themselves as they move closer into the ring. Nemo getting a little bit hit in the shoulder. Jam Man, though, kind of building themselves apart from each other with a wall, but slowly making themselves get grouped back up.
Yeah, you see how this strategy is now helping them a lot because of how they weren't able to use materials and they were just hiding from the other duos throughout the entire match. Now, near the end game where it's really important, now they have a lot of material to play with, which is really important in end games.
Yeah, we go ahead and see Nemo and Jam Man going ahead and making their base now. And we saw that Zach got down there. It's possible that his teammate will also be down. Zach, of course, Gray going ahead and building himself up, and Zach being eliminated means that that's one less player to help Gray out, and that's also one less squad that we see as we look up. There's only 6 squads remaining inside of this ring.
Oh yeah, you got 5 duos and 1 solo. As you see, Divine Gray putting some shots up with the shotgun. He knocked 1 player, and now he's building, trying to avoid the zone going into the ring.
They're going ahead and trying to put themselves into the high ground now, actually splashing down into the water, maybe going to look for more resources such as that med kit there. Consolo going ahead and falling into the water, still has their duo partner Kanji. And Kanji and them they've both been working very well together and have been some highly performing players here.
Oh yeah, you can see they're managing their materials. They have a lot of material in their end game, which is really important. As you see Nemo trying to swim away, but he doesn't avoid zone, and he gets knocked by zone, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, we also see here that the ring itself is kind of putting itself in a moment where there's no solid ground. These players are having to actually build themselves these like rafts and bridges to get across the water, and if they're able to, they can go forward just like we see Saturn there, sort of swim in the water and try to get towards the rocks, but it's a very dangerous strategy as you leave yourself out in the open. Alex playing on the corner of the ring, trying to look down and see if they can get some people at the end, and we're going to see Kanji go ahead and get eliminated there by Alex.
Yeah, as you see Alex right here, he's maintaining the high ground, which is really important. He's maintaining high ground, which is really key so that he can get shots up on the people below him so that he can see what everything is going on in front of him.
We're also in a moment of this is the 11th out of 12th ring. We may actually be seeing ourselves go into the 12th ring here. Very quickly, the ring is going to be moving to its next spot, which gets smaller and smaller each time. We see players like Lowly who are actually trying to bring themselves down, but unfortunately was unable to and will get eliminated. Seeing our last 2 squads, a solo and a duo, and we'll have to see, is it possible for Saturn to go ahead and clutch out a victory against Alex and their partner Zay.
They're putting some shots up on Saturn. He went for the high ground. Saturn pushed him. Oh, Saturn gets a knock on Zay with the shotgun. Now he's shooting the other. Saturn, he won the 1v2 against Alex and Zay. Wow.
Saturn able to go ahead and clutch out that victory. And with that, we're going to be taking ourselves into a quick break so that our production staff can get everything ready, and just so that we can maybe talk to some of those players. So go ahead, we'll be moving into a break, but we'll be right back. Welcome back to the UNCG Esports Arena, the UNCG SEA Spartan Championship for Fortnite duos. Of course, we had an amazing showing there in round 3, but we're heading towards our final game within the duos match, and I'm here with Omar. Omar, how'd you feel about that last game?
That game was amazing. You know, after the game, I had to talk to Saturn. I was like, Saturn, how'd you feel in that 2v1? And then ultimately, when people think about 2v1s, they think, oh, the solo lost. But in this case, Saturn was able to pull off the 1v2 against the other 2 players, and that was just amazing to see. That was really hype.
Yeah, I talked to the coach and the team, which were both here yesterday for Rocket League as well. And they were absolutely amazing people to be around. You know, of course, getting that coach connection, getting that networking, speaking to these wonderful people in person, getting to know them, shake hands and everything, you know, it's absolutely amazing to see. But you know what else is amazing to see?
What?
The results after Game 3. We're going to be looking at the most recent data and see where everybody is standing after everything was said and done in Game 3 and see who's currently leading the pack, what they're going to be able to do, and what these teams might be thinking about going into the next game. Any big predictions about the bracket?
Let's see.
Well,
so we got the Fortnite Battle Pass. I don't know how they wrote their name. So they have 41 points with 15 eliminations. Wow, that is really impressive. And then you have in second place Reedsville with also 15 eliminations, but they only have 34 points, which means that they weren't able to get the placement points, which means also that Fortnite was able to not only focus on getting eliminations, but also focus on the placements.
Yeah, Yin and Yang as well, sitting there still at third place, currently trying to move around as best they can, but staying right behind with 32 points, but only 14 eliminations. You know, if they're able to get more eliminations, the Reedsville, they may be knocking them down towards third place. Looking at some of the other teams here, again, looky there. Kearns Academy was able to move themselves farther up, now having 6 eliminations and 12 points. All for One as well has been continuing to go up in the rankings and only 10 points behind in BHS. I'm definitely looking at all those teams to possibly be contenders for a big upset to come into the top 3. But the 3 teams that I think most people are going to be watching for are, of course, Fortnite Battle Pass, Reedsville, and Yin and Yang. But I think all these teams really all have a chance to come back into it and score a lot of points, especially if those top 3 are eliminated extremely early.
Oh, yeah. And all it takes is one game, you know. One game sets you into possibly first place if you do really well. So these teams that are like at 13th, 14th, 15th place, you know, they all have a big chance to make some noise in these upcoming games and get a lot of eliminations and also focus on placements, which can also just boost the amount of points that you have.
Yeah, of course, we're going to be looking at all these teams when we're getting ready into the fight. But we're going to first go ahead and recap a little bit of that Game 3 and just, you know, I think we both know what the most insane moment of that game was. But outside of the very end of what we saw, do you have a favorite moment or something that you really enjoyed from that match?
There's a lot of different moments. One of the ones that I liked was when one of the duos, they each counted down when they were going to attack the other duo. And that's really key. You know, communication is key in this game. And for them to be able to not only count down when they're going to target a specific player, but to know which player they're talking about so they can be on the same page and give them an advantage in the fight, which is key.
Yeah, I think for me personally, it has to become Solo making their way back towards the ring with the vehicle. You know, they were very deep into that ring from what we saw into the map and were able to get back into ring and continue to be a contentious player right towards the very end. So I definitely think that these players, you know, they're really showing the types of skills and everything that they have, and I'm just excited to see how much happens.
Oh, yeah.
You know, another aspect of all of this is the fact that we are in a live LAN setting and that we are here in person with these players. Again, as we've said, you know, we've been talking to the coaches, we've been talking to the players, and, you know, I just want to ask, what is your favorite part about being in this LAN atmosphere, you know, with all these people, you know, playing these games in front of you in setups that you can physically look at and watch if you just lean the right way?
Oh yeah, it's honestly, LANs are like my favorite environment to be in and everything, you know. My favorite day like ever was when I went to the Apex LAN in Raleigh. They had a world championship over there. And the atmosphere is honestly amazing. You see all these players just being right beside each other, talking, and it's amazing to see.
Yeah, I think all these players are having a fantastic time here. And, you know, just for me personally, my favorite part is seeing people get those eliminations and having those immediate reactions that we have. You know, someone, of course, doing like a fist bump or looking at their teammate and just shaking hands, you know, having that moment of going like, that was a good game, that was a good play, and having that sort of sportsmanship about them as well. One of the biggest things about the UNCG Esports Arena is not only the equipment that's inside of it, but also the people inside of it. And the fact that we have our own esports club that sort of supports and nurtures this environment and puts on events all the time. We've also had, of course, our E2 weekend where we educated people on the Unreal Engine, but we also educated them a little bit as well by having our own sort of games happen. We had an E2 weekend with Fortnite and Rocket League previously, and both of those games were a lot of fun to watch. Of course, I casted for both of them, and of course, we're still continuing to nurture the academic part of esports here at UNCG.
Oh yeah, esports in general is something that's growing, and it should grow because it brings everyone together. You know, it brings excitement. It brings excitement for the viewers, for the players, for everyone. It's really amazing. And myself, I'm part of the esports team here. I'm on the Rocket League team. And just got informed not too long ago that I actually won MVP, an MVP award right here.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, they gave me a really nice trophy. As y'all can see, this trophy is really, as you can see.
It's a nice trophy. It's a nice trophy.
Oh yeah. And then I got MVP, which is, you know, it's just amazing to see. It's amazing to see all the teammates working together, and just the atmosphere is beautiful.
Yeah, of course, our team really does try to nurture each other, and I feel like the club as a whole is just like this one big family. You know, we're all playing different games. You know, some people play Rocket League, some people play Fortnite, some people play Apex, as you've mentioned before. Some other people just sort of chat in the server, you know, play more casual games with each other, maybe even some Tetris, and of course have some fun and just enjoy themselves here at UNCG with all the different things that we have to offer. Personally, having been an admin of the club and a recent graduate of UNCG, I just have to shout them all out and thank them so much for, you know, making these last few years that I had on campus so much fun. I'm going to try to do my best to, you know, give back to that sort of community. I was just talking to them about maybe even hosting some casting workshops, get some more people behind this desk, maybe even have some more broadcasts, which if you want to tune in and see those broadcasts, go ahead and hit that follow button on twitch.tv/UNCG_esports. That's twitch.tv/UNCG_esports. See, I can do it just like the video.
Oh, yeah.
Either way, of course, like, we're trying to get those followers, we're trying to get those people, but we also just want to keep you guys updated on what's going on in the North Carolina area, and especially with UNCG Esports, as we show and grow these players that are here in this land environment.
Oh, yeah. Esports, like I said, growing. A lot of different games now. You have Overwatch, you have 2K possibly coming in, Call of Duty, so many different games. And each game has their own audience of players, like a unique audience that they bring their own energy and tenacity into the game, which is really amazing to see. And you see all these players today, they look like they all come from different backgrounds, which is amazing that all these players can, at the end of the day, come together and just create this. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing to see all the different backgrounds and stories that these players bring in when they come into the esports arena. And of course, we're going to be having the finals of our duos here, and this is going to be the final day of it. But after this, we're going to be going into a solo tournament as well. Some of those solos players, you know, are a little bit different, qualified for different reasons. And solos is very different from duos, as, you know, you're not going to have that backup on your team. You're going to, unfortunately, be by yourself for most of the time. Oh, yeah. But it also means that the lobby is going to be full of amazingly talented players. I'm curious to see if you think that the meta would shift at all when we're moving from duos to solos.
Well, the meta, it depends. You know, I feel like in general it's very similar because you have third parties. In case with duos you have a 2v2s and then possibly other teams hitting some shots up, interrupting that. And with solos you have the same thing. You have 1v1s that are going on, and then people that are far away, hitting some shots up, trying to see if they can like rack up some eliminations. And so you see a lot of similar aspects in duos and solos, but also in solos, it's really different because you can have your own mentality. You don't have to talk with your teammate about what you want to do. You can just go right into it, hop in, and then have your own mentality for each game. It's just interesting. It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, I also think that the loadouts are probably going to change a bit. And we're going to see people, of course, you know, trying to change up, you know, their loadouts, what type of weapons they're going to have set up. So we'll have to see how all that shapes out when we get to the solo action. But of course, there was a lot of energy that had to go behind the scenes for us to make this tournament happen. So let's move into a behind the scenes package as we talk a little bit about everything that had to go into this experience.
Let's get it.
As you guys are seeing here, some of our tournament organizers and volunteers meeting up and talking about everything that needed to go into this experience. Of course, we also had our observer team go ahead and start up as much as they could, learn about the ropes of creating a match, and of course talk about the graphics and the order of operations of what we needed to do here. Of course, we had some amazingly talented people teaching them about, you know, how to look at certain stats and certain structures, of course making comments, and of course making these hype packages that were also given out to our players here for the day, you know, something for them to take home. The insane amount of work that each of these people have brought into this type of tournament has been absolutely amazing to see, and I'm just glad to be a part of that amazing team as well.
Oh yeah, and then just seeing that clip, seeing everyone how they're all working together, trying to communicate to ultimately produce the best content for the viewers that are outside here today. And it's just really amazing to see how everyone's working together. It's all fun and games at the end of the day, and so much work goes into it. You know, I actually went to the observer room not too long ago, you know, walked out the back, and just seeing them communicate on how they're going to produce the footage for us, for the viewers. It was amazing to see how they were all right beside each other, locked in, communicating on how they're going to produce a different camera footage, which it was amazing.
Yeah, and of course we have workers here as well trying to look into using the Unreal Engine to create, you know, of course we have the huge arena that we had here, but also just educating us on how these games like Fortnite and Rocket League work with the Unreal Engine. Of course we've had that education through the E2 weekend, but having that staff work together to create those graphic packages has been a real treat to have.
Oh yeah, the Unreal Engine is honestly, it's amazing how people even come up with stuff like that, you know. It was amazing to see how when the drone was flying around, it had the X over a specific player who got eliminated. And seeing that was just, it just shows you how much technology is advanced. It has the same exact room, but it just has all these players where they're sitting and if they're still alive or if they're eliminated. You know, as you can see right here, the drone flying around, showing the exact replica of the room and how the players are set up.
Yeah, even has our setup there in the back with our little hexagons and stuff that we have, and even the pillars that we have around the players to light up this area. All of this is just a perfect recreation of this UNCG Esports Arena in the Unreal Engine. Either way, I'm here in the battle bus get loaded for our fourth and final game of duos. But of course, stick around as well because we'll still have some solo action for you all later on today. So I think we're getting ready to load up the lobby, and I'm excited to see what these players are going to do. Any last minute predictions as we head in?
Last minute predictions? Well, when you get one win, you can't slack off and say, oh, I got one win, let's play passive now. I'm interested to see if Saturn and his duo are going to keep this aggressive mindset and keep attacking people, or if they're just going to, you know, lay off, be more passive now. As you can see, the battle bus is loaded up and doors are opening right now.
Yep, players are dropping now into the island for our fourth and final game of duos. 19 squads dropping in on the map. Extremely excited to see how these players go in. You know, we're definitely going to be looking out for those players that were within the final ring. Of course, we're going to be looking at people like Consolo. We're going to be looking at players like Fixio. But we're also going to be looking at players here like Noob Slayer and Attackfly, who have been having really good performance in the first and second game, but unfortunately were eliminated early in the third game. And so we'll see how far that they can go with those types of play styles.
Yeah, that can kill your momentum when you die off drop. And you have a game plan going in that you want to execute, and some unfortunate circumstance can happen to where you run into another team, and it's really unfortunate to see.
Yeah, as we see now, Attack Fly, of course, being attacked by one of the other players who had already landed. Noob Slayer, on the other hand, not playing close to their duo, so I'm wondering where those two are going to decide to regroup, whether they choose to go to a different area or if they decide to regroup and actually take on the person who is trying to fire shots.
Oh yeah.
Sharky and their duo going ahead and trying to pick up some material and build themselves basically a little protective hut in a way, making themselves nice openings to be able to watch out with everything but still pick up the materials that they need. Divine Gray and Zach both able to get quick eliminations to add to their point total as well.
Yeah, definitely. Getting eliminations off early, that sets you into a rhythm going into the game that you already have these eliminations, and it's interesting to see if these players are going to keep it up or if they're going to just lay off a bit. You just have to see what they do.
Yeah, Graham Slang going ahead and trying to get their own setup here. You know, choosing between, getting to sit down for a second and go, all right, do I want this loadout? Do I want this loadout? Maybe even making a little bit of noise as they go ahead and see here, oh, an opportunity to get themselves a lightsaber.
Oh yeah, this lightsaber is key. They're trying to be like Anakin the Skywalker with the lightsaber.
Yeah, the lightsabers each have their own unique abilities as well, and one of the biggest ones that we have seen twice already be used within some of the final rings is the Force. The Force being able to clear out a huge amount of area of cover, and so it's very interesting to see how these players are going to handle, if they're playing near a player with a lightsaber, are they going to freak out? Are they going to change how they build? Or are they going to keep calm and steady and be able to use that maybe against the player?
Yeah, me personally, if I'm seeing that lightsaber, I'm running away because that thing is deadly.
Yeah.
But you see a new player right here just racking up material, trying to scout out YT, Jaman, trying to scope out the area so when he's looting these trees, he doesn't get third-partied or just ambushed by another team.
Yeah, knock here by Sharky's team on to Blaze Boy, and I'm wondering if they're going to capitalize on that or just take a moment of rest. But of course, that does mean that there's probably another duo partner near them, so they do need to be careful about that. We haven't really talked about it much, but there are also control points on the map. Those do make a noise once you step into their radius, but if you're actually able to capture them, they give you a nice bit of extra loot.
Oh yeah, as you can see right here, Asian is getting shot at by the other duo, and now he's really low on material, so he can't really build as much. And he took fall damage, because he couldn't build. He has no material, and he just needs to evade this fight, go get some material, and regroup.
Yeah, also seeing here another team, Sharky, going ahead and their squad getting together and looking around, trying to see, all right, we're going to sort of scavenge off of what we've gotten here. Azine going ahead and looking up, saw someone grapple away and sees them breaking down materials, so trying to choose, all right, are we gonna take that? We're not. We're just gonna back out and trying to back out as best they can, but losing a bit of their shield in the progress.
Yeah, he needs to watch out also because he's separating a lot from his teammate. And as you can see, like the main meta, other than what happened last game with the 2v1 being won by the solo, the duos that stick together tend to make it deep into the matches, which gives you placement points, and 2v2s, let's face it, are better than 1v2s, so that's important to stick with your duo throughout the entire match. Don't go away, don't stray off and walk around not being focused on staying with your duo.
But as we saw with the ending of the third game, though, it's not down and out when your duo partner is taken out, and you can still carry at least a couple more eliminations into the standings to get more points for your team. But during Game 4, if you're playing a little bit behind, if you're not in those top 3 positions, you may be looking more for a placement win just to get a nice cushion of points rather than going for a bunch of eliminations but being knocked out early.
Oh yeah, when you're a solo, it's really key to just run away from all the fights. As we can see, Asian goes down to the duo that was rotating in Storm right behind him. This is what I was talking about separating from your duo. As you can see, Asian separated from his duo, and he ultimately pays the price of now being a solo.
Yeah, he's unfortunately going to be left to himself and trying to stay still. And of course, you can see here he's not actually going to be picking up this chest. He's hoping that these players are going to go ahead and move away. As we can also see from the drone cam, a couple of squads playing around each other towards the bastion, sort of cornering each other in and trying their best as we move over. Koji going ahead and building themselves a nice base here, boxing themselves in to give themselves a moment of break. They're here with their partner, Ditram, who is also trying to help them out. Low on shield, though, so they don't have much cover to play with here. And if they start to run out of resources, they're not going to be able to really do much here if they get stuck.
Being really low on resources can definitely put you in a really tough situation, because not only can you not fight people, but when you're running away and rotating into Storm, you can't place builds up to stop the bullets from attacking you, and now you see they're wasting shield pots right now.
Yeah, but they're making a really quick strategy of knowing that, okay, we're in one of the early storms where a lot less damage is going to be dealt to us, and we have a jump pad near us. Let me go ahead and build up some shield real quick. I'll make my way out of the ring with my partner, which they're now having to dodge fire from outside of the ring. And they're going to go ahead and make their way here. And once they regroup and are able to heal up, they'll be full health, full shield. So I understand it's the, overuse of resources, didn't have to use both of the big pots, but also at the same time, it's, more of a time effort of having to think about, well, if I'd use these now and then regroup with my team rather than just use one and then leave later, it's going to change up the game a lot.
Oh, yeah, and as you... right now, right here, ICAP2 and his duo are putting shots up on the solo in front of them that has scattered away from his teammate. So let's...
Yeah, Cap and Trip going ahead and moving off towards the side seems to be disengaging from the combat. Ditram, on the other hand, going ahead and taking some shots in, trying to get, as much damage as they can. Koji also building up with their team. These two were just in the storm and were just in a bad situation. Now they saw themselves being the ones that were able to take the shots in. Completely changed the momentum that way. However, once again, momentum can change at any moment in time as they are now being fired at from the castle.
They ran away from one fight, and it led them to another duo that was ready to fight them. Fragger Kanjay right here with his duo, just racking up material, just trying to get ready for the end game and the slabs area.
Yeah, Kanji and Consolo, two of the players that we've been highlighting throughout this experience, both of which were able to get through a sticky situation and get some limbs out of it. That's going to look great for their ending total. Looking back at Ditram now, they're actually having to back away closer towards the snowy area that they were running away from. But they're also playing towards the edge of storm, which is going to cause a lot of conflict if they're not able to keep this up. Unfortunately, this duo also has seemed to separate themselves, one of which seems to be getting closer and closer towards the storm.
Oh yeah, Detrima right here is trying to regroup with his teammate Koji because they're coming up on a duo that is attacking them right now. And he's using the sword to get away because he doesn't have a lot of material to win this fight. So that was a really smart move by him.
Yeah, Alex going ahead and trying to land here, trying to build a base, but immediately getting attacked by both Ditram and another player. Of course, this is part of the chaos of playing on the outside of the storm and what it brings to you. And it's also going to lead to that tick damage where a knockdown on Alex is going to lead to them being eliminated. And now regrouping with their partner Ditram, these two are going to try to make their way outside of the storm, but are going to be spotted by another squad and some NPCs.
Yeah, there are a lot of duos in this area and a solo, so this is about to get interesting. As you can see right here, Zay and his duo getting some shots up on the NPCs, but the thing is about the NPCs is distracting them and bringing a lot of attention. As you can see, Zay getting some shots on him. He has to pop some minis as he's getting attacked by Koji.
Yeah, however, Koji lost their partner during that fight. Ditram unfortunately getting knocked down, meaning that at this moment in time, it seems like Peace may be able to go ahead and take this one for themselves unless Koji is able to go in and revive their partner. And it seems instead they're trying to take the exit approach, getting some shots taken to them on all sides. And it seems that Trip is also joining into the battle with their friend Caps, trying to see if they can capitalize on any of the down players.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what Koji's duo is telling him. He's telling him, run away, let's just get placement points, because you're not going to be able to revive me right here. So why waste the spot where you can just run off, know that you're not going to win that fight. Just run off to circle, find yourself a nice hiding spot, get them placement points up, and regroup for next game.
Yeah, Consolo here going ahead and building up as best they can, and Kanji and them both trying to settle down, you know, talking about resources, talking about what they need to do, and just sort of chilling here for the moment. If they can build up this base and keep themselves in the middle of the circle, they'll be in a good spot overall.
Oh yeah, Kanji right here, Kanji and his duo, they're just sitting. They have a duo right below them, so they're just talking probably about what they're going to do, how they're going to fight that, or if they're going to rotate to zone. They have a lot of decisions that they need to make, and they need to make them fast.
Yeah, Fixio and their partner Saturn, on the other hand, winners of the Game 3, are now going ahead and making their way in a vehicle outside of the corners of the ring. They're going ahead and making themselves back into the circle. Trip now finding the area that Consolo and them were hanging out in and trying to see if they can take some advantage of the situation that they found themselves in.
They are in a build fight right here. It is getting crazy as Trip is getting some shots up. He has the high ground right now. He's trying to, him and his duo, Cap, are trying to 2v1, take off one player so that they can leave and then fight their other duo. As he's getting some shots up, some of the shots land by Trip as he jumped on the jump pad, and he's going right down. He wants to fight. He wants these eliminations.
Yeah, we go ahead and see Kanji here as well, building themselves up with Consolo. Another base fight happening here, as it seems 3 squads are actually duking it out here. Trip and Cap both trying to build their way up and build a security base, but one of them falling down towards the bottom, losing lower ground. Kanji going ahead and breaking through, trying to see if he can find any squads that are left, anyone trying to heal. Cap coming from behind them and trying to take advantage of that moment.
Trip is trying to find the right time to pop a slurp juice because he's really low on health. Kanji is using the packs to heal himself. As you can see, Kanji and his duo right here are in a very intense fight.
Yeah, we can also see, you know, from the drone cam, we can see the amount of building that these two teams have had to do and the amount of resources that they're utilizing to get all of this done. And as you can see here, Trip has gone ahead and found sort of a loot pool here and is going to hopefully utilize that to go ahead and not only heal themselves, but maybe even heal up their teammate and be better prepared for the fight at hand.
Oh yeah, Trip was really low on health. As you can, he found some heals and he acquired them and then said to his duo, all right, let's evade this fight. Let's get good positioning in next circle so that we can have a really good chance of getting a lot of placement points. And when you have good positioning, you can also take your time to find which fights you want to pick off and start shooting at the enemies. So it's really interesting to see.
Yeah, Trip and Cap there were having a good match, but we need to go ahead and head into our Unreal Engine to go ahead and see which teams have currently been eliminated. As you can see there on the battle stage, most of our teams there still remaining. Taking a look at some of the other sides that we have left, you see, of course, a few tables have been eliminated. Of course, these teams that this will be the end of their stay here, and seeing where they're going to be placed once this round concludes. You know, getting eliminated this early before any other squads is a little disadvantageous for those teams. However, you know, if they're higher up in the standings, they may already have that cushion to be able to be safe.
It's really interesting. It's interesting to see on this drone cam how only 2 players from this middle section are eliminated, and the other players that are eliminated are mostly from the sides of the room of the arena, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's also great to see, like, in real time, I can look up and see which of these players and look at what battle stations to see, you know, are those players maybe doing something else? Are they talking to each other? Are they talking to their coaches, asking about, you know, what are we doing for lunch? You know, asking all those types of questions, and having just a grand time as they're here in the LAN event. Going ahead and looking back at Trip and Cap now with 12 squads left and 23 players in the lobby. Seems that there is only a solo team left in there, so we'll see if that one is able to make it to the end. Noob Slayer and Attack Fly able to get out of the situation they were in before. Monk, on the other hand, being in a very rough situation, but with Lowly being able to get another elimination and knock out another squad.
Monk is trying to run away using the sword. Now he's popping minis as Consolo and Kanji are putting some shots up on him.
Yeah, Kanji able to go ahead and knock down Lowly, but are they going to be able to capitalize on that knockdown? We'll just have to wait and see as Consolo and them both rotate around, seeming to get a better positioning on their opponents.
Oh yeah, Consolo and Kanji, they're saying to themselves right now, we need positioning, we need to get these placement points. We can fight these people later, but now let's get positioning in next circles so we don't have to be caught in storm, and which can give them a really good chance to win.
Seems like as well Consolo and them are being stuck in a very stressful situation as they seem to be sandwiched between two different teams. And speaking of which, we also see teams like Sweat there also being stuck in really bad situations, having to back away from a well-built base. That's one of those moments of just, you know, you're trying to get out, and of course Consolo taking a moment to try to take the moment of, as they're running away from their base, trying to get a few shots onto them. Alex and them going ahead and building up themselves as well. Again, these teams are having to manage their resources as we get towards these closer rings, and as we hit the halfway point of point for storms and rings, there's going to be a lot of concentration of a lot of teams here.
Oh yeah, as you can see right here, Kanji and Connie both putting up some chug splashes, trying to get their health up, because they have some teams that are rotating in from storm that are going to be fighting them in a couple of seconds. As you can see, Noob Slayer right here putting some shots up with the shotgun, and he's running away, but he can't run away because Divine Gray is chasing him.
Yeah, Gray going ahead and trying to tear down his base. Noob Slayer trying his best to keep himself alive. If his squad is able to stay, they could get some more points, but unfortunately, they will just become another elimination statistic for Zach and Gray. Very good work by those two teams. You know, Gray and Zach having the momentum and having the ability to actually get the damages off and get that elimination, but also to these other teams that of course have been using great defensive structures and have been having a great time of just having fun in this arena.
Yeah, Zach and Gray, you see how they're communicating as Kanji and Consolo. Consolo is actually dead, so he's leaving his teammate in a 1v2. Kanji has to see what he can do in order to win this 1v2 and be like Saturn from last game. As he's getting some shots up with the shotgun and following up with the assault rifle.
Yeah, Kanji going ahead and putting himself towards a sticky situation with the storm, trying to build his way out and using that momentum that he is getting from the kinetic blade itself to go ahead and try to get out of storm and get out of that fight. We go ahead and see a couple more eliminations here. Monk on to Sorry to Sweat, which seems to have been a third-partied one as it was done by Autoghost, and we unfortunately see Kanji being zapped by the storm thanks to Cap.
Yeah, Kanji was trying to rotate in, but he was getting some shots up, which had the other player focused on him. Now he can't rotate, so he probably shouldn't have been shooting at that duo, because now he's eliminated because they were focused on shooting him instead of rotating into circle.
Yeah, Zach going ahead and was aggressing towards a couple of more squads. Monk and Lowly, however, have set themselves up inside of one of the pre-constructed parts of the map, which will allow them to also gain some more resources if needed, and will also allow them to look through these lockers and see if they have anything interesting for them to pick up. Cap and Trip, of course, making their way out. 2 chug cannons here. A good ability for them to be able to get some really good healing on themselves, especially during the later rings, and maybe even keep themselves alive if they get forced into the storm.
Yeah, as you can see, right here is Syxios and Trip fighting with one another. As Trip and Cap are running into this fight. Trip has his shotgun now. He's ready. He has to pop some minis in order to get his health back up.
Yeah, we saw Fixio go ahead and get an elimination there on Zay. And of course, Saturn and Fixio are trying to get as much advantage as they can. Of course, going off of the momentum of that last game, if they're at least able to place within the first couple of teams, they have a really good chance of staying within this competition and maybe even getting in top placement. Zach going ahead and building themselves up and building a base up for them and their friend Gray, and going ahead and trying to go ahead and take some shots at an enemy team.
Zach is getting some shots up. He's also pinging the other duo for his teammate to focus on him with them, so that they can both try to get an elimination right here. As you can see, Syxios the circle is really close. The whole map is in storm except this very small circle, which has 11 players, 6 duos.
Yeah, Zay and Alex both sort of sitting with each other towards towards a truck, and it seems that Fixio is able to get an elimination there on another squad, leaving us down to 5 squads left, 10 players left in the lobby. Saturn and Fixio finding themselves in that top 5. Gray and Zach as well finding themselves within that top 5. And we also saw Zay and Alex in that top 5, who are currently taking fire from Gray.
Yeah, Zach has a really good spot on the high ground right here. Him and Gray, they're just maintaining the high ground right here, trying to see, they can see the entire map below them as they're getting some shots up below them, making contact with the player below them.
Yeah, Zach is going ahead and trying to use the high ground as best they can with the tac pistol. And of course, using the kinetic blade to move themselves towards another fort, maybe to get into a closer gameplay situation, maybe use that shotgun that's in their loadout. Of course, these teams are in a very close situation. We can hear the energy coming from all of them as we see Fixio going ahead and breaking down that bridge and bringing them down towards the ground.
Yeah, it's really funny. You can hear these players yelling in the arena because they're really scared in this situation. The circle is really small, as you can see. Syksio's putting some shots up with the shotgun.
Yeah, Fixio be able to get some shots in with the shotgun, and also having another player go up towards them, but able to deny it using the shotgun as well. You know, Fixio has been really close to that shotgun, similar to how a lot of players voted when it came to the poll that we did on them. Trip and Cap going ahead and trying to push in and aggress here on this base, taking it over, and also trying to get more resources for themselves. Gray and Zach, of course, building up this base as best they can, while Saturn and Fixio try to play more towards the high ground.
Saturn and his duo are maintaining the high ground, which is really key right here in the end game. They can see everything below them. They can get shots up. He's pinging the people below them so that his teammate can focus.
Yeah, Fixio, of course, sitting up here trying to look over at this situation. And Saturn, of course, Fixio trying to use that elevation and keep himself inside of the ring, while Saturn is doing the exact same thing. They seem to be just kind of yo-yoing and ping-ponging back and forth.
Using that sword to gain high ground. He just popped a slurp juice. It's giving him health and shield HP.
Yeah, at the exact same time, these two are going to be fully healed and ready for any combat that's in them. 4 squads left in the map at the current moment, and with the ring being on ring 11 of 12, this is going to be a very close battle, as Caps is able to go ahead and eliminate Lowly.
Cap and Trip are maintaining the low ground right here. They're just building, making sure that they have access to all the low ground, as Zach and Gray are trying to get in because they are in Storm right now. They're taking a lot of damage from Storm. This is going to be interesting to see how they make it in.
Yeah, they go ahead and make their way up and are able to take out Fixio, who falls off of the high ground and is put down lower into the ground. Saturn, on the other hand, is able to continue playing and is going to possibly let Fixio go ahead and be eliminated there by Cap and Trip.
You can see it's a 2v1 right now. Saturn is solo by himself again. He's using the sword to maintain high ground. He's popping some chuck splashes, some slurp juices, but Trip and Cap are getting some shots up on Saturn. Saturn is in a really bad spot right now.
Is Saturn going to be able to repeat the exact same performance that they had last time? We'll have to just wait and see, as it is them versus 2 other players in this last round of the duos competition. Saturn playing towards the high ground, having a player aggress on them, going ahead and getting them out, but Trip is able to eliminate, Cap is able to eliminate Saturn and take them out of the game and get the victory for their team for this game 4.
Saturn almost did it again. He knocks one player, but Trip was able to be there and put away the player. Amazing match.
Yeah, absolutely amazing match there. But also, we have to think about the placement of these players as well. As Fixio and Saturn were able to make it at least to the 2nd squad within there. So I'm wondering if their placement is going to, you know, really determine the stats that we see at the very end here as we calculate those final scores. If you had to choose a favorite moment from that final match, what do you think it was?
My final moment, it would have to be Trip and his teammate just getting access to all the low ground so that they can edit any build that they need in order to fight a player. And you see right there, it was amazing how they were able to 2v1 Saturn and not choke like the other duo that last round they ultimately messed up.
I think for my favorite moment, it had to be actually Alex and them being able to hide inside of the truck there for a little bit. It seemed like duos were just kind of like passing by them as they were sitting inside the truck in their own structure, giving them a little bit of extra momentum and also allowing them to keep themselves stuck in place, but giving them a moment of reprieve to go ahead and try to heal themselves, get some shield up, it's an interesting play overall.
Yeah. Hey, I have one question for all the viewers outside. Are you not entertained?
I definitely think they are entertained. I definitely hope they're having a great time at this tournament as well. And we're going to be waiting for the final statistics to be coming through for everything that's going on here. So as it's going on, like looking back at all 4 games, you know, I think all of these teams really shone as we saw within the arena, within the island. And if you had to go ahead and choose, like, you know, a moment that's going to stick with you and that you're probably going to look back on and be like, oh, I'm going to take points from that, what do you think it's going to be?
It has to be Saturn's 1v2 at the end in Game 3. Saturn was able not only to eliminate one player and maintain high health, but to also focus on the other duo and eliminate him too, which was really important.
Yeah, I think the one moment that I'm going to take away from all of this is the fact that this is, you know, this isn't just an esports tournament. This isn't just, you know, it isn't just the day that we have this championship going on for solos and duos. It's also Mother's Day. We actually have a special segment for that we would love to show you guys right now.
Mothers. Oh, yeah. So I want to talk about the mothers. Shout out to all the mothers. We wouldn't be here without you, literally, figuratively. But the mothers, they sacrifice a lot for their child, and we can't give them the amount of respect that they, you know, deserve. And even me, you know, I asked my mother how hard it was in labor for her to, and she can't put it into words to describe how hard it is. And there's also, she's like, giving birth is like the equivalent of cutting down 40 mountains with a sledgehammer. It's just really hard, and they go through a lot just for you to come to this world. And so you just have to give it up to all the mothers. My mother means so much to me. Without my mother, I don't know what I just love her so much. And if she's watching, I told her to tune in today. If she's watching, happy Mother's Day, Mom. I love you so much. And yeah.
Yeah, of course. And we can't just think about just the, you know, the biological mothers out there. You know, there are some people out there that have their own mother figures and other people in their life that they treat as a mother. And we also want to shout out those people as well, as they're really the people that keep us grounded, the people that, you know, teach us the lessons that we need to know. And of course, try to educate us from youth all the way to now. And, you know, of course, if my mom's watching out there, I know she said she would try to tune in. Love you, Mom. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for supporting me, everything I did. I know those were those nights when I was underneath my blanket, playing my Game Boy, playing my Pokemon when I wasn't supposed to. And you disciplined me for it, but at the same time, you still let me enjoy this type of game and enjoy the setting. And here I am now being able to cast and host on this desk with everybody. But of course, you know, we just have to shout out to the moms.
Oh, yeah.
They're absolutely amazing. And that's really what Mother's Day is all about. It's not just about, you know, the people in our lives that gave birth to us. It's also about the people in our lives that just care for us and the people that we see as moms.
Oh yeah, this day, Mother's Day, shouldn't just be one day. It should be every day, 365 days a year for all the mothers. You know, we love you all, and you all mean so much to us. We go back to y'all to cry when we need someone to, you know, talk to. We go to the mothers. And it just means a lot. It means so much for all of us to have that mother figure for some people, and it's really key. It's really important.
They deserve this trophy. I'm not going to steal your trophy, but they really do deserve it. They deserve all the love. And of course, you know, all the people that are out there, you know, do something nice for your mom today. Do something nice for whoever that figure is in your life. Of course, we're going to be having a segment here in just a moment where we're going to be showing some appreciation. But of course, yeah, and speaking of which, I think we're all set up with our MC. So Ryan, go ahead and take it away and tell us a little bit about this segment for Mother's Day.
Welcome back. That was an absolutely incredible series of Fortnite. At this time, we would like to take a moment to thank those who are mother figures, parental figures, guardians, or anyone who may fill a similar role back at home. Without your support, we would not have this incredible esports event that we have today. So on behalf of Horizon AVL, Esports Integration, Esports Development and Growth Enterprise, and the University of North Carolina, Greensboro, Scholastic Esports Alliance, we would like to thank you and wish you a happy Mother's Day. In the foyer, we have tulips set up for the players to pass out to their mothers, parental figures, or guardian figures at this time. So let's go ahead and take a moment to thank our mothers. Happy Mother's Day. And this on to a break. welcome back. In my hands, I have the official scorecard for our entire tournament here today. We have had some incredible competition today. The games were amazing. The fights were incredible and absolutely the best victory royales we've seen here today. We are going to be bringing our teams up for the top 4 teams announcing. We are going to begin with your fourth place recipients, Reedsville Team 5. Give it up. Let's go ahead and give it up. Go ahead and head on up. You guys had an amazing tournament. You guys had some great positional plays, some good team plays. Just overall, really good day. How do you guys take away from this and continue on for next year?
We got 4th, but that's not that bad. Next year, hopefully we get 1st.
Yep. Awesome stuff. Give it up one more time for Reedsville Team 5. And in 3rd place, we have All for One from New Bern High School. Give it up. Same thing from you guys. Absolutely great team rotation, some really good late game play. How do we take away from today's tournament we build as we move on in the future?
We just knew coming into this as a team, all of us, if we came in and played like we could, we know how it is. So we know if we stick to our placement and keep doing how we doing, we'll place higher next time.
Absolutely. Great stuff. Give it up one more time for All for One from New Bern High School, your 3rd place recipients. And with your 1st place winning score of 54 points, with 54 points, your 1st place recipient, Fortnite Battle Pass Pizzazz from NCVA. All right, and in 2nd place, we have NBHS FND2. Give it up, guys. Great stuff. So from you guys, I saw some absolutely phenomenal gameplay, some actual cracked gameplay, How do we take from practice, we take that aggressive play style, how do we rein that in when we come into these LAN events and really focus on that placement to get you guys to this point?
Basically, when you come in, normally we know it's harder to win the games than easier than getting kills. So basically, what we were planning on doing was we wanted to start the first 2 games by getting as many kills as possible. So we ended first game with 7, and then 2nd game we had another 7. 3rd game we were going to try for placement, only had 2. Then we realized 4th game we were close to winning, and all we needed was a couple more points to be able to place in top 3. So we decided we were just going to go for kills again, but play kind of safe. So we ended up getting 7 kills, and then we were able to stay in the end game until we got to 4th.
Absolutely, yeah. I loved watching you guys play across the day. Some really aggressive gameplay. Love seeing that stuff. Let's give it up one more time for NBHS FND2. And again, with your 1st place winners, we have Fortnite Battle Pizzazz from NCVA. Now, you guys played absolutely phenomenally today. I think it was in the 2nd match of the day, maybe it was even in game 3. We had that crazy in-game 1v2. I loved the strategy that went into that. You got them nice and separated, took them on one at a time, and really outplayed them at the end. It was a really great team play, or solo play, but really great team play throughout the rest of the day. How do you guys take this and move on for next year?
I think, well, he's going to be gone, so I'm just going to find a new duo, have to carry it on again.
Pass on team captain to him, probably.
Yeah, just keep it up.
Right. Come in with a new duo and have another championship next year, hopefully. So let's give it up one more time for our Fortnite Battle Pizzazz from NCVA. And after that, we thank you for tuning in for the duos segment of today's tournament. We will be right back with solos after this. On behalf of Esports Integration, Horizon AVL, Esports Development and Growth Enterprise, and the University of North Carolina, Greensboro, we thank you for tuning in, and we will be right back. We are back. Welcome back to your UNCG SEA Spartan Championship for the spring 2023 season. Today, for the rest of the day, we have some great Fortnite solos lined up. We're excited to get into the gameplay and just start getting to seeing these victory royales. Isaac, what do you have in store for us today? What do you think is in store?
Well, so far, based off of what we've seen previously from the duos, I think most of the energy that came through from the duos is going to transfer over to the solos. Those who are participating in the solos, they already got a mind. They already got a good mind about how certain players play during this tournament. And then the people who are just now starting off, they've seen how the game went at the first hand. So now they're going to be prepared to see what's next.
Yeah, I'm super excited, especially for the kids that may have gotten to play in the duos tournament and now they're playing in the solos tournament. You know, they've got that crack gameplay, really warmed up, ready to get into it and really start making those big builds, those big shots, hitting their shots, you know, getting those double pumps in, hitting their chug splashes and all that good jazz. Super excited to get started into this. I think one of the most exciting things about having these BR formats, right, is just the way the scores get broken down towards the end of the day. You know, we're not just focused on high kills and like cracked gameplay at all times. You know, you also got to be thinking positionally. You got to think about your placement. You got to realize, all right, how many teams are left? Okay, we have this score. Now we got to get from having our score to wherever we need to be in placement to actually be in the trophy, you know? So I'm super excited to get in and really see these kids perform, especially after seeing some of the crack gameplay from earlier today.
Indeed, the gameplay was very immaculate, if I could say.
Yeah, absolutely. Immaculate would be a great word.
But specifically, I like to take a point to the fact that since we have both the duos and solos, what do you think is going to lead to and towards later on when we see from specifically the gameplay from round one?
From round one, right, leading into this next round for the solos, yeah, I mean, for sure we're going to see some of those solos that didn't get to play in the duos tournament. I think we might see just a little warm-up period, you know, from them just trying to get their bearings straight. But then, especially from the kids that played earlier today, we're going to see right off the bat serious action. They've already got that mindset. They're already kind of driving in the idea of, you know, points and placement and getting their kills and everything needed to, you know, rack up the score in this BR format. I think we're really in store for some great action in the first few games even.
Indeed, indeed. As I love to say, everything is strategic. And going for the strategic play would benefit everybody who's competing here. Those who, it's almost as people have like a redemption story.
Oh, for sure.
It's almost it's like a redemption story. Those who, sadly, who have fallen short, but they're able to redeem themselves in the solos. So we'll see what type of decisions they make during playing these games.
For sure. So, just to get back into it real quick, I had not yet introduced myself. I've been your MC throughout this entire process. I am Ryan Brian Barles Linhart. I am taking over the position of casting from Dante, who did a absolutely phenomenal job throughout this entire process. For those at home, let's get some W's in chat for Dante. Indeed. Really good stuff.
The man deserves his flowers.
Absolutely. Also, great casting coming from Isaac earlier today as well, and our good friend Omar.
I appreciate it. I'm humbled to be able to be part of something bigger than not just me, but than everybody, because this is amazing.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I wouldn't even think that getting to college, I'll be able to be in a setting of esports, let alone just right outside my backyard. Like, it's amazing.
For sure. We're kind of still in that age group, kind of in that second wave of esporters, you know. We, us growing up in those good old days of the Call of Duty lobbies, Halo lobbies, you know, we come into this and back then what it was just not what it is today. And especially just, I love seeing how we're bringing esports so heavily into education. You know, we're seeing it in the Scholastic sports as we see here today and as we saw yesterday, but also, you know, just all the educational value that can come through esports. Lots of curriculum being developed, really good stuff, really great ways for the kids to learn about not only getting better at their game, but also life skills that they can apply later on after high school, after college and beyond, you know.
Especially not only just the people who are in in-person school, but those who are like, we're taking the route of choosing at home. I talked to one of the coaches that is one of the teachers for their students, not only for like their kids, but other kids as well. The choice of going the route for homeschooling and then bringing esports as another outlook, as another decision for them. It's unheard of, but it's outstanding at the same time.
Right, just incredible opportunities being presented through esports, you know. We love to see just every kind of community out there get opportunities, you know, and esports is definitely a deserving one. Again, I think that in that educational aspect, we have to remember that, like, in gameplay, you can even take gameplay aspects and approach those in your life. I think that, you know, for myself, being a BR player, you know, sometimes you're in that fight and you're thinking, oh, we could super third party this. But then you look over your right shoulder, you see, oh no, there's a fourth party.
Indeed.
Maybe we better back out of this, you know? You apply that to your real life scenarios, you know? You get in any kind of confrontation, you go, oh wait, maybe I back out of this before I get third partied, you know?
Exactly.
Save yourself any arguments with mom and dad kind of thing, you know?
Right.
Absolutely. Very excited for this outlook. I'm seeing some students, some learners, and competitors out here kind of warming up on their monitors, seeing some really cracked gameplay. I'm super excited to see some of these kids play. You know, another thing I'm super excited to see is the skins that they're putting on their character models, you know. We had the Keanu Reeves skin earlier. Really loved seeing that. Some classic skins from the old days of Fortnite too,
saw
you
a
know.
little bit of Elite Agent out there.
Yeah, you see some OG stuff back in the day. Love seeing that stuff. I love having this application too, or kind of outlet for the students to be able to come into this environment. You know, when I was growing up, I was also playing sports, you know, competing in track and field and things like that. And, you know, sometimes, you know, don't tell the teachers back at home or mom and dad, but sometimes it's just nice to get out of school.
Indeed.
You know, go on a trip with your friends. But the aspect of just, you know, traveling, meeting new people around the world, getting those interpersonal skills, it's just great, the opportunities that we're providing to our students here.
Indeed. It is very, very important. And not only is that important, it's also important to review over these Rocket League highlights from yesterday. Let's get to it.
From the UNCG Arena, it's the SEA Spartan Championship of Spring 2023. Now we go ahead and watch this here as another goal attempt is made, and Mafia is able to get a score thanks to the similar in their play styles and able to make points like that, you know, showing that, like, you know, Gummy Bear, you're not the only one who's able to sort of like snake your way through. Has no idea. Final 30 seconds. A good aerial attempt there by Gummy Bear, which is able to successfully get through even though it was interrupted by the Patriot. 26 goals, 12 assists, and 15 saves. Bananas! Look at these bananas, people! Look at these bananas! Woo! Look at these guys. These are absolutely amazing players. They came dressed up as like their own mascot. And as long as it stays in the air alive series, but Cavtech is able to bring it down to the ground and go ahead and give them some.
They still show the sportsmanship and the ability to just still connect and show the respect to the two best teams in this tournament.
Thank you for joining us today for your UNCG SEA Spartan Championship. Can't wait to see you guys tomorrow.
Man, that was amazing. Seeing all the players from yesterday just casually just doing their thing.
Oh, yeah.
You saw some people who were just completely relaxed. This is just another day in the job.
I loved getting to see our Rocket League players play yesterday. I think, especially, you know, some of the mechanical skill things that I saw, were just absolutely blown away by the talent we're seeing from these young age groups. Especially, you know, I think we were all talking about it in production. We had a student from Cavtech who was really lively, you know, brought the energy, had maybe a little bit of that trash talk chirpiness, but what I loved about his personality is that he knew when to back off that trash talk chirpiness, and he knew how to keep it positive. You know, he was keeping positivity about his own team. After each game, he's saying, you know what, hey guys, great playing, GG's to you, had a great day against you. And that's just another asset or aspect of esports that I love seeing in Scholastic Esports. It's just that true level of sportsmanship.
Just like I mentioned before during the duos, it's just a sense of brotherly love. Like, when you can even see it in the basketball aspect. On court, it's all about game. There's going to be trash talk. There's going to be competitiveness. But off court, everything's all good.
Right, we're friends, we're homies.
You love to see it. You really do.
Absolutely. So I think something that I'm really excited to see throughout the solo tournament, as opposed to what we were seeing in duos, is how are we going to move away from that team play aspect? You know, we take different angles, maybe we pinch a team. Now we're looking at it from the solo perspective. How do I, as a solo, take what I'm seeing in front of me and attack?
Yeah, basically just off of what we've seen from the duos game to transition into the solo game, they have to basically be everything that they were before. They had to be their own medic. They have to keep some type of range on them, and they also have to make sure that they maintain their mats as well. They also got to be able to decide where's the best places to land. Sometimes the places that you land for duos is not going to be the same place you're going to land for solo, so you're going to have that type of game plan. You got to decide if you want to be passive or be more aggressive. So it's going to be interesting to see where these competitors decide to choose to go with.
I love that you bring up the aspect of the POIs and where they're going to be landing, because you're right, that completely changes the playstyle. Maybe you pick a certain kind of POI, let's say Mega City, and you're going to rely on having that team play aspect. Maybe you have your teammate on height and maybe you're playing down below. If we don't have that team play aspect, you know, maybe that's not the best POI for that playstyle. So I'm really excited to see what players choose to kind of land in kind of dense areas and what players choose to land kind of far out away from the rest of the teams, try to rotate in late. Super excited to see that differentiation from duos to solo play style.
There we go. All right, so basically right now, as you can see, the arena, there's a lot of things that's going on. You got players obviously trying to prepare themselves, getting it right, and then you got coaches and things like that. But not only that, let's just sit back and talk about how amazing the arena looks.
Oh my gosh, yes. The way we have really put together this arena, it looks immaculate. I love the lighting that we see in here, you know, all the really contemporary kind of design around the whole room. We've got all these monitors in place, all of these TV screens up for everyone to be involved and engaged. I think that it really brings a level of, it amplifies, you know, the emotional level. We have like absolutely levels of excitement, determination. You know, you can feel it. The tension is in the air. It's thick.
And the best part about it is that it's only like a year or two old now.
Right, yeah, we haven't even had this facility for that long, but we already are filling the venue with these amazing events. We're having all of these students come in to compete, this great competition, and as we've seen, we are bringing in the best of the best in the state of North Carolina to play in this arena.
And hopefully we got some future Spartans to come and help represent our UNCG Esports team.
Yeah, I think what I love the most about this arena is just the aspect of the main stage right up here, but also we're not too far away with the side computers in the stations here, right? They're still a part of the action. They still feel that energy in the room. You know, hype things happen here in the middle, and we're still seeing the hype lived up on the outside. Love seeing that, love having that high energy feeling throughout the whole room.
I remember my days when I was on the UNCG Fortnite team, and just coming up, hopping on the stage, and then just seeing everybody else just around, just having a good time. Genuinely having a good time, using this time to not only just relax away from their studies, you know, because sometimes it gets tough. Sometimes it gets tough, but having another outlook of doing something that you love, it's amazing.
Right, and I think one of the great things is that we're kind of in a different environment when we come into this LAN setting, right? When the students play on an online format, right? It's not as intense, you know, they're kind of chilling in there. Maybe they're playing from school, maybe they're playing at home, they're just kind of chilling there, maybe slouch back in the chair, you know, not completely locked in, but when you bring in the energy of the LAN, then we kind of get really focused on just maintaining a long-term focus. You know, I think attention span is a great thing, and what I'm super excited about is that we're going to focus our attention on these games coming up right now. I'm super excited to get back into Fortnite.
Indeed, indeed. I remember Dante asked me the question about where specifically, if I had to choose where to land. Now, thinking on the solos aspect, in your opinion, where would you choose to land first game?
I mean, first game, my play style, I tend to be pretty aggressive. My teammates might be watching at home. They know how I am. I'm definitely the push in there first, put down as much damage as I can, and hope that someone saves me after. But especially in solos, you know, I still bring that aggressive mentality. I think I'm going Mega City.
Mega City?
I like using the height to my advantage, kind of play around, kind of play like I'm on a jungle gym almost, you know? Just like attack him from low ground, and then kind of rotate around him, attack him again from high ground, just like that aspect. I'd be interested to know, where would you be landing?
As much as I respect it, my name pretty much contradicts a lot of things. I go by I'll push in Fortnite. So I personally, if I had to choose a spot, it's going to be more on non-name locations that are on the outskirts of the map, or maybe just like a little house is just right over there. I don't particularly have a specific spot where I would like to go because I just like to just chill, treat it like it's just like a slice of life, basically.
yeah, a nice slice of life.
Slice of life. For those who don't know, it's an anime genre. For those who don't know. But yeah, I just like to take calm, relax, and then if somebody, wants to stop that, then
it's a nice vacation house, but you're not going to let them ruin your nice vacation house. They're going to come in. Maybe they can spend some time in the party, but, sometimes they just got to go home at the end of the night. So you just got to let them know. Maybe hit them with that double pump with the shotgun.
Indeed. Now, going specifically back to the tournament, by what you've seen so far, who do you think has, based off of what you see in the crowd, who do you think has, that Mamba mentality?
That Mamba mentality. I think it's gonna come down to one of the players that is playing for the same team that we saw win earlier. The how was it said? The Fortnite Battle Pizzazz.
Yeah,
their team. I think they've got some really good heads on their shoulders. Really aggressive gameplay, but they also know how to play smart. They know, especially in 1v2 situations like we saw earlier, those players know how to separate the teams that they're playing against. So maybe if they're coming into third party in this solos event, they know how to get the fight. They can instigate a fight and then get in the middle of it, maybe steal both kills, get the points. I think that's going to be definitely one of the teams to look out for as the NCVA players.
Indeed, I do agree with that. I've been advocating for Reedsville this whole entire time. I will still continue to advocate for Reedsville. But specifically, some of the players that are on stage, I can just tell just by the way that they're practicing, they're getting themselves ready, they're prepared, they're pumped. They know exactly what is need to be done to make it all the way to first. And I can't wait to see what they pull off with.
Yeah, even this young competitor down here, I don't even think I've seen him blink for the last 5 minutes. He's been so locked in, getting his mats.
Yeah, you love to see that. You love to see it. And another thing that is pretty interesting, because me personally, I've grown up all my life playing on console. But ever since I came to UNCG and I had the opportunity to be on the UNCG Esports team, I had the opportunity and pleasure to be able to play on PCs.
Right, so I think what's awesome is that learning experience, because I also came from console originally and then shifted to PC as I went into my undergrad. I think it's important that, these kids that come up on console before they switch over to PC, they can still build phenomenal skill sets, especially build their brain up. You see a lot of kids that transfer over from console, they might have their strategy even more on lock just because they haven't been playing against all those PC players. And I think the main difference you see when you shift over to PC is just that drastic change in performance of the game. Your FPS shoots right on up. Your graphics settings, they seem to really enhance. You have no idea where it came from, but you're getting a lot better. And that's one of the things I love about Fortnite is that even on the console version, it still looks, semi-decent, pretty. But when you play this game on PCs, the game just looks immaculate. Beautiful colors, vibrancy, especially then when you compare that with adding the equipment that the kids are using, right? Mouse and keys, completely different feeling than when they're playing on console, especially when you and I were growing up. There weren't people playing on console with adapters to play mouse and keys. So when we shift over to PC, we bring in that whole other side of the gaming community to play in these competitive tournaments.
Indeed. Speaking of just personally, when I made that transition from Xbox to PC, it felt so amazing. It felt like the game was much more responsive. I was able to change the frame rate, how much input delay there was. It was amazing.
Beautiful music started playing in the background.
Indeed, but making that transition back to console, games like Fortnite, we try to make that transition back to console. They're just oh, this does not feel the same.
Right. It's like you learned to ride your bike without the training wheels on, and then someone just took off the front wheel.
Indeed.
Said, "Can you figure it out now?"
But it's still good though. It's still good though now. Now.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I just thought of a great question.
Really?
Oh yeah.
What's up?
So I know that I have stuck with my favorite Fortnite emote being the floss. I think I floss better than anybody flosses.
You think you floss better than anybody flosses?
Do you see this? This is incredible right
that's
now.
pretty good floss,
So-
but I think
so-
mine is better though.
You think you have a better floss than me? Ooh. Yeah. That man doesn't need to see a dentist, for
Now,
sure.
indeed. But if I had to choose, I might have to take my headphones off of this one.
Oh, is he widowy hitting the Gwitty? We are widowy hitting the Gwitty at the esports tournament.
Indeed. The Gritty is my favorite emote. By far, hands down, best emote ever added to the game.
Best emote ever added to the game? Oh, absolutely not. I think you got to go with the hugging emote, right?
Yeah,
you go up, you go to the T-pose, your friend comes up, does the T-pose too, now you're in a, just the bro hug, the best bro hug. Sometimes you need that. Sometimes the vibes just aren't right, you got to get it locked back in. Hey bro, bring it over here, let's get a hug.
Indeed.
Get it locked back in.
But emotes like those, I really like how they added those emotes where it's like
interactive.
Yeah, so even if someone doesn't have that emote, you could do it. Like, for instance, some of the emotes where they have the dancers Ao and Teo. When they have their songs, like you're able to do the dance and then someone else is able to do it as well. Or the little rock band emote where you can have it literally your whole Fortnite squad all doing the same emote at the same time.
What I would love to see actually is in the pre-lobby when they're waiting on the battle bus to come, if we just had a nice rave dance party right in the middle of the warm-up lobby on the island. I think that would be a pretty fun sight to see. A lot of Fortnite kids getting their dance on, even if it is in game.
We might see it here.
Might be able to lead them towards it.
Yeah.
Do a dance.
Why not? That would be interesting. That would be interesting.
Yeah, I think that. I tried to see if I saw any of it earlier, but I don't think that I caught any of it. We don't have a lot of people emoting on people after they're finishing the teams, I think.
Yeah, I only saw like one person do it, and it was after they got an elimination, and they immediately holded up the FNCS trophy.
Oh,
real
man.
quick, they were holding it up and did a little
Just
emote.
had to let them know.
That it's the little things. It's the little things.
I think that's just part of the aspect of Fortnite.
Indeed.
That's just one of the things that you get in Fortnite. I know a lot of people in other games really are wishing that the emotes could come up to that level that Fortnite has their emotes at. I think it's a absolutely class act by them.
And it's crazy because their emotes have come a long way. They've gone from having emotes where it couldn't be name brand, or they couldn't use the actual song for the specific emote, to now where they've gotten a license to do so.
Right. Building out that brand and really kind of making an even better product, right? We want to see that same thing happen transferred into the esports world, right? Where we kind of branch out and we build and get bigger and bigger in the same way that Epic Games did,
Like, now it's crazy. But now, let's transition to E2 weekend real quick.
Only for computer science teachers. It's for teachers in all disciplines. It can be science, it can be social studies, it can be math. Any application of a curriculum can be applied here. And educators need to consider this because it's how you bridge the gap between what the students are interested in and your curriculum.
Unreal Engine is being broadly adopted across so many industries. And what I think is really cool is that Unreal Engine is a game engine, right? And so many people are using it for more than just what it was intended for. There are car companies using Unreal Engine. There are advertisers using Unreal Engine. I mean, it's everywhere. And there's a space for kids, students, anyone to create using these tools.
Kids are equipped with the skills, and the know-how in terms of using these tools, as long as we give them the opportunities. So we feel that, if we can access and work with educators and sort of take the intimidation away and allow them to understand that they don't have to be an expert to support students in these areas, that they can help create these great opportunities for their students.
Well, one of the things that we were, as a department, we've been thinking about how we can start to integrate with the esports here. A lot of our students are already interested in it, and so we're trying to find a way, how can we work that into the curriculum, and how can we work with other departments to bring this to our students. So this is going to be a big step for us if we can start to integrate this into our curriculum.
My second born, he wants to be a game designer, and I said, hey, let's come here and see what UNCG has to offer, what they're doing this new esports arena, and also bringing the Unreal Engine experience for educators. definitely want to take what we learned today and continue for this weekend to start something, how we can use that curriculum and just the advancement of getting the word out about, esports and game development.
The true power in bringing these tools to educators is we feel that we're, sort of trying to nurture the next generation of creators. These are industry standard tools. These are the tools that if kids in high school or college can, leave, well equipped with using tools like Unreal Engine, Fortnite Creative, Twinmotion, Sketchfab, some of our other tools, they're ready for industry opportunities.
So it's really important for Epic to collaborate with the community because, we can't do it on our own. We need people that see that these are important things to bring to students, and that's what we see at UNCG. I would love to see Unreal Engine widely implemented in schools and just kids having the opportunity to have these tools at their disposal because there's no charge to use them. So it's like, wow, why can't we say, look at this tool. You can do anything you want with this and it can take you anywhere.
One of the things that we're starting to notice is that competitive gaming is growing, and in that growth, we're seeing opportunities for new businesses to open up, events to be planned, and tournaments to be managed, run, and promoted. And so the students in my classes are able to come watch how this is actively being managed, talk with their fellow students to figure out what consumers are looking for in these type of environments and get a better understanding of that. There's a lot of learning opportunities that can be happening in that space. Really, this space is vital. I've got colleagues at other universities who are calling me and asking me about this space, talking to me about this space, wanting to come and see this space. And we're talking about universities all throughout the Southeast. This has put UNCG on the map.
I've seen games go from really nothing to a very complicated, probably the most complicated form of storytelling. And how they differ from other texts is that interactivity. So you get to decide what ethical decisions and things that you'll make. As we've moved from a broadcast to a digital mediascape, it's really important that people have the critical skills to know what's true and what's not true. So the same way you want your students to watch a film or to read a book, you want them to be able to play a game, and then we discuss it, we analyze it, we think critically about it. But I think even more important than that, it gives them the critical skills to engage with media more generally.
Games have become something that you played by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
The obvious things are it's a space for students to game, but I think this space provides a lot of other learning opportunities and experiential learning opportunities for students. The career transfer pieces, whether you're in media production or you're doing event management, we have an opportunity to train students to get out in the community to help us lead a lot of different esports initiatives, both locally, regionally, and nationally. Tournament hosting, sponsorships within the esports community, continuing to build our competitive edge with our student recruitment. I think that UNCG's positioned itself to really be the leaders on that forefront.
All right, we're back, and based off of what we've seen from the videos, it just gives you a better insight on just what it is about the connection between education and UNCG. We have directors from like religious studies, marketing, that show up to the esports arena, and they teach us courses here just to help bring that connection between the two. Not only that, we've had events like E2 Weekend where people learn more about Unreal Engine and just how amazing it is and how much it can benefit not only them in school, but at home as well. And just Unreal is like probably like a different software that many people have probably never seen or ever heard of before. It has not only just like the ability, as you can see, we built the esports arena inside of Unreal Engine 5. It is amazing about the things that you can do with it. It takes a person's creativity and then expands upon it even more. There's opportunities just specifically through Fortnite where there are people that can make custom maps and get paid for it because of the power of Unreal Engine 5.
Right.
And not only that, it's free.
Absolutely. And as we just saw, the applications to use in a situation like this are perfect. You're going to be seeing that render that we had of this arena in here. That's going to be being shown and being used throughout the throughout this solos tournament to show and highlight which teams have been eliminated, or rather which solos have been eliminated throughout the games as we fly through here.
I personally found that pretty cool.
Oh,
to have the ability to do something like that in just like a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
And it's just right there at the tip of your finger.
And we have an absolutely phenomenal team of creators in the behind the scenes, really putting all that stuff together. You know, I know that we out here are super appreciative of them in the back, and I think I speak for everyone here that all of these additional things that we get to add into an event such as this are it just makes it better and better.
Indeed,
you know?
indeed.
I think what I love about the educational aspect is just how they're taking this and applying it to life afterwards. You know, these are things that work great for esports, but not only do they work great for esports, they work as we kind of transition into greater life.
Indeed, you can use Unreal Engine even outside of just being in school. You can just by building those skills now will help define a person in the future. And we got families out here specifically, personally shout out the Perkins family, Miss Perkins, Mr. Perkins. You might have seen them in the clips. They're homeschool teachers, and they brought their kids into this environment, to esports, and they're here today to compete as well. So I like to give them a big shout out to them.
Absolutely.
What they're doing is completely amazing. Something
Huge
that
shout
you
outs
never thought.
Huge shout outs to those behind the scenes that really provide our students with these opportunities, you know.
Indeed.
Like I said earlier in the Mother's Day address, we really are thankful for those who support us behind the scenes. I mean, this whole thing wouldn't be made possible without the mothers on this great Mother's Day and parental figures, or anyone who may fill that role in a family, you know. It's incredible to have that support system, that avenue that you can go back to and will support you. I know personally for myself, I changed career paths and I've come into this esports gig, and my parents have been completely supportive of me. Shouts out them. You guys rock. The Linharts, keeping it real. That support has just been absolutely huge for me as I've gone through my career now. So, yeah, almost kind of to wrap it back into Mother's Day, we have got to be thankful for our support systems, and I hope that each and every one of our competitors, when they get home, thanks their guardian parental figure, for every opportunity that they provide for them.
Going back to like specific majors, specifically to religious studies, you wouldn't think that religious studies and esports have a correlation, but the funny thing is there is, because more times than not, you will see in video games that there will be some sort of religion that pops up as well. And then another thing is that when it comes to the correlation between religious studies and esports, there's like a determining factor between the two. Like you wouldn't expect it, but there is. And then like you have directors from like marketing, they're exposing their students to what it's like to be in the esports management side of things, and it gives them just another outside look of what they could possibly do along with marketing. And
absolutely, I think that one of the, especially along the business lines, right, the business administration lines, is that the opportunities that come along with going into esports. I know when I first came into esports, I was thinking like, oh, I'm going to be a Counter-Strike global offensive coach, and that'll be the greatest thing ever. And then I realize all these other opportunities. You know, there's marketing, as you said. You kind of learn about finance and economics and whatnot.
And there's
but
not only that, but there's also a little bit of what I'm doing right now is comm studies, which if you get a minor in media studies, that's also correlates with esports as well, because it not only does it does that, but it also helps with other things as well. Now, I think it's about time for us to go ahead and get started.
Yeah, I think we're going to be dropping in. The battle bus is pulling up to the station. I think we're ready to take off and get these games started.
I know I'm ready. As they're in the...
We're in the warm-up lobby. I'm not seeing the dance party rave that I was asking for, so I might have to hold on and pray for that one, you know?
Indeed, indeed. As they're preparing, there's 44 people in the lobby. The wait time is 46 seconds. This is going to be a very... Oh, there we go. We see a gritty.
We see the dance party, yep.
I respect it.
Oh, I'm seeing them dancing up above them, too.
I love to see it.
Oh, man, this is going to be...
Gritties? Yes,
oh, my
sir.
God, we just have gritties all over the map.
I need to
Let's
see everybody gritty up in here.
How come I'm not seeing any flossers? That's what I want to know.
Because they know that the gritty
You know, these kids are going to have to go see the dentist at this point if no one's going to be hitting the floss.
Now, I hope y'all ready. This is the first round.
We got 5 seconds till battle bus. What's going through your mind right now if you're one of the players?
If I'm going for one of the players, I'm about to show everyone why I'm here.
Right.
I'm here to make a name for myself. This is the perfect standing point to start my legacy. As they load in, most of them will think the battle bus, others won't. I don't think the battle bus.
You don't think the battle bus? You got to think the battle bus.
Don't do that. As we see.
What about the battle bus driver? You think about their feelings? Always think your bus drivers.
Yeah, y'all can do that. As we see Cheese Switz heading, as it looked like he was heading for Citadel, but no, he is heading to more of the snowy areas. There's 2 other competitors also heading over there. Ulysses,
seems like we got Ulysses coming in. We got someone on their right, possibly landing with them. Kind of some slow landings going on. And then we have an NCVA player here, already down on the ground, looking around, seeing if they can spot any other players with this long rifle.
That's a pretty good spot. That's a pretty good spot. It's off the coast.
Oh.
We've got Steamy Springs. We got Will at Steamy Springs.
Oh wow, these are some great gliders I'm seeing from some of these players. Some of these gliders I hadn't even seen before. Oh, we got a fight going on here.
Altercation, and Jules gets taken out at the beginning of the game. That is truly unfortunate, but it's okay. Retro Python with that elimination. He's in the process of building. He looks to see if he can get a couple of cheeky tags on that player, but unfortunately
from absolute yard too.
Maybe if he had a red eye, he could.
Yeah, maybe.
Retro Python with 50 shield and 2 HP.
Down to 2 HP. Man.
Very interesting. The first person to get an elimination.
Yeah, hitting those shotgun pumps, absolutely vital. But you see with that 2 HP just how close some of these fights come down to. Indeed. It really comes down to one shot. So now, if you were going to be playing in this tournament, what would your strategy be? Where are you landing, and how are you rotating around that?
I am the biggest, when it comes to a tournament aspect, I'm going to play for placement, I'm going to play passive, and I'm going to land on the outskirts of the map. I am going to do everything in my power to make sure that I last as long as possible. I'm going to make sure that I have a long-range weapon. I have enough healables just in case if I decide to wait a little bit in the storm, especially if the storm is a 1-tick. At the beginning, I'm going to be going for that type of play. And then later on in the game, then maybe I'll start playing a little more aggressive like Saturn is doing as he tags a little bit of a opposing player. We see
just a couple pokes
with ODM gear.
Trema here getting some loot, and then we have Consolo really fixing up the mats. You know, I think one of the things that I really struggle with is mat management. Right. You know, when I try to apply my mat management to my own personal finances, you know, I see the same problem. So maybe I just need to be practicing some more Fortnite to get better at my finances. We see up in the kill feed, we got Grilled Potato and Splazone getting taken out. Will FPS getting that kill. Absolutely great damage being put out.
Indeed, there's 39 people left, and we only have one. We already have only like one storm that's hit so far. We got Paisos in the process of
right in the middle of this build fight. Ooh, gets double pumped. by Fragger Kanji.
Truly unfortunate. We've seen Fragger Kanji where earlier him and his duo partner were doing pretty good during
Putting in some serious work for
yeah,
sure.
It's going to be interesting how he continues, and as you can see, he's doing pretty fine as it is.
Absolutely.
Saturn's in the process of waiting for somebody.
We see Noob Slayer get that elimination up in the feed.
And then right now, as we see, there's 37 people left. Saturn is in the process of fighting, and just like that, Stinky is gone. Unfortunate. Truly unfortunate.
It's absolutely tough when you get taken out by a weapon like that machine pistol there down. You know, sometimes you gotta look at the end, see what took you down, and you just gotta be like, man, did I really get bipped like that?
Yeah, it's truly bad. We got Uber Hyde over here with the Cobra DMR as we switch to Sharky, the other NCVA player, with the Kinetic Blade, the most iconic weapon that we have seen in both the duos tournament and currently now in this tournament here. Something that's interesting to Koji, while he's in the middle of the process of fighting, he has the shield bubble, something that you would see more often than not in zero builds and not builds.
Right, we don't often see that just because, you know, if you're able to just crank out 90s, why not just crank out 90s? But sometimes it's really important that we're using our util and utilizing every aspect of the game to our advantage. Wow, absolutely insane fight coming in here between Koji.
Indeed. For those who don't know what cranking 90s is, it's when in the process when you build a wall, floor, and stair into a 90-degree angle going right or left. Just a quick little fun fact for those who want to know. Koji, in the process, he got his health back up, and we transitioned to Kuro the Cat 1 with also the ODM gear and has the Cobra DMR and the lock-on pistol. That's an interesting pickup as well, considering that since it is a pistol, but it almost as if we could say it almost as if it was like aim assist, but on a different level.
Almost like aim assist, definitely on a different level. I think something I'm really liking seeing from these players right now is that you see we still have 35 left, right? I'm really impressed with the patience and the strategic play to know when to be in the fight and when to back out of the fight, right? Is it worth throwing the whole game on an ego chow?
Yeah. Right now we see Cap. Is it? Another thing I just thought of, the hypothetical, while we see Kuro the Cat in the process of having a fight and ends up losing
gets eliminated.
the fight to Zay. That was amazing. That was truly amazing. But the interesting thing that I just randomly thought of as we switch over to Evilus Ash, what will up? Attack Fly gets the elimination on Evilus Ash. But the one thing I found interesting is that how do you think what's going to end up happening when players end up running into their teammates? How obviously they will have to go beyond.
Oh, personally for me, if I'm in a lobby like this and I'm playing in a solos tournament and I just played with my teammate in my duos tournament, you know, I gotta let my teammate know. I gotta let him know. I gotta get in there, take the fight. You know, when he comes up in the elimination, at least he knows that it was his bro that took him out.
Indeed. You see, I am Jacketer. Destroying a tree, has a lightsaber, shotgun with the twin mag SMG. As he's looking down on his opponent, you just see that Cap got eliminated by Zay. Wow, was not expecting for such an early elimination between either one of those two. But we'll see what happens in the next round. Good showing from both. Good showing from both.
Great way to back out here from Jacketer. Little disappointed, not gonna lie to you. Saw the other player there had a lightsaber, and we've got a lightsaber in our inventory. You know,
I know what you're thinking.
Would have been nice to see a little Duel of the Fates action, maybe.
That would have been amazing. As we see Volt Sagi
Yoichi.
That's an interesting name.
We're looking a little rough on the loot. Oh, wow! And then right as I'm speaking, that loot changes real quick.
Like it was nothing. We see Zay. Someone's after the hunt after him. He's in the process of. Oh, it's Saturn. Saturn is trying to go after him. As we see Saturn, he's in the process of rotating. He has his eyes strictly on him. And you see that nice flashy white light from the heavy sniper.
You can really see some of this mechanical skill. Just they're really trying to get into it. You saw that flick right there. Almost went into a pretty nasty shot, but just didn't quite capitalize. Made sure they both kind of backed off each other there. We're back here with Gray for President. if I'm not mistaken, did Gray for President play in our Rocket League tournament yesterday? I think that's quite impressive, I will say that. To be able to come into a tournament like this, play at a high level in not only one sport, but also bring it over to a whole nother esport that's a completely different genre and play at a similarly high level, that is absolutely impressive. Really shouts out to the mechanical skill there.
Yeah, as we got Gray for President. About to, he was in the process of watching over another opponent, and right now we switch to Zach.
Looks like
there's a minute left on for timer for the Storm. There's only been 3 for 12 for the Storm, and there's 28 people left.
Now we see on the mini map, it looks like we got 2 players right on top of each other, and then we have a third party kind of looking to maybe instigate a little bit, get the action started.
And there goes Con Solo. When there being a player that was previously right next, that might have been an NPC or that might have been a player. And we switched to Peace Controlled Zay, who also has the Odium gear. The Odium gear is also another important tool that people like to use, as you see Monk with a kinetic blade.
Now Monk is a player I'm really excited to watch. I was watching their gameplay as we were going through the duos tournament and was just really impressed at the aggression in the gameplay. See Volksagi, Yoichi get an elim on Blaze Boy.
And Rhino has been taken out by Peace Controlled Zay. Truly unfortunate, even though he had the lightsaber, but I guess he must have switched to a different loadout as soon as Peace Controlled Zay went to take action to get the elimination. This loadout is very interesting as well. It's more aggressive than passive.
For sure. You know, having that aggressive play style, especially in a solos game mode, obviously, you know, you're just going to 50-50. If you're going to be aggressive, you're going to play more passively. I know, as we discussed earlier, for myself, you know, I'm going to be taking the more aggressive route. I'm not going to be necessarily backing off as much, and we see that in my own gameplay. That's why I burn through my materials. I burn through my util so quickly.
Truly understandable. We see Gray has their eyes on the prize, trying to hold off the person that is close to Storm as he pushed with the kinetic blade. It looks like that Gray is trying to make a move, but the person is trying to get away as he tags them, cracks their shield. Cracking their shield meaning that they lost shield. For those who don't know. The Gray is on the hunt. He is going to make sure he get his elimination.
Focused on these quick rotates, and then we have one player trying to get out of this situation, rotate back, heal up, and we have Gray for President just chasing him down.
He is determined. This truly is determined.
Now, I've been really blown away by the addition of this kinetic blade since it was added into the game. The rotation capabilities that you can, it just really changes up the entire way the game could be played, in my opinion.
Ooh, we see Saturn with the cleanest edit that I've seen in a while. Just go for the elimination with the red eye. Truly amazing. Truly amazing indeed.
Getting some good loot, too.
Yep, and I like his loadout. He has a mixture of both. He has a weapon to use for close combat, and then another one for shorter range combat. And then he also has that kinetic blade for transportation. It's really nice. As we go back to Gray for President, who is taking his time sitting on the edge of the Storm near Frenzy Fields. There are a couple of his friends around waiting for him to pop up and, you know, show his face. It seems that Gray is determining on whether he wants to go after or not.
Still has that gold machine pistol. Gonna need to get kind of in there into an altercation so that they can really make the best use of such a close range weapon. As you were saying, I think the main thing here is we gotta be looking around for these fights that we can get into. You know, when I'm playing solos, sometimes one of the things that makes the battle royale genre a little different is just that downtime, you know, when you're not right in the middle of a fight and you're looking for another fight, you maybe loot it up, right? How do you get, in your opinion, rotation-wise, how do you get yourself to the next place you want to be, not only where you want to be, but when you want to be there?
And before I say that, answer your question, we just seen Saturn eliminate Gray for President. And as we see right here, Zay is in the process of having a fight. It seems that he determines to flight instead of fight. I would not blame him in this situation at all. But What I would personally use is obviously the kinetic blade. The kinetic blade, it is amazing. You can use it to get far as possible. You can use it to dodge shots that are coming from afar. It's amazing. But another thing that I like to use, is, even though it's not going to be here for long, sadly, the ODM gear. The ODM gear is the perfect mix of aggressive and passive at the same time. It's like basically being a Spider-Man, but you have Deadpool's katanas on your back. I like that aspect. You see Khan Solo lost a little bit of shield from an opponent from afar. The Storm Eye is shrinking 54 seconds, 19 people left.
Taking some cover, just trying to get some builds around them so that they can have cover to heal up the rest of their shields and reset. So as we move into this next circle, the late game is going to be coming up on us. We see we only have 19 left. You know, as the circle really gets down to closing and before we move into moving circle, how are you strategizing that? Are you going to be trying to take space? Are you going to be trying to share space maybe with an opponent?
More likely, knowing me, being who I am, and I've been playing Fortnite for a while, I might try to go for the OG strat and be a bush warrior, the iconic bush warrior. I might try to go with that where I camp into a bush and so I can get as much placement as possible. Another good outlook is that if I have enough mats, that I'm going to be in a process of trying to, well, obviously prepare so I can have enough mats, but also be able to find a good spot to be at where I won't be spotted by my opponents as much, and then I can also stay alive as long as possible, as Alex is trying to do, considering they just got back into the circle.
Seeing that mechanical skill really put to the test as we're building all this cover around ourselves. Alex is just putting up an absolute house that we're going to have to pay a mortgage on this the more builds we get going.
Indeed, brick by brick, not using none of his wood that he has 981 and not using it. That is interesting.
As these builds come through, we see Consolo getting taken out in the feed.
Monk
is with that elim.
Monk is in the process of trying to heal and is in an altercation as we see. Let's see what happens. The edits are clean.
Oh.
There's a third party. He's 17 HP.
Now this is a nail biter of a fight. We've got mats going up everywhere. We're quick healing when we can. Not able to finish some heals. Hopefully we're going to get a nice edit in here, get that one shot in that we need.
In moments like this, it's important to not lose your composure. I know me personally, if I was here, I would probably be freaking out.
Got the heart racing.
But these high school players are better than me. So they're determined and they know exactly what needs to be done. As you see, Monk is using the ODM gear to rotate around the circle to get to the next best possible spot so they can continue to get placement. You see some old builds right there. Seems that Monk is going to use that. We trans over to Valsaki, who has the 2 chug cannons. He must have got that from an augment.
Loving the way I'm seeing this rotation come through. Not just, you know, willy-nilly running out in the open, making sure to maintain cover where they can as they rotate in with the storm. Don't want to get in there too soon. Don't want to get held out.
As of right now, there is still 15 people left out of the 44. As we see, I am Jactor, who has the splashes, just uses one, uses another to get themselves to that 197 as we switch back to Valsaki, who's on the edge, using the ability to, using their pickaxe to break enough material so that they'll be prepared for the end game. As we see players like Horn Stink who end up getting eliminated. Right now, there's officially 13 people left, switching it back to Zach.
And right before that, we sadly see that Monk gets taken out too from this lobby. One of the players I was definitely following and excited to see get into this late game. Hopefully we see them in the late game in the next lobby.
Truly. You see Valsaki taking the interesting approach with using the SMG and is getting pushed by another player.
Third party.
Someone, just like that, Will did not come to play. Got the elimination, has 4 elims as of right now.
Has some great loot right there to work with if they want it.
Indeed, Will has came to make a name for themselves. As we switch to Saturn, Saturn has the high ground with the red eye tagging people from afar.
just absolutely hitting some phenomenal shots from Yard.
With a smart play to use the red eye to knock down that one tree that has the ability to make the log start to roll. That was a great play by Saturn.
We see Alex come up in the elimination feed. Zach gets that elim.
We see people from afar. They're trying to build as we see Zach takes out Redman.
That's 2 real quick ones for Zach.
Going right
Love
back.
seeing that.
Going right.
Looking at top 10 here, really excited to get into this late game. We have 3 or 4 people still rotating in from Storm.
We got Will waiting as we see Beauty lowly ends up. It seems like he took fall damage or ended up getting eliminated by something. It didn't specify. There's 9 people left. We see go right back to Will in the process of trying to be on the edge, and it seems that he's taking that approach as Saturn continuously staying on top. No one is willing to peek their head out, while Saturn has the red eye. As we've seen before, his play with the red eye is amazing. As we look over to our right, where we see a build fight commencing.
Right now, what I love to see is that some of these players up here got a nice early rotate in as the Storm starts to move in the last moving Storm. We see in NCVA Sharky getting taken out here in the elimination feed.
I know that Saturn is probably not too pleased to see one of his own teammates to be taken out so early. We'll see what happens from there. There's 8 people left. Fragger has decided to rotate. Is at a very good spot. Has 2 chug cannons. The chug cannon play, I think that was the second person we've seen with the double chug cannon. Going right back to Will, as Will is trying to antagonize his opponent.
Just letting him know that he's there.
Indeed, he's letting know that don't get too comfortable. As we see that Will's not also safe as well, because there are people with heavy snipers that could possibly take him out. As we look at from the drone view, we have Will, we have Jactor, and we got TMB at the bottom, as we have Cry and Peace at the top with Zach somewhere on the lower level, and then Fragger all the way at the bottom.
I love the way that we're seeing them kind of share this space, try to play it out, wait until someone else pushes a fight so that they don't have to push first. Maybe we're going to see a little bit of instigation coming on here between these players. Almost saw some pinches coming through.
Indeed, moments like these, this is where most of the players are going to all try to play as passive as possible, but aggressive as well.
Fragger getting some good shots down.
Indeed. Fragger is in the process of trying to heal, picks up the ODM gear, tries to get out with 49 HP.
Took some serious damage to the Storm getting that rotation in.
Nice play with using the chug cannon to get as much health as possible, but somebody has tried to attack Fragger with the kinetic blade, is not letting up whatsoever. As for what it seems now, Fragger has a little bit of time to heal just a little bit, as we go right back to Jack, who's in a heated battle.
Seems possibly to be pinched between 2 players right now. Just got to keep rotating back on those 180-degree spins, making sure they're not getting pushed on one side while they're trying to take space on the other side.
Zach currently extremely weak and gets taken out by Cry.
Great push from Cry.
It's not emotional. He knew exactly what to do in that situation. As we hear people using kinetic blades, there's maniacs. Will takes out Peace to control Zay. That was probably my one person I specifically thought was going to make it all the way. Cry's in the process of trying to regroup. Fragger as well is trying to regroup.
Using that kinetic blade and some of this other util to get those good, advantageous high grounds, positional plays. Loving seeing that.
Indeed, we switched back to Cry, and Will has been taken out by Saturn. There's 5 people left. Just like that, Zay has been taken out by Jactor. Fragger is in the process of trying to regroup themselves, trying to get closer to the circle, and healing in the process. 3 people left. It's the final 3. Who will take it?
Now something you mentioned earlier was just that management of all the util that we have, right? Between not only maintaining our builds, and Fragger Kanji getting taken out, eliminated. We are in our top 2 between what looks like, who we got here? We got Cry.
And then it's the final 2. Cry's got the low ground. Saturn with the high ground. We see Saturn has not been laying up. Saturn has had high ground the whole entire time. It is using the kinetic blade to regroup themselves. Cry is in the process of pushing. Saturn is not holding up at all.
Gonna be taking some heavy storm damage here.
And just like that,
comes
the
in.
unthinkable Cry gets the win. Saturn loses the high ground, and Cry says, I have the high ground now.
Ain't nothing to cry about for Cry.
Indeed, we're showing off a little bit of emote.
I think that the end of this first lobby was just amazing, right? We see some intense gameplay coming on at that end of the moving circle. Intense builds coming through with some serious shots. We saw Saturn earlier in our tournament make some incredible plays, but at the end of this game, Cry comes out on top.
Indeed,
absolutely immaculate gameplay.
Between the two, they went off. They were doing their thing, as we can see. And then we also saw a little bit of clips from Will. Will had that one aggressive play that he did. It was truly, truly amazing to see. Great performance from all competitors. Hopefully, everybody has using this time to think about what to do next and where to improve.
Now, as we come back, before we go to break, when we come back, who are you hoping to see win that next game?
Personally, as close as I saw Saturn to win that, there's many people I would love to see. I would love to see Saturn win it. I wouldn't mind seeing Cry win it again. He has an iconic name. I wouldn't mind seeing President win. You know, it wouldn't be bad. Will, there's too many good players that exist in this tourney.
Hopefully, we'll be crying tears of joy. We'll definitely be crying tears of joy when we come back from this break, though.
All right, stay tuned.
All right, and welcome back. We are gonna do a quick recap of match one before we start off here with match two. Now, Isaac, what was your favorite moment of that last match?
My favorite moment was specifically the end game. I know it's been multiply reiterated, but the end game, the way the players were choosing to fight, as we saw from the free drone, it was showing that everybody was all in different areas. But as soon as it just took one person to do one thing, and then all of a sudden it all just erupted and just started going down like dominoes. Specifically, I liked how what we saw at the end between Cry and Saturn. It could have went either way, but Cry ended up getting the advantage on Saturn.
For sure. I think my favorite part of the entire game was the maturity that we were seeing in the gameplay style, right? Especially there right before our last ring, we see 4 or 5 players all on top of each other, just kind of sharing that space, waiting for someone to make the move first, right? I love seeing those mature gameplay moments in games like this, especially at the Scholastic level. We see that mentality being brought in if we're fostering it now, you know, when we get up to the collegiate level, maybe when even into the pro level after this. It's just great gameplay to be seeing. It makes for even more packed final circles. That mature gameplay really makes for even more exciting gameplay in the later game.
Right, something that really stood out though for most of the players, especially in the end game, was the use of the kinetic blade. You saw players like Saturn who was using the kinetic blade to regroup themselves in situations so that they can get high ground much more quicker than their opponents possibly could if they decided to build. You also seen people who use the kinetic blade to destroy people's buildings when they might have not been able to reload their weapons, so that they decided to use the kinetic blade to knock down some of the buildings, especially if there's wood, that can easily be destroyed.
Right, and you made the best point about it. For my personal reason why I'm really loving seeing the gameplay with it is that not only is it good for macro rotation, right, getting clear across the other side of the map in just a few uses, is I like the idea of taking that height with it, kind of getting yourself a micro rotation, still engaged in the fight, but getting yourself into an advantageous position over your opponent.
Indeed, it is important to make sure to establish some sort of dominance when you're trying to not only continue to get placement during these matches, but to be able to, you know, last as long as possible so you can get that victory royale.
Right. And as we've been saying this whole time, right, it's not just about the cracked gameplay. It's about the strategy involved. And strategy is not just about, you know, your macro rotations. It's also about the way you take fights. You know, as you were saying throughout that first game, we had a lot of kids that they build up a 90 for themselves and they start using their chug cannon, right? If we're getting those heals in while in the middle of fights, that takes incredible focus on the management of not only your heals, your mats, your ammo, all types of equipment. It's incredible focus, and I love seeing that.
Indeed, indeed. There's no other place where you possibly could see it, but in like an aspect like this, a tournament aspect, a LAN, and you would never, you know, probably wouldn't be able to see that anywhere else. Now, a thing that I found pretty interesting was the usage of specific materials at late game. Most of the time you would see players either they would go to use metal or brick to solidify that where they stay at, the chances of it getting knocked down is slim. But then you also have some players that had enough materials like specifically wood, like we saw one of the players who had 981, and is able to use those and last a little bit longer than their opposing players.
Right. I think going back to that mat management is just, it's incredible how we're taking into account the damage rates that those can take, the way that we're building up towards the end, and how we're collecting those throughout the match. And I think that comes down to the way the competitors rotate in from their original landing spot, right? The mats you're bringing in sometimes are dictated by where you're landing. I know I'm getting a lot of stone at some of the POIs I'm landing at. Really comes in handy towards that late game, as you're saying, when we're kind of all bunched in one area and you're kind of building off each other's builds at one point.
As important as game one was, now moving on to game two, what do you expect to see?
Well, personally, I'm hoping to see my my personal favorite of the day, Monk. I'm hoping to see them get into that late game, get a good score down, make some good rotations. Hoping we're going to see some more smart plays coming from the competitors. I think if we can see a lot more of that building sharing, that POI sharing, kind of taking space without engaging in the fight until it's absolutely necessary. I'm loving what I'm seeing from beforehand, can't wait to see it continue on in game 2.
So you believe that there's going to be a little bit more passiveness this round?
I think we're going to start seeing more of the strategy come into play. I think for myself personally, when you get into those solo lobbies, I think to warm up, I'm playing a little more aggressive. You know, I'm getting my mechanics taken care of before I start focusing on the brain plays. Now these competitors have been in one lobby already. They've got their brain plays kind of formulating. When we get into this lobby number 2, we're going to be off to a great start as far as brain plays go and using greater macro rotational ability.
Now, as much as I agree with your statement, I will have to say it's going to be the complete opposite. We're going to see probably the most craziest gameplay you will ever see at a LAN. They're going to play, I have a feeling that we're going to see more aggressiveness than passiveness this round, considering for those who sadly have fallen a little bit short, but they know exactly what to do now. Even though they did great in the first round, they're going to do even better in this upcoming round. And I have a feeling that we're going to see something crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Just really want to see different competitors from the bottom of the scoreboard start climbing that ladder to get further up the scoreboard and be further along in our bracket, hopefully bringing home those trophies at the end of the day. We're going to go ahead and start transitioning as we get into the lobby. The battle bus is going to be pulling up to the station, and we're going to be getting things kicked off here.
As we can see, Cottrell with the Omega skin with the throwback emote. We love to see it with the Billy bounce. I like that. I really do like that. Game 2. Everybody.
This is going to be an exciting match. Everyone's going to be out and on the ground within the next 25 seconds. We're going to be seeing Attack Fly coming in, Cottrell coming into the same snowy POI. Hopefully we see that early game action like you were saying.
Indeed. I'm already knowing that is exactly what is going to happen. There's 43 people in this lobby. Everybody's about to start landing. For the most part, what we've been seeing is everybody's landing more in the snowier areas, which are pretty far. And then we have this humongous group of people, including Zach, who are heading in more of the earthier, grassier, spring-type vibe area.
Right, I'm loving seeing how long we're actually taking to get down to the ground. A lot of these competitors are using the length of time to get down to the ground to really look around, see where everyone else is landing, kind of figure out where do they want to attack, where do they want to take their first fight, where do they want to try to get loot so that they can build for the best rotation out of here for the next zone.
Frenzy Fields appearing to be a hot drop for many people, as we see Fragger is in Shattered Slabs, entering interesting spot to be in as he picks up nades and minis. Speaking of nades, that is another interesting thing. We have not seen that. I don't think we've seen any grenade gameplay at all.
We haven't seen any, no, I don't think, in this in the solos lobby. Here we have Divine Gray getting an elim on Evilist Ash really early, getting the first players taken out of the game. But no, yeah, I think during the duos tournament, we definitely saw a lot more util like grenades being used to capture those elims.
Players already starting to assert their dominance. We have lost 3 opponents so far. As we see, Rhino is trying to get a quick little cheeky shots on their opponent over yonder.
Just playing slow, kind of holding them out, trying to make sure that they're going to be taking the most advantageous position. They're not giving themselves away to anybody that might be around, trying to third party.
Indeed, as we transition to Kuro the Cat, who has an also interesting loadout with no shotgun, transitioning back to Rhino, who gets taken out. That was unexpected, but it was by Cottrell. Yes,
some incredible shots from Cottrell there.
Cottrell has indeed practiced their aim.
Getting in those aim lab hours. Love to see it. Again here with the kinetic blade, making those fast rotations, smart rotations.
Indeed, indeed. As it seems that Cottrell is trying to get an augment, and we switch right back to Monk. Monk also with grenades. We're seeing a lot more grenades play. It seems like that is going to be the meta for this round. More grenades and Monk, without the assault rifle, pretty interesting. I would do say so myself.
Just getting a lot more utility involved. Looks like Zach might be coming up on somebody here. Possibly, we might be seeing an altercation about to go down. Not sure if the other player near Zach is aware.
We'll find about that a little bit later as Jacker is in the process of trying to attack their opponent with the SMG, with the regular SMG, in my opinion, less superior to the twin mag. But that's just me. That's me personally. And
You know, that's the great thing about opinions, is that they're opinions, you know.
Indeed.
I think the argument could be made for a few other weapons. Oh, got heavy damage coming here. I am a jacketer, taking out Cheesy Swifts, getting that great elim and fast rotation out of there before getting taken out by the third party.
Immediately using the ODM gear. Smart decision. Take whatever elim that you get and get out of there. You do not want to be in a situation where you can't get placement points. As we see, Sorry to Sweat has a heavy sniper that's taking their time to wait for their opponent to mess up just one quick little second to get one quick little cheeky snipe. As we switch straight to Do, who has a Cobra DMR shotgun and then has the better SMG, twin mag SMG. I will advocate that forever.
You know, I think it's really interesting how we saw that trigger discipline coming in. But here we see complete opposite from Dude, just want to take out those mats of their opponent, try to bring him down, get the action kicked down. Oh, there it comes from Dude, getting an absolutely massive elim on attack fly.
Indeed, and because of that, Dude was rewarded with the ODM gear. So now they have not only a weapon that can be used for transportation, but also for conflict as well.
Now, one of the things is when you're seeing another player moving across the map that quickly, you know, oh, they must have some of that ODM gear. Is that now for you? Are you thinking, if you don't have that gear, are you thinking, I got to take them out and try to take that loot away from them?
Well, in situations like this, it's a 50-50 because sometimes it's very good to, if you see that situation, you want to go ahead and take them out. But then there's also a situation where it's like, do I really need to get in this fight right now? Or should I wait and continue to play passive, get my points?
Right.
So in the situation, in this atmosphere, I'm going to go and try to get my points. If this was a regular game, however, I'm going for the hunt and get that ODM gear.
Yep, we want to be making those brain plays here at this LAN tournament, the biggest stage for some of these competitors.
Indeed, as we see Will with a double SMG loadout. No assault rifle, but 2 SMGs as they use their key to get a shotgun and then get another twin mag SMG so they can have a twin mag SMG and a submachine gun.
A really get in there loadout. Got to be in the action to really be putting down the damage numbers.
Indeed, we have an idea of how Will's going to play extremely aggressive.
I think we're going to see some aggressive gameplay from Will. I think you're right.
You might see what some might say WQing in their box. Where it's just basically all that is playing extremely aggressive. And we see Ulysses is getting into an altercation with NPCs. Peculiar decision. Probably is going to use that as a form of distraction. As Ulysses is making the hunt and going after a player that's in the storm that didn't.
Great plays by Ulysses on Volt Big Pug. Great plays. Might see another elim come in here from Ulysses.
Ulysses trying to go back-to-back as Alex was eliminated by Monk, and Ulysses goes back-to-back.
Back-to-back.
No
incredible gameplay from Ulysses. But you know, I don't think that in the same situation, I don't know if I have that mental fortitude to remain in Storm while taking those shots. I think that I'm chasing down, giving up position to stop taking Storm damage. I love seeing that mature gameplay, though, coming from their monitor.
Even though it is great to go after elim sometimes. It's indeed great. But sometimes that gives away your coverage. And just like as we saw right there, as soon as they got 2 elims, someone was already there waiting, plotting, just hoping that they would come out of the storm so they can get one quick little snipe with a heavy sniper. Transition to Retro Python.
Seeing another quick rotate out of there.
Indeed. was taking that time to get a couple little shots, and then decided, you know, this is not where I need to be at. Let me go ahead and continue moving, get my placement points. As 30 people, or make that 29 people now, as we get to see from around, we got Sharky taking some shots at the person's vehicle.
Just poking some quick shots, putting in that damage. We see Cottrell get taken out in the elimination feed.
Truly unfortunate.
Truly unfortunate, but had some great gameplay earlier. Great for President getting taken out by Will FPZ. Will has been on fire today.
And just like that, Blaze Boy has also been taken out by our second place person who made second place the last round was Saturn. As we see Peace Control Zay probably on the look to survive as long as possible. As we see Kirill the Cat gets taken out by Divine _.
Now see, Peace Control Zay here is taking a nice rotation, get a little further inside the next circle.
That's it. As we see, we switch right to Zay as he's sliding down a hill with a pretty neutral loadout, the shotgun, SMG, AR. My type of strategy that I like to do, and has a pretty good, decent amount of materials with a pretty decent amount of heals.
Now it looks like TMB Zay here is just trying to make sure that they don't get held out, trying to make the smart rotation in with the Storm, making sure no one's behind them to follow them in.
Got Hornstink who's using the ODM gear to try to get away from a fight.
We're losing HP and we're losing it fast. Hornstink almost down to half HP, gonna rotate further into the Storm before they can get back out. Gonna tank a little more of that damage just to make the smarter play. Love seeing stuff like this.
Indeed, even though it is a one tick, you might want to head straight into the circle quickly as possible or find some heals, because that one tick will affect you. Indeed. Monk right now at the moment of time with a heavy sniper.
How many times you're playing a game and the battle comes down and you realize you had him down to 1 HP? That 1 HP makes the absolute difference.
Indeed. As we see, Monk is trying to start an altercation.
Getting some crazy builds going on here from both players. Might have a rotation out coming in. Oh, and a third party even possibly.
Indeed, we hear that kinetic blade, the iconic kinetic blade that has been a blessing and a curse for most of these players.
Seems like Monk might not be too concerned at all about the possibility of a third party coming in. Is hyper-focused on getting this Elim in front of them. ICAP2 getting taken out in the Elim feed. Hate to see that. Great performance from them so far, though.
Indeed, there's 22 people left. The Storm is only on the 4th out of the 12th. There's 20 seconds left on the clock. Let's see what's going to happen in this match as we see as we go to Jules. Jules with a gray shotgun, but a legendary SMG. We see in the corner showing a better angle, a better view angle of the fight as Jules marks the person.
Now that just kind of goes to show you what the RNG-ness of a game like Fortnite is, especially with the loot. Having a fully legendary SMG with a completely common gray shotgun. I mean, how are you coming in? How are you coming into a final fight with loot like that? What is your plan of attack?
More than likely, my plan of attack, I will continue to go straight for shotgun first and then use SMG. However, when having a shotgun like that, I can use it multiple times because it has such a spray. When we see Cry, the previous winner, with a better version of the shotgun as we've seen before, the Havoc shotgun and the Pulse rifle. The Pulse rifle is probably one of the most overpowered assault rifles that is in the game.
Absolutely, I would have to agree with you on that one.
It seems as if Cry took someone out. And
dropping.
It didn't specify who it was, but he took someone out. And we transfer over to Uber Hyde, who's using the Force.
Uber Hyde over here also has 2 Elims on the game. Got a lightsaber and some crazy spread loot going on here. Taking some height, looking at taking some shots in on that vehicle. They have to get out and start doing some builds to save themselves.
Smart play by Uberhide, attempting to try to destroy the vehicle so then it can do enough damage as Uberhide is trying to third-party a fight that we see over yonder.
Great instigating of that fight. Now we're going to see Uberhide going to try to hold out these opponents in the storm as they finish their fight, just poke some damage, try to get the elim points. We see Hornstink in the feed taking out TNB Zay.
You see that Zay might have died from, got eliminated from the storm as Uberhide is taking their time inside of the storm and eventually going back into the circle. Just trying to get a little bit more loot to be prepared for the next couple of end zone circles.
Uberhide just really utilized one of those right moments, right place, right time, being there, instigating that fight between those two players so that they could come in and really clean it up. Really liking the strategic play coming over here from Uberhide.
All right, so as we can see, we're about to go ahead and transition to Unreal so we can see who has been eliminated. Man, that is obviously that's a good amount. Unfortunate that has occurred, but like I would like to say again, it is amazing that Unreal can use such a tool to show off the amount of players that have been eliminated. There's a good amount of players that are still left. There's like half of the lobby that is still left.
And not only is this a good tool to utilize for the spectators, but even for us, as I sit here and I look at this Unreal generation, I can tell that we got players over on my right that are still in lobby. We got players in front of us on the main stage that are still in lobby, you know, kind of getting an idea of where to look in the room to kind of see where that action's taking place, kind of see the emotions on the competitors' faces, that excitement coming through. We're here with Ulysses as we're trying to back out from this fight so that they don't get third-partied.
It appears there that Ulysses did not want to get into that altercation, decided to move by much more farther so then they can use the red eye to do a little bit more damage. In the process, their opponent decided to rush Ulysses, and it now is in a heated altercation. What will Ulysses do in the situation? Will Ulysses fight or will Ulysses flight? We'll only be able to see in the next couple seconds as Ulysses get a cheeky little shot on their opponent.
Quick edits coming in here. Loving to see this mechanical masterpiece come together of these two players. Just poking at each other here and there, trying to put down the big damage.
Uberhide is using the force to their advantage to get gets a crazy shot on Retro Python. Quick
Great
shots. As we see, Uberhide is also not safe as well because as I mentioned before, as soon as you get in one altercation, then there's going to be other people. We see a quick little drone view. There's Uberhide, Redman, Will. They're all somewhat close to each other, specifically Redman and Will.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Uberhide here back off a little bit, try to get their shields regained.
It appeared that dude was in the process of heading straight towards where all the building was. As we see Pythos preparing to be on the edge of that mountain.
Looking like it's possible that we might have some solos here that might not be aware of how close they might be with some other players.
That's a tendency that's going to happen as we see Zach, who's in the middle of the circle. Probably one of the best spots that you could possibly be.
Playing really safe here, making sure to keep up that protection, keep those builds coming in, fast editing.
You see Jules is in a process. It should have been Zach, as we saw a couple of seconds ago. It seems that Jules might be fighting Zach right there.
We see Jules push down a little bit before pulling back out just to get a quick little peek, understanding. We see Sorry to Sweat coming through in the elimination feed, getting taken out by Monk.
It's amazing as we've seen Monk do a lot in this current game. Not only Monk, but also Zay.
For sure.
As the Storm, there's 7 out of 12 for Storm, and there's 17 people left with late game like this, and everybody's all around each other. Anything is possible.
Piece control Zay here with this sniper rifle, just peeking around, not really taking any massive shots, just performing that trigger discipline before they get a nice rotate out of there. Make sure they have an idea of who's around them.
Indeed, it seems as they is trying to take their time and stay calm, cool, and collected to make the right decisions. As Zay decides to build around previous builds and decides that will be the best course of action as we switch over to one of the NCVA players
Now
using that red eye to do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, but it looks like we're going to have a lot of teams, possibly a lot of solos pushing in on each other all at one time here as the circle gets smaller and smaller. We still have 17 left in this lobby. And we are closing in on each other. There's not a ton of space to have between one another as we wind this lobby down.
But we cannot act like we didn't acknowledge that crazy shot that we seen
insane.
the player from NCVA just did. Just casually just went straight into the sky, came down. Perfect shotgun shot. You can't teach that.
You can't teach that. Aim assist doesn't do that for you.
Indeed, it doesn't. It will not. As we see that Pythos is in the process of pushing this person.
Close range fight, gonna have some quick edits coming in. Just trying to give themselves some more space so they can take some time to put some heals in.
Pythos is in the process of using the shotgun to break, and we see Pythos get eliminated by Uber Hyde, and not only that, FaZe Auto Ghost get eliminated by Ulysses.
Absolutely great gameplay coming in from both competitors on that. Love seeing the intense fights going on, especially in these low ground, intense, close range build fights.
Uber Hyde is making sure everyone knows that, hey, I am here. Y'all will acknowledge me, that I am one of the best.
The Uber Hyde.
As we see another member of the NCVA Saturn, we saw them get eliminated previously in the last round, but they are here today.
I am loving the position I am seeing here from Saturn.
And just like that, your boy Monk has been taken out by Uber Hyde has taken out Monk.
I believe that Monk took out Uber Hyde, possibly. I think Saturn here, I'm loving the play that we were seeing there. Had that build up. Not only did they have their own build for their protection, but they had a tree that they were using as some sight protection. Love seeing those brain plays go in to the builds and the late game gameplay as this circle winds down. Still 11 as we get the circle coming smaller and smaller. Build's getting really crowded now.
You can cut the tension in the air with a knife as these players are in the late game with 11 people left. It's been on the 9th circle, and the circle is in the process of moving to the storm. As we see, Dew is in a heated battle. He decides to build with metal, pop a quick little mini shield, regroup, wait a little bit, while everybody is outside using the kinetic blade, and we switch over to Saturn.
Still seeing Saturn with some great positioning. Is taking that high ground again as Ulysses takes out IGL Consolo. Saturn putting in some serious shots on all those around him, seems like. Gonna have to make a quick rotation before long.
Use of that specific shotgun. We see Jules has been eliminated by Will. My personal pick. As we see Ulysses gets taken out by Divine Gray. We switch to Dew with probably one of the most meta skins you could possibly have in a situation like this.
I would love to at some point get into the discussion on why that skin would be meta. We see Divine Gray getting taken out by Monk in the elimination feed. We're down to top 6 here as this circle gets smaller and smaller. We're still moving in the moving circle, and it's going to continue to shrink further and further until we're down. Monk getting taken out. Now, personally, I hate to see that, I tell you what.
Indeed, and here we go, right back to Cry, who is taking the high ground, has that pulse rifle, has that Havoc shotgun.
Top 4, really intense. Looks like Cry's got the overall high ground. Got Saturn protecting themselves, letting the two of them fight it out. Dew getting taken out, now down to top 3. Looks like we have Cry, Saturn, and Will FPS, or FPZ.
We have Cry.
Great position.
Indeed, we have Cry, Will, and Saturn. It's interesting to see who is going to do what. Cry has maintained high ground. Saturn, however, is low ground, while Will is in the storm, is deciding to play a little bit of the long game while being out of storm, and then Saturn is trying to rotate, but no, Will is trying to rotate, and Saturn is getting damaged while Cry is all the way at the top. Cry is heading down, going for a cheeky shotgun shot, but is not able to try to pull it off because of the builds.
Has to recover, make some builds, take some cover. Now we're getting in between Will and Saturn.
You got Saturn still has high ground. They're still trying to maintain it, using the kinetic blade to last as long as possible. Will says, no, you're going to take as much damage as possible, and you're going to have to heal.
Down to 7 HP for Saturn versus a full, down to
Cry said, don't forget about me, I am here.
We're at our top 2 now.
Between Will and Cry, who will it be? As Will takes the move and does a good amount of damage, but gets damage as well.
Gonna have some fast edits coming in. Building to save themselves, getting the quick heals coming in. We got 21 HP versus 163, down to 55 HP. Damage coming in here is huge as the action gets even more intense.
Both players are potentially one shot.
Will gets taken out by Cry. We have Cry with another victory royale.
That is amazing. Cry is doing exactly what it takes. Already has solidified a good amount of points to be considered to be top 5 at least.
That was absolutely incredible gameplay for that second game. Loving seeing the late game plays. Even in that late game play, we see top 3. We have a storm rotation come in to make the smart play, right? Rather than going right out across in the middle to take out all those shield damage. Love seeing that gameplay. What was personally your favorite part of this game?
Specifically was just seeing Saturn using their ability to maintain high ground and to do as much damage as possible to all their opponents around. But not only that, we did see players like Will and Cry that didn't let up at all during the long game.
Yeah, I think I would have to agree with you that the positional plays by Saturn had to just be my favorite part of that game, especially as we get into those last couple circles. You're just seeing, even when they give up that position, they realize, oh, I can take back that position. I have the ability to do so. I'll use the kinetic blade, get back up into my build, go back to having cover. Just loving to have those smart plays coming through as we go through the day.
Not only, just like that, we will be taking a 15-minute break. Tune in next time.
We'll be back. And we are back. I am joined now with Omar Merks, going to be up here casting with me for the rest of the games. Super excited to be back in here at your UNCG SEA Spartan Championships for the spring 2023. About to get into game 3 of the solos bracket. Once again, I am Ryan, Brian Barles, Linhart, and we are going to be taking over for the rest of these games. Super excited to get into it. Omar, glad to have you up here.
Oh, yeah.
What do you see coming into these last 2 games? What do you see happening? How do you think the strategy is going to be involved? All of the above.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because something that I realized, you see the same players consistently getting top 10.
For sure.
In the last circle, you see a really small circle. You see the same names, the same name tag. And then actually, I just talked to the top 3 players, and they're all sitting right beside each other. Isn't that crazy?
Really? That is pretty crazy.
So they're all 1v1ing each other, and all 3 of them are right beside each other, which was...
The intensity must take over for sure. And actually, I was informed during our break, I have an apology to make. We have a player spelled CRXY. That is not cry, as much as we were talking about crying, the tears of joy for them after seeing that gameplay. It is, in fact, Crixie.
Crixie.
So we're going to be getting that right for the rest of the stream.
Hey, we need to get used to that name because
for sure,
he's
he's out there.
He's
gonna
be there.
There for sure. I tell you what, almost ashamed because I would be crying tears of joy at the end of this, depending on how they finish out these last 2 games. I am super excited to see how they play, especially in that late game. You know, they've got those good rotations coming in, especially with the solo game mode. They're not afraid to go around in the storm and take some heals. You know, it's absolutely some incredible gameplay. I don't even know how to put it into words sometimes, especially as you see it coming from the Scholastic scene.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you see all these players with how they manage material, and they have so much material end game, which makes the end game so much more interesting because you have people building high, you have people with no material on the ground because obviously they can't go up high. But hey, the use of the sword is changing this tournament. Every player is using the sword to go ahead and get high ground. And the importance of high ground, once again, is so you have a whole view of everything below you. You don't have to worry about anyone above you. You can just focus on pew, pew, pew.
Absolutely. And I think the exciting thing that we see as we see that dichotomy is you're going to have those players at the end that did a really good job with their material management, having those big builds to bring up at the end, and then you'll have to see those players that we have that don't necessarily have all the mats there. They're going to have to be playing with their brains on absolute firing on all cylinders, you know? You got to find where you can find cover. You got to play the bushes where they're at, you know, sometimes you'll be in that late game, you got a fence post to work with, and you're just going to have to play around it the best you can.
Yeah, and then the player Will, he shot at Crixie, and Crixie shot at him, but it was a matter of like 0.1 seconds that separated them from winning. So it could have been Will winning it or Crixie, but that 0.1 second difference of pressing that trigger button, that's the one that...
Literally coming right down to the wire, even when it comes to mechanics. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. The absolute drama in store as we get into these last 2 games. I'm excited to see how the leaderboard shakes up as we get into this. I think what I'm most excited to see, though, is just how the strategy, we were talking about this before the second game, but I'm super excited to see how the strategy evolves between games 1 and 2 and now on to game 3, and especially as we get into game 4, how people are going to be playing with those grand total points in mind.
Oh yeah, you're going to see the players that are, you know, that are lower in the leaderboard and the rankings. They're going to be looking to be more aggressive, and then you're going to see the players that are really up high. You're going to see them. All right, they're going to take a step back, be like, okay, like let's play it safe. Let's not mess this up. Let's play for placement, and let's try to secure this victory royale.
Right, and so, and as we get into it, you know, you're saying that victory royale, you know, the feeling of elation that we get when we see that victory royale screen, I think as it's been building throughout the day, we've seen it come up so many times. These competitors are all thinking in their mind, you know what, I can't wait to see that come up on my screen. I can't wait to get that. Yes, this entire space. So right now, the vibe in here is electric. You could cut the tension with a knife, a dull butter knife, if you will. It is just thick in here, you can tell that these competitors are ready to get in the lobby and get to blasting away, just putting down massive damage numbers and playing with their big brains.
Oh yeah, the energy at any esports tournament, like a LAN like this, is just unmatched. You don't find it anywhere else.
It's lively. It's something you don't get at home. You know, playing on the couch, locked in with the bag of potato chips there is nice and all, and it's nice to be relaxed in game. But sometimes that intense feeling of competition in person is just really feeds that fire. I know for myself, coming from athletics, and you get to be my age and you're all worn down and don't have enough gas left in the tank, but you know, I can still crank out 90s on these fools in pub lobbies. So I think giving that outlet for the competitive drive to these students is an absolutely incredible aspect that we're offering up here at a championship like such as this.
Oh, absolutely. And another thing that I wanted to touch up on was like right when the players win, they get that victory royale. Everyone in here, they just feel so happy for whoever wins because they're all in this together. They're just all here to have fun. So it's just really beautiful to see.
We're seeing a really, really good display of sportsmanship from the competitors here today, right? We don't have any massive trash talkers. There's no one, you know, we're not standing up over kids and flexing or anything. But we're getting excited when we need to be excited, and we're being supportive of each other when we can. Love seeing that sportsmanship get brought across, especially across with these incredible competitors.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to see, you know, you brought up sports. And you know, in sports, you can be practicing, you know, shooting up your free throws when no one's watching you. But when it comes to a lot of people watching in the biggest stage, that's when those nerves start to kick in. And it's amazing to see how they're just so calm in these situations.
Under pressure, yeah. I'm impressed seriously by the way that these competitors are showing their calm in situations of high pressure, because, you know, especially as you move on beyond esports into the real world, like there's going to be those high intensity, high pressure situations in life, and having the ability to learn that life skill in a setting such as esports with a LAN tournament like this is incredible as they move on into greater life, moving on.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of moving on, I'm super excited to get into this lobby. I think the battle bus is possibly, as I've been saying, pulling up to the station. Might give it a little honk honk, you know? Beep beep, the vroom vroom.
Oh man,
Cannot wait.
That is so nostalgic because I've been playing Fortnite since 2017. So just to hear that sound, you know, it gives me goosebumps.
BB, now we got to ask the most important question because we were talking about it earlier. Do you thank the battle bus or not?
Oh, definitely. I definitely think that driver, you know, he's taking time out of his day to take me to eliminate these kids. So yeah.
Yeah, we just gotta show our appreciation for the battle bus drivers of the world.
Oh yeah. All right, so we see here, everyone is starting to jump out of the bus. We have, what does it look like? Every player has jumped out of the bus now. Now it's time to start.
We are all out. We are getting into the action. We got several players dropping, and we see a lot more dropping in very quickly. Not a lot of people pulling out their gliders to slow fall, kind of have their game plan in mind, know the POI they're going to, not really looking around. We might not see too many 50-50s off the bat here. Just got to get a little closer down to the ground before we can decide that.
And another thing that I saw in the last games was when they pulled out that glider, just like we see right here, it puts yourself into a vulnerable situation because if a player's already on the ground because he went to the ground quicker than you, he can put up shots on you, and you don't have anything to do about it because you're just in the air. You just have to wait until you fly down.
And there is nothing worse than just getting rolled like a pizza dough before you even get down on the ground to get some loot, you know?
What's your favorite pizza? Domino's, Papa John's?
Oh, I'm gonna hit him with the DiGiorno.
Oh, DiGiorno.
Yeah, it's not delivery, it's DiGiorno. I think that's gonna be my favorite pizza brand. Maybe we need a Fortnite pizza brand.
Oh, Fortnite pizza. Okay, like the.
If you were to add pizza into Fortnite, how much do you think it would heal you for? How much HP?
Oh, 100.
A full heal?
Oh yeah, full heal.
Might even give you shields too.
Oh, insane. Because pizza, you can't go wrong with pizza.
You can't go wrong with pizza, any kind of pizza. We don't discriminate against pizzas here. We'll take Chicago style, New York style. We gotta get.
Oh, speaking of New York, you see a llama, but that has nothing to do with New York. But so he's opening this llama right here, and it's gonna give him some loot so he can use it. You see, he just killed the llama.
Getting some great loot,
eliminated
too.
the llama, and yeah, he's just picking up that loot. He's looking set.
Got 2 shield cannons. Really, those came in clutch. We saw in the last 2 lobbies is doubling up on those chug cannons is absolutely massive, especially as you get into those later game build fights, and you might not have enough time to, you know, edit, put a wall up, crank your 90, hit some shields, get back into the fight. Might just be a little too much going on. So having those chug cannons there, especially doubling up on them, we see the great benefits of that.
And you see right here, Grilled Potato is just sitting in a bush. He's playing it safe, and I don't blame him, because when you're at this level, you have to play it safe.
Playing for that placement points, you know, and then we see IGL Consolo coming in here and just taking out all the bushes, just in case we got anyone hiding in there. Koji 00 taking out, getting an elim. I did not have time to read that on the elim, but we're down to 40 players. We've lost 4 of them right now. We're with Gray for president.
Oh, we see a fight right here. He lays down some shotgun shots, and President gets knocked out by Alex, who is at 2 HP.
Something tells me Alex was not going to be giving Gray their vote in this election.
Oh my God, what a fight. He just took that wall and then laid down the hammer.
Great quick editing coming in. Koji also getting some heals in after putting down some massive shots with that sniper rifle.
Another thing you saw Koji do is pop those chug splashes. And like you said earlier, those are really important, because when you have those chug splashes, it only takes you a second to use them. You don't have to sit there and waste like 5 seconds of your time using those chug splashes. You just slap them on the ground. As Uber Hyde is getting shot at, now he is building himself to safety.
Down to 7 HP. Taken out. Gets taken out by D&D Lowly. Going to take all that loot from them. Looking at some of that great loot. Koji 00 also getting an elim on Stinky Bus as we join Will FPS here. Collecting some materials. Going to make sure that they're ready to build up in that late game.
Yes, and it's also interesting to see, you know, just how Will just did right here. They're knocking down the whole tree instead of leaving it at a small HP so that no player knows when they see his tree get knocked down from far away, they would know that there's someone there. So it's very interesting to see how these players, they're just not caring. They're like, hey, I'm gonna knock this tree down.
Almost an aggressive approach to material management. I kind of like it, I'm gonna say. I think it might be the new wave for myself in my own gameplay, collecting all of those mats that I can.
Oh yeah. Man, these mats really, really important,
Looks
especially
like,
you see in the end game, right?
Looks like some of these players might have caught on to the idea of needing those mats late game, because we are seeing all over the map, we are just collecting more and more mats. Hopefully we're gonna see some incredible structures getting built up as these rings close us in and push our teams closer and closer together.
Oh yeah, all 36 players in the lobby right now, they are all doing the same thing, and that is making sure that they have enough material for those intense end games.
I am super excited as we get into it, because I'm seeing some players collect also a lot of metal, going to have some strong materials to work with towards the end as we have multiple teams pushing in. I think one of the things we were getting into earlier about the importance of what material you're picking up is there at the end, if you're building around yourself with some metal, you're a little more protected from third parties.
Oh yeah.
Right, especially putting those heavy materials on your back.
Yeah. As you see, Zay right here, he's editing. He's trying to get into the box of this other player while he's healing, and he got the wall.
Having some quick edits come in from the other player. The action is going to get really intense. Looks like we have some smart gameplay. They're both healing up, trying to get into the best position they both can. Right on top.
Shotgun.
Gets taken out by Zay.
Wow, you saw Zay just lay down the hammer on Trippy.
Had to get real fast.
real fast.
The real fast. FaZe Auto Ghost also getting taken out by NCVA Saturn. Saturn, one of our players that we've been keeping a close eye on throughout this entire day.
Hero the Cat is trying to run away. How far can he run? Can he run fast? No,
We're doing laps.
Fast. No.
Gets taken out by Jolzel. Love the gameplay. Down to 3 shields. Still has full health. Didn't have a lot of time to put any damage back on them.
Yeah, and Jozo said, I'm not letting you run away from me, boy. Come back here.
Cannot get away from me.
Oh, yeah.
Will FPZ once again collecting more materials. Looks like he might have been close to that previous fight, but just going to go ahead and get the quick rotation in so that we're ready to take on the next storm.
Oh, yeah. As you see, Will right here, just racking up material. He has 2 players in front of him, you know, and then we have Zach with also 2 players right in front of him. So it's going to be interesting to see what plays out right here.
And I'm still loving seeing the use of this kinetic blade to get those quick rotations in. Zach getting put damage on from behind.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully going to get some heals from here, throw down a few splashes.
Yep, and
Full
he's building
heal up.
around him, making sure that, because he has players from every angle, as he's hitting some shots up on another player, and he's chasing him now. He smells blood in the water.
Like an absolute shark.
Oh, yeah.
Might be the wrong player, though. And then we got another shark in lobby. Oh, we have another player trying to third-party the action. Zach might need to use that kinetic blade to get out of between this pinch.
Yeah, because Zach is chasing around Sharky. He's like, Sharky, you ain't getting away from me. Come back here.
It's interesting in this situation, we see Sharky is actually the one bleeding out in the water.
You should just get in the water and start swimming.
Someone needs to tell Zach that fish are friends, not food.
Hey, fish are really good. I don't know about you, but
We see Zach still chasing down Sharky. Sharky possibly going to run into another player as we have this. Zach might instigate the perfect fight to third party here.
Zach is he's on a mission. He's like, I don't care what's going on. I'm chasing this player down. I'm getting this elimination.
Locked in. We have a lot of things going down in the elimination feed. Lots of players getting taken out. We're down to 26 as this fight goes on in front of us.
Zach just got landed on. Now he has to box himself up and make sure everything is okay.
Looks like he tried to take that high ground, got knocked off. He's going to use the kinetic blade to rotate out, get away from that danger as those other 2 players take on each other. We see Blaze Boy get taken out in the elimination feed.
And Koji is trying to get a snipe at the right angle behind the tree on...
I love that use of cover. I think that we're looking at these 2 players might be fighting each other right here. Piece control Zay.
Yep. Zay was trying to get shots up on the player below him, but the third party forced him to get back into cover and pop them mini shields.
I'm intrigued to see where this third party player looks like they might just be kind of keeping an eye on the action, might hop in once some serious damage looks like it's getting put down.
Yeah.
Collecting materials, going to try to build around to make this fight happen before we get too late game.
Zay's just right now, he's just making sure he knows what's going on. He's trying to observe the area around him so that he knows exactly what he is going to do.
Kind of developing that situational awareness, you know, just having an idea of what's going on around you, using those audio cues, not necessarily having to rely solely on the visual cues to know what's going on.
And you see Cap right here putting up some sniper shots while a player is literally right below him. So he knows the player is below him, but he's like, I can't just focus my attention on this one player. I have to start looking to get eliminations.
Right, that trigger discipline, that idea of I can focus. Oh, wow.
Oh, he almost, he almost took his head off. I mean, like eliminated him.
Got multiple players coming through in the feed. Cottrell getting taken out by Saturn. Still excited to see as this late game closes down where Saturn is at. We got Koji in here. Something I'm really surprised by as we get into these lobbies is that I'm seeing a lot of players carry the heavy sniper rifle.
Oh yeah, and the good thing about that sniper is that it knocks down the build in just one bullet. You don't have to keep shooting at the structure that the player has. You're just one bullet knocks down, and then you can get some shots up.
Quick swap over. We see Dew get taken out by Zay. We're here with Crixie. Seen obviously exciting gameplay from Crixie the last couple games. Gonna put some shots down in the air. Hopefully land a couple of them. Couldn't quite connect on all of them. Just kind of taking some time to really get focused. Might be selecting.
Yeah, Crixie right here, he's definitely just looking at his inventory. He's trying to see what he has. He has 999 brick. So that's going to definitely come into play in these last couple of zones.
Looks like we've got multiple players here that are maxed out on some of their mats. I love seeing that. Just as we were speaking about before this match started, is that I think we're going to see a lot of high ground coming in. for these closing circles. You know, it doesn't happen very often, but I would be quite excited to see someone possibly get booped out and taken out to fall damage. Now we're gonna take this and we're gonna go ahead and transition into our Unreal overlay. We're gonna get an idea of just all the players that are still in the lobby. You see these X's over some of their setups. Those are the players that have been eliminated so far. You see these empty setups that don't have an X over it. Those are our players that are still in the action. You look around the arena while we're in here, and Omar, you can probably speak to this as well. As you look around here, you see these kids that are still in the lobby, and they are just, it's intense. They're locked into their monitors.
Yeah, this Unreal Engine is really, it's just amazing to see how accurate it is. And just like I said earlier, it's the same trend where the middle part of the arena is seeing more players alive while the edges of the arena are seeing the eliminations. It's pretty weird.
Right, we've got some intense gameplay coming from the center of the arena. Especially, we're seeing Jolzlul get in a little bit of a build fight as Zach takes this high ground again.
You see Lowell right here battling off. He got a shotgun shot off. Now he's trying to break into the build.
I love that use of the quick pull-up of the sniper rifle to break that wall so they can rotate back out of their builds.
Lowell is trying to just heal himself up. He's just shooting this chug splash. You should probably use one more because he's at 88 right now, and he doesn't have any shields, so he needs as much health points as possible as Lowly is getting some shots up above him.
Yeah, we're going to have Lowly be pushing in right now, trying to get down in on top of the other players as Jolzlul tries to get themselves out of the sticky situation they're currently in. Taking some shots at D&D Lowly. The fight is coming.
Oh, he's pickaxing him.
Oh,
what? That
man.
was disrespectful.
D&D Lowly taking out Jolzlul in an absolutely disrespectful fashion.
Wow, Lowly just pickaxed him. That was extremely disrespectful, and I don't know if I would take that level of disrespect.
You know, if I'm in that position and I'm trying to come into my next lobby, I know exactly who I'm hunting down. I'm looking for the skin. Might get some intense action between the two of those players in the next game, so definitely going to be watching out for those two next game. Will just back to collecting more mats, almost maxed out on his wood.
He has a player right above him, though. He has a player right above him, so he has to, be careful right here on what he's gonna do.
Right, just healing up, doing what they can to prepare themselves.
Juice?
A little bit of juice.
Okay.
Maybe some.
Capri Sun. Oh,
Capri Sun.
Zach is getting some shots up on the people below him. He switches to the sniper, misses the sniper shot.
Still trying to put some damage down as he chases. We also see Saturn taking out Rhino Catfish in the elimination feed. Zach is catching up here.
Zach is being really aggressive this game. You love to see it.
I love to see this aggressive gameplay. We got the builds coming in. An absolute unit of a structure being put down. Cracks his shields, breaks the shields.
Oh yeah, Zach laid down a lot of shots, but he was getting third party, so he quickly has to evade.
Got to pivot, got to replan, get to a spot of safety, give themselves time to heal up, get their mental game right back locked in, and take on the next player. As we get in here with Ulysses, just collecting materials again, gonna push up. Looks like we're gonna be taking some high ground as the storm
that's smart right closing. Here. That's really smart because he doesn't have a lot of material. He knows endgame is coming right up as we're at the 6th zone. So we're right at the halfway mark, basically.
See, we're seeing another, maybe not the quickest rotation, but we're seeing, smart rotations, utilizing that cover. We're not just running out in the middle of the open so that we can use that straight line to get to circle. We're using the environment to our advantage, not wasting mats where we don't have to, and making the smart rotations.
As you see Zay right here, he's just staying in the bush. This bush is pretty unnatural because I don't know if bushes just start growing on ice, but hey, he's chilling.
Well, I tell you what, if they're able to grow bushes on ice, then I think we're gonna be set up for a good future in nature. Redman getting taken out by Sharky in the elimination.
Python just got one pumped by Ulysses.
Massive damage getting put down. Ulysses on absolute fire.
He's on a mission.
It is getting really aggressive in the elimination feed as we see we are down to 13 players now and we are only in ring 6 about to be storm number 7.
Zach just shot at Ulysses but missed. He went for the dagger, or the haymaker, should I say.
See, I think it's really important, and I almost love seeing all of the missed shots, because it's the idea of you're going for it. You're gonna try to hit the shot until you can really master that mechanical skill to hit those flicks, because sometimes you just need to hit those flicks.
Yeah.
Almost putting down some huge damage. Might have just been a millimeter off of that last shot.
You see all the top players, they have one thing in common, and that's that they're using that heavy sniper, as there's only 11 players left and Zach is getting shot at from his west side.
We've seen Ulysses already taken out in the elimination feed. We got Zach really close here with Team B Zay as Peace Control Zay rotates in for a possible third party.
And we see Zach, Zay, and the other Zay all together. This is about to be an intense fight.
Looks like we've got Crixie also off to the side, and maybe Will FPZ are off there just playing slowly, waiting until the action comes to them, not taking any fight that they don't have to take until it's absolutely necessary.
Yeah, that drone view is actually really beautiful, because you get to see all the different players, where they're at, how close they are to each other.
Right, get an idea of the real action that's coming down.
As Koji right here, he's just scouting out the area, trying to see who he can snipe and try to get a quick elimination off of.
Looks like we're seeing the same thing across the whole lobby. The 11 players left, looking like we're just trying to play slow, heal up where we can, get that mental game re-locked in, rotate at the last second.
Now you see Zay right here. He's getting into a build fight with another player right above him. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Yep, Peace Control Zay up here. Oh, but Koji O having some great shots for a third-party angle.
Getting a third party on him. As Zay just got shotgunned.
Huge damage coming in. Almost has broken shields, getting down to 58 HP for Peace Control Zay.
He has to pop some minis real quick because he's really low on health.
Got to get those heals in before that storm
starts moving. Eat that fish, boy. Eat that fish, that salmon.
Get a good salmon.
Oh yeah, these students at UNCG love the salmon at the restaurants over here.
Still taking some smart positional plays. Not a ton of gunplay going on right now, but we're seeing the strategy involved, making sure that we're prepared to be in those end games. Right, even these students, they don't want to get into that last circle and there only be 1 or 2 players to play against, right? They want to be in those intense, lots of players left in the lobby, 10+ students all fighting for their victory royale.
Yeah, Zay's being really aggressive right here because he doesn't have a lot of material. So he has to go all in on this fight so he can get the other players' material and be good.
Taking just a little bit of storm damage to make that rotation around, trying to hold them out as they push in. Might get double pump third-partied. Who just took him out?
From behind him by Detrima. None other than Detrima.
Might also get held out here.
Is that a car? Is that a BMW?
Just honking as it tries by, just to let them know that they're there. Detrima down to 54 plus 6 shields. Getting really intense. Gonna need to stay protected. Gotta get moving with those fast edits before they get held out and take too much storm damage.
As we see 9 players left in this very small circle, it's gonna be an amazing end game right here.
Super intense circle for right here, as we see in the corner of our corner. Oh my gosh!
Will got some
massive shot.
Oh, wow.
Divine Gray getting taken out from the side.
Yep, he just got taken down by Will.
Now, if you look at how the map is laid out for this circle right now, we have a very, very definite high ground and a definite low ground. So we're going to see those high ground players making sure they're keeping the good angles that they can on the low ground players, and those low ground players are going to be fighting for cover.
The circle is in right on top of the mountain, so all the players on the bottom, they have to find their some way to make it to the top so that they're not stuck in storm.
Seeing a lot of players use that kinetic blade to get those rotations in. Lots of shots being put down now. The action really picking up.
Crixie, he's in a really good spot. He has a lot of material.
This is the one we've been following all day.
And Saturn.
Ooh, just as predicted. Just as predicted. We're getting that late game with these players.
Same players, Crixie and Saturn.
Crixie getting across to the other side, taking positional advantage as the ring moves closer.
Crixie's getting shot at by the player right above him, so he has to switch to metal now so that the player can't easily shoot down his structure.
Crixie looking like he took a little side quest to take on another competitor.
No.
Oh, saves himself from the fall damage.
He almost died to fall damage, but he makes it back at the top as Saturn is right above him.
We're all right above each other. This is incredible, the way we're sharing this space, keeping our fights to our own fights. Crixie looking like we're getting...
Saturn! What a play
Saturn
by
coming
Saturn!
in hot on Crixie!
He landed right on Crixie!
Insane gameplay.
Oh my... He landed right on Crixie.
Might get 2 out of the play.
Now he's putting some shots up on. Now he got the slurp juice.
Trying to put big damage down. Gonna need. Yep, take the positional advantage again.
Building himself in a cube. Make sure he pops them shield, them minis and the shield pots. Oh.
Down to 32 HP underneath those shields for Will, so we're gonna need to make sure he's down to no green heals.
Saturn has 7 eliminations, and he's getting some shots up on the 3 players below him. There's only 4 players left in the circle.
Top 4. We see Zach down here. Top 3 now.
Now, Will is in a really bad spot as he only has 20 HP.
Zach, once again, taking that high ground.
Ultimate high ground as Saturn is getting some shots up on Will.
Will gets taken out. We are now in the final 2v2.
1v1.
Saturn
versus
and Zach.
But Zach doesn't have shield, so this is looking really bad for Zach.
The action is intense. We're getting low on mats. We're getting low on heals.
Saturn!
Heavy damage comes in, and that's it for Saturn getting
with the elimination on Zach. He has 9 eliminations in this victory royale. Saturn is playing out of his mind.
Saturn just had a crazy match number 3. I am blown away by that performance late game. Coming down to the last few players, we were getting low on mats, we're getting low on heals. Even that whole game, we're talking about how we're collecting mats for that late game play. And sometimes, you know, you're just running out of them too quickly. You just gotta, you were cranking 90s until there's no 90s left to crank.
I'm starting to question, is Saturn even human? Or is he from Saturn?
Is he from Saturn? Yeah.
Yo,
I think
Saturn!
From Saturn?
He can't hear me.
Can't hear too, the action's just too intense. So, I think that, I think we're going to need to check in on that. Once the match is finished up, we're going to need to make sure that he's actually human.
His coach is right behind him. I'm definitely got to talk to his coach to see if he's actually from Saturn, because he's playing insane right now.
Yeah, I mean, as we roll off that intense end game, I cannot wait to get into lobby number 4. You know, the action is really culminating here in these events. We're gonna be seeing great team plays, lots of cracked action, lots of great shots being hit. It looks like we've really seen our kids kind of get into a groove. The students have really hit a groove with hitting their shots and that mechanical skill being applied to join in with the positional advantages that they're getting.
And you see the same people, Zach, Saturn, Will, Crixie. Those 4, they're going crazy this tournament.
These late games, we're seeing familiar faces. You're so right. Love seeing those familiar faces. You know that they've got that strategy really locked in. They know how to get themselves to late game. Obviously know how to have high elim games and still playing in that late game, playing that final circle. Lots of victory royales going out to some familiar faces back to back.
Oh yeah, and you can't even say that Saturn is just playing zone just to get the victory royale. He had 9 eliminations. I mean, for crying out loud.
So, yeah, just the absolute combination of brains with mechanical skill is incredible. Love seeing that from these competitors.
Yeah, and it's also nice to see we have some, the parents of one of the students over here, and they're congratulating him because he got top 10, I think.
Absolutely. I love seeing that support, as we were talking about earlier. We love when our support systems and our avenues are here to support us, show us their love, and are, you know, it's really something to be proud of. These students have worked hard this entire season to fight their way to get here, to be in these lobbies, and I mean, you can see from the talent level in these lobbies, what a feat just to be here.
Oh man, it's honestly, it's unreal. Like this atmosphere right here, and even when Saturn won, you can see all the other players in the lobby. They're like, oh.
Oh wow, that's crazy gameplay.
They're like, oh wow.
I mean, even for players even getting eliminated in this lobby, it's something to be proud of. You know, like, wow, I was playing in this lobby. That's what just won this game. I was in that game.
Wow,
kind of thing. Yeah.
And they can also say they're like, I just played in front of my mom and dad, or my mom in the stands out there. So
right up on the stage.
Yeah.
I know personally for myself, I would have loved the opportunity when I was in high school to play a competitive video game on a stage like this, in an environment like this, where you can kind of feel the pressure. It's on. You know, the intensity is there. I love that high intensity environment, especially with my own approach with sports, whether it be, you know, weightlifting or whatnot. But the way that these students get to experience that competitive drive in the gameplay is just unmatched.
And even on Mother's Day too, they're doing this on Mother's Day. Like after every elimination, they're probably like, "Mama, that was for you.
This one's for you, Mom.
This is for you, Mom." Pow! Just eliminate.
Might use that the fame and notoriety walking in around these restaurants with the trophies. Like I get dinner free, right? I won this.
Walk around, hey boys, walk around with this trophy. Just
oh gosh.
Hey, I get a 10%. I just.
Wonderful. As we get closer to round number 4 being played, the excitement is it's almost unbearable. It's intense in here. You can see it on the faces of the students, of the competitors. They're ready to get in the lobby. They're ready to get putting damage down, ready to get collecting their mats. They're going through the strategy in their head as we get into game number 4. As we transition, what are you? What would be going through your mind if you're competing in this scenario?
Man, it would be so many different things going through my mind, especially for, man, even when you walk up to Saturn after he wins each game, he's just so relaxed. He's not even like nervous or anything. He's just, yep, I won. Like I walked up to him like about 15 minutes ago. I was like, Saturn, you literally just won. You won a 1v2, and he's like, yeah, I won a 1v2.
Yep,
it's like,
I did that. Calm, cool, and collected, like it's just a regular Tuesday, you know?
Oh, yeah. I'm like, Saturn, you won a 1v2 on Mother's Day in front of your mother. Like, it doesn't
Is
get
there
better
any?
than
Yeah,
that.
it doesn't get any better than that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
wouldn't say.
No, it doesn't.
I tell you what, though, I would have loved the opportunity to play any
for
1v2 on the grand stage like this. I think not only to play in that 1v2, but to win that 1v2 in such a dramatic fashion too. And I think that we see that same gameplay mentality kind of transfer over into these solo lobbies because these students have just been playing immaculately.
Oh yeah.
Just all around from the whole lobby. I am continually impressed as we go further and further through the day that these students and these competitors are playing so maturely. You know, it's not just W key warriors pushing it down and just getting into every fight they possibly can. They're really playing in the smartest way possible, and they're really here to win it all.
Yeah, going back off what you said about how they're so mature, I'm like, I was walking around, I'm like, so are these college students? They're like, no, they're high schoolers. I'm like, what? How are they this mature? They're just grown up, and they're just high schoolers. So it's just amazing.
Right. Obviously, we see that the educators of their school, their parental figures and guardians, and anyone involved in the event might also really be having a great impact on these students. The competitive environment, they're learning so much from it. They're taking so much away that can be applied to later on in life. Interpersonal skills as they get out of, you know, just their own town to come in down here to beautiful Greensboro.
Oh. Greensboro is really, I've lived my whole life here, 21 years, and this city is amazing.
It is beautiful.
The people here are just really nice, and there's a lot of things to do here. You can, there's a Chick-fil-A on every corner, for crying out loud.
Chick-fil-A on every corner, but most importantly, the UNCG SEA Spartan Championship.
UNCG all day.
Of anything that you could be doing in Greensboro, this is hands down the best thing to be doing.
I would definitely want to be a part of this event, like as much as I can, because, man, the atmosphere is unreal. And you see some parents walking in and going to their student's child and just walking around and saying hey to them. So that's just great.
Yeah, I love seeing that we do have the families. Some of them have been able to come in here, kind of say hello to their students and, you know, show them that love and support.
Yeah.
Because, you know, behind each gamer and behind the scenes of all this esports stuff, we have the parents and the parental guardians. And speaking of behind the scenes, I think we have a little bit of a behind the scenes presentation of everything that's gone into making this event possible.
Let's check it out.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's your boy Hurricane Dante in the UNCG Esports Arena. We're getting ready for the UNCG SEA Spartan Championship, and we wanted to give you a look behind the scenes at all the different stuff that has to go on to make this amazing event happen. So, why don't you follow me? This is our main battle stage in the UNCG Esports Arena, where nearly 90 competitors in both Fortnite and Rocket League will be competing in a LAN-style tournament, and we're so excited to have them here. This is our observer station, where we'll be having 6 individuals watch over the gameplay proceedings and send it over to broadcast. We're going to be taking a look at our broadcast team, getting a bunch of assets ready in both Unreal Engine and other programs. They're trying to make sure that the feed there at home for you guys is the best that it can possibly be. Over here on the other end, we have our tournament operations team, which is trying to make sure that the teams, coaches, and players all have an enjoyable experience while they're here at this LAN tournament. And here at the UNCG casting desk, me and other talented casters will be breaking down all the details of the gameplay you'll be watching over the weekend. Friends, families, and live spectators will be outside here watching on these LED panels the live proceedings inside of the arena. But if you at home want to do the exact same thing, you can tune in at twitch.tv/UNCG_esports. That's twitch.tv/UNCG_esports.
And welcome back to your UNCG SEA Spartan Championships. We're about to get it kicked off, started for the last lobby of the day, match 4.
Oh yeah. And if I were these other players right now, I would be walking up to Saturn and the other players, Saturn and Crixie, and I would take a notepad and I would ask them, what are you doing exactly that puts you in these endgame situations? Because they obviously know what they're doing, so just everyone get up, take a notepad, walk over.
Right, exactly. We're consistently seeing Crixie in these late games of these lobbies, and it's just impressive. It is something to take note of, you know, because it's all about the learning experience, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes, the students are here to compete, get that competitive nature, that drive going, and to show the world what they've got, but also it's a learning experience. You know, we're here through education. And so any opportunity that these students have to learn from one another, from their coaches, from the staff involved, you know, I implore them to capitalize on that opportunity, because the learning opportunities that are presented at an event such as this are just immaculate. They're incredible.
Oh yeah, and even you can take these LAN environments and you can also have a lot of experience from this. Like this event right here, it just gives them so much experience, and they know what to expect now. Now, like next time they come to one of these events, they know exactly what to expect, and maybe they can even pop off and win the whole thing. I don't know.
Absolutely, and yeah, as you're pointing out, that they're going to be able to take away skills from this, and think about they're playing in intense situations like this. They can play in any kind of intense situation gameplay wise. Especially as we're about to get super intense. I think we're going to be coming up on the lobbies here before too long.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for this last game. Oh yeah. Sorry.
You ever? I don't think I ever sat outside of my house waiting for the school bus, just like, man, need this bus to get here. But you know, all day I've been waiting on this battle bus to pull up, and I'm just like, I cannot wait to get on the battle bus. I want to get in the lobby, watching it, seeing the damage getting put down.
Yeah, as a kid, when I went on the school bus, I wanted to cry the whole time. And then when I walked off the bus, I'm not thanking no bus driver, because I'm over there, I'm about to cry because I'm going to school. I don't want to go to school. But that was me as a child, obviously.
Right, as we get older, we realize how valuable the school was. Now I cry when the battle bus is not there anymore, because now it's until the next lobby before I can get back on the battle bus to thank the bus driver. Because it is incredibly important that you thank your bus drivers. I think I've actually, this might be the only thing I've been disappointed in thus far in the tournament, is I'm not seeing the feed just get spammed with thank the bus driver.
Maybe it's that the nerves kicking in.
Those nerves, like, you forget to thank your bus driver, and that's okay. But
you just jump out of the bus, and then the bus driver's just looking at you like, "Are you not gonna thank me?"
I mean, he is always dropping us off into battle. That is a good point.
You gotta be serious.
We gotta remember.
Lock in. You gotta lock in as we're heading into this last game.
We are gonna be in the last game. Let's make sure we get the energy high. Woo! Yeah, this lobby is gonna be intense. Thank you. We're getting the high energy vibes in the arena. The students are gonna be loading into the lobby. I think I might hear the battle bus pulling up. Is that a little honk honk? Maybe. The wheels on the bus are about to be going round and round. As I look around the arena, I see plenty of monitors locked in on the pregame. We see it here.
I see it right here. 7 seconds until until these students start jumping out of this bus.
That beautiful battle bus.
44 students. Only one is going to walk away with the victory royale.
The victory royale. Gray for president. Will he be getting your vote, or will D&D Lowly be taking it all at the end of this match?
Oh yeah, Lowly, he has some serious skills. This student right here.
Lowly is another one of those names we're seeing pretty consistently.
Sharky too.
Sharky as well. Yep.
Cottrell 04.
Loving that Anakin Skywalker skin as well.
Hey, he needs to have the high ground with that skin.
All right, we get down close to the ground, picking up some good loot. Hopefully going to be collecting some mats as we get up closer.
Get you a couple of weapons, get you some material. Get ready, because it's going to get real.
This is the lobby where it counts. All the action culminates for this. Got to make sure you're collecting the best loot so you're the most prepared for any fight you're going to take on. We're here with Cottrell again as they start filling up their inventory with some pretty good loot.
And he just walked by one of the NPCs, so parents, if you're out there and wondering, why did he shoot at that player? That was an NPC, parents.
Right, and to go even further into detail, NPC stands for non-playable character. So those are just computer-generated people walking around the game that are just supposed to give the lobby a little more atmosphere.
As you see here, Vixios, he meant to break that rock, but he accidentally put a shotgun shot on that rock, so that was pretty unfortunate, because if players were around him, they would know that someone is at that location, and I'm gonna go get him.
See Detrima already putting on some shields. We joined Grilled Potato here, and we're down to 32 HP, and we're in a bush. Very interesting how we ended up in this situation.
Yeah, that is not the way you want to start, 32 HP and in a bush.
Splaz on PS4 here. We see in the elimination feed Kuro the Cat.
You see Noob Slayer right here, just looking at the weapons, taking his time, getting material.
Looks like we're seeing students be a little more selective with the loot they're picking up for this last lobby. You want to make sure that they're not carrying anything on them that they don't need, and the weapons they have, they need. Oh, great action. Incredible shot coming from Attack Fly on
Fly just completely took down
Do.
He
do be doing it.
Yeah, he do be.
Incredible shot. We saw at the same time Koji getting eliminated in the elimination feed by Detrima, I believe. Yeah. Right back to collecting some materials. At 58 HP, though, going to want to definitely heal up.
I was just about to say that. I was about to say, why is he collecting materials and not healing up after that intense fight?
Here with Blaze Boy at full HP and full shields, still took that Juice Splash. Might have taken it just to make sure another player doesn't have the opportunity to use that loot. Another strategy a lot of players will use in a lot of games, possibly get a piece of loot they don't want anyone else having, find a way to throw it off the map or get rid of it entirely.
Definitely, 100%. You're like, if I'm not going to drink this juice, no one else is going to drink it.
No one should.
Selfish, but necessary.
Necessary in a game like a battle royale such as Fortnite.
Oh, yeah.
Still here with BlazBoy. Got that ray shotgun, getting shots put on him.
BlazBoy didn't know the player was behind him. Now he has to box up and try to heal up.
Getting absolutely surprise attacked. BlazBoy taken out by Will FPZ. That's that name. We keep seeing it again.
Will just completely, he surprise attacked Lowly.
We're losing D&D Lowly and Redman as well, getting eliminated. While all this action seemingly taking place across the map from itself, but all at the same time.
Yeah, you see right here. He has a heavy sniper, just keeping it low key, not building a lot.
Getting looked at from behind.
He put a shot up. Now he has to try to see what he wants to do. If he wants to take on this fight or if he wants to rotate out, he has a lot of options.
I think strategically, myself, I'm getting put in a position like that. I'm pinched between two players. I'm rotating out of there. What about you? You taking on one of those players?
Well, it depends on how I'm feeling. If I'm feeling dangerous that day, I'm just gonna full on send it.
Might take the battle bus on the highway to the danger zone.
No, or that BMW you saw last game. There was
the Beamer coming in hot with the honked horn. Yeah, absolutely.
The 2023 BMW. As Zay is about to lay down a heavy shot. But
lined up. Oh, also taking damage from the other angle. We are seeing. Oh wow.
Right up in each other's face as Zay is getting shot at.
Not sure who it is attacking on Zay right now, but the action is intense. They were seemingly nowhere and then right on top of Zay. Zay might be finding a way to get out of this situation, rotate away.
I think,
nope. Still getting some shots put down on them.
This other player is really mad right now. He's coming at Zay with a sense of ferociousness.
Looks like our other player might be hungry for the points. Might really need those points here. Some quick editing going down. Very intense on the builds.
Really quick editing. Oh, it's the
on both
president.
Sides. It's great for president.
It's
Will
Joe
he
Biden.
have your vote?
As the president takes out Zay.
I think Gray has my vote. I think Gray has my vote.
I'm voting Gray for 2024 president because this man is crazy.
FaZe Auto Ghost also getting taken out in the elimination feed.
As the president is getting shot at by yet another player after he just finished fighting Zay.
I am a jacketer following close on another player. Looks like we might have a third party cooking up, but even beyond that third party might be a fourth party.
Jacketer and Zach are about to go right at it.
The positioning here, the builds, the intensity.
Yeah, he got his wild. Jacketer is trying to find an angle to just lay some shots down on Zach, but Zach is shooting back at him.
Tanking storm damage to put the shots back down. Really exciting action. Gonna collect those materials again, still taking damage from the storm. Gonna go ahead and tank that just so that they can keep that positional advantage.
That was a really good strategy by Zach. Don't be too scared of the zone. It's only the first zone, so it's not going to take off too much health. So you don't have to sit there and panic because trying to get out of the zone where you could just chill in zone for a little as you see President right here in a very intense fight with this other player.
The build's looking to get more vertical here. Right, just trying to find a lineup. Gray just trying to take a peek shot.
He has no material.
We're out of material.
So he has to just.
And we are low on HP heals.
He laid down all the shots with the shotgun.
Things are heating up. The edits are gonna have to come in fast before.
He got the other player really low, but he can't go up to him because he has no material.
We're at 30 HP and we have no white heals.
Parents, this is why your student is smacking a tree so he can start building.
Gray for president down to 20 HP, still has no HP heals. Gonna have to finish this up quick and get back in there.
Oh, he's in storm. He has to watch out.
Storm.
He's only at like 10 HP.
Divine Gray is playing this height right here absolutely immaculately. Looks like we're hitting the gritty. We've accepted. We can't get that HP back. Might want to score that point. Yeah, Divine Gray taking Gray for president out.
Wow. Hey, Gray, I respect you. Whatever you are, Gray, I respect you for that. He knew that he was going to die, so he's like, hey, might as well go out dancing.
Sometimes you get too caught up in that one fight, stuck in Storm, don't realize your HP's ticking down until it's just too late.
Oh, yeah.
But we're joining back up here, back in the middle of circle with Fragger Kanji.
Oh, Kanji is about to go crazy against these players right here in front of him.
Looks like we're just spinning around trying to get an idea of where a player might have gone, might have lost track of another player.
Yeah.
Just trying to find an idea of where they're at.
Yeah, that map awareness is really important. As you see this drone view right here showing how close Kanji is to the other player, and he hops in the BMW.
Back here getting some more materials. I am loving this,
Oh, what
this
is this
skin
skin?
switch for Trip. We haven't
is this
seen this
skin?
yet today.
Who paid for that? Mom or dad?
Probably Mom on this spectacular Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day once again.
Happy Mother's Day.
Divine Gray getting in from the Storm with just 14 HP left.
That was a really close call. Only 14 HP. He barely made it out alive.
Storm's still closing, gonna have to keep pushing further and further until they can get into that next circle so they don't take too much storm damage and meet the same fate.
And he's using this teleport method to go somewhere else.
Using that macro rotation. Love what we're seeing right back into collecting mats because we're looking pretty low on those mats.
Yeah, instead of collecting mats, he needs to try to see if he can get some health because he is really, really low on health.
Still 29 players in this lobby. Pretty surprising. I think we were down a little lower than this by, we're about to be in 4th ring on the last few games.
Kanji is just rolling.
I'm excited to see just how intense this lobby gets towards the end.
Yeah. Oh, Will gets out of the car. Did he see someone in the bush, or is he just gonna chill in the bush now?
Might have seen someone beyond the bush.
Kanji, there's a player right below him. He's about to lay down the hammer.
Right on top of each other. Gonna be making quick rotations, just a quick pot shot right at that bush, just in case you're in there. Might get a
hit point.
Yeah, might get some hit points, might get some massive damage down.
Oh yeah, he's just running around trying to find that player. This other player is really scared of Kanji, I can tell you that much. I would be too.
I think we have been fighting this fight on this building for a good minute. Will FPZ possibly trying to get some better loot, taking out that NPC, but gets third party by the NPC.
Is that the NPC?
I think he might be getting third party by NPCs and a player.
It's the NPCs and another player. Yeah, Will is in a really bad spot right now. Will needs to get out of here really fast.
And that's a good time to point out why you might not want to take on any of those NPCs. Some of these NPCs in these Fortnite lobbies, they'll shoot right back at you if you attack them. And that is a perfect opportunity to come in third party. If you see a player fighting those NPCs, you know you have free damage to put on them.
From a long way too. You can just see, you can hear the bullets. You can be like, oh, someone's fighting over here. Let me go, see what's up.
Once again, using those audio cues and just how important some of the equipment that we have for our students is.
Yeah, there's Gray right here. He's just hanging around trying to see where he's gonna go as Noob Slayer is looking at the BMW just drive around.
Oh, might have some. Oh, absolutely massive shot from Noob Slayer on Fragger Kanji.
Oh my god! Noob Slayer just got a really good elimination with the sniper rifle.
Absolutely incredible.
My god. Sheesh. Who he play for?
Taking some shields. Oh, getting shot at from behind. Might be possibly getting taken out. Punished for that great play that was just made by Noob Slayer.
Yeah. Noob Slayer is trying to make it over to where he eliminated the other player so that he can get his material, because Noob Slayer himself is really low on material.
Looks like we're seeing the same thing from Ulysses, looking at only 92 mats in total.
There's a lot of players around Ulysses. It's about to go down.
Oh, Ulysses seeing somebody, might be able to hold them out. I think they might be getting pot-shotted by another NPC. You see that NPC, that red exclamation point chasing that other player. Perfect opportunity to try to third-party that.
Yeah, if Will heads west here, he can run into another player, and he will have the high ground because he's already on this mountain. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens as Jozo is hitting some shots up on the sniper.
Hopefully going to hit some better shots with that sniper as we missed by just a wee bit there on the last one. Hopefully going to hit this next one. Might take out those materials with that sniper.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing here as we get into this 5th and now going to be coming down to the 6th ring, we see the players kind of deciding whether or not they're going to play aggressive still or if they're going to take that positional advantage and try to get as many people into this late game in these last circles as possible. Jolzlol getting into a bit of an altercation here. The action picking up between Jolzlol and ICAP2.
Okay.
Quick edits, quick builds coming in. Shotty's coming out.
Cap knows he has him pretty low.
We got a purple Shotty versus a blue Shotty. It's going to be...
Cap
ICAP already has damage down, but Jolzlol gets some shields off.
Oh, he got the chug splashes.
Still intense. The build's coming in fast.
Oh my god.
Shotty's coming in and out. Oh, huge damage.
Edit into a shotgun shot.
The edits are coming in. We are moving further and further up into the sky, and we are just... Somebody is going to take some serious fall damage if we are not too careful.
Oh yeah, another player from far away can shoot at the structure and make it all fall down. He would get 2 eliminations if that happened.
ICAP2 putting some space between each other and then coming in for the... Saves it from the fall damage.
Cap almost fell to his death. I mean, to the elimination.
Now back below. Gonna have to build back up to take that advantage in position. Retake some height. At the same time, we see Monk getting Hornstink in the elimination feed. Oh, didn't quite make it.
Cap is running. He's good on material, but I don't know. He doesn't have a lot of health.
The Shotty's coming out, still going vertical, even further vertical, just taking height after height.
He's gonna edit in. Oh, this is about to be intense.
This is completely calm and collected. Both these players know exactly what they're doing. They're playing very smart, getting those edits in, not getting too overwhelmed.
Oh, yeah.
Keeping an idea.
Yeah. Cap is just trying to...
Oh, the Shotty's come out.
On a big Shotty on Jolzlol.
We're down to 38 HP for Jolzlol.
Now Cap is swinging with the sword. He knows he has him low. He's trying to get in there.
Might have it here. Needs one good, quick edit. He can get a really good shot off. More damage than putting down.
They're exchanging haymakers.
We get a crack from Jolzlol, down to 3 HP. And ICAP2 takes the elimination. We're down to 20 players left.
Yo.
The last 20. That was incredible from ICAP2. Incredible play.
Wow.
Staying patient, playing through the edits, not getting overwhelmed, and really taking the strategy into account there.
Oh, that was crazy. Yeah, I think we're about to go into the Unreal Engine right about now, any second now.
We're going to highlight top 20 here. We're here with Monk, and as we get into as I'm saying, we're going to highlight the top 20 here by showing you in the Unreal Engine just where these X's are. Those are the players who have been eliminated. Where you do not see X's, we have these players are still in the lobby fighting for their shot at the last victory royale of the day. Some huge damage coming in during a build fight at the same time. I'm hearing it come through the audio.
Yeah, 24 X's, actually 25 X's were on that screen because 25 players were eliminated. As Will right here, he's really good on material. He has a couple eliminations. Will's looking really good right here. I'll be proud of myself if I was Will.
Back with Will FPZ. Might want to hit some of those splash chugs. Chug splashes, rather.
19 players are in this circle. This is about to get intense.
Now it's interesting as you get into these late. Oh, some huge shot.
Noob Slayer.
Oh my gosh.
What just? Oh,
wow.
Noob Slayer
gets
got
into the
him
storm.
really low, and then he got him low enough to where the storm did the rest of the job.
Ticks in the storm. We're on a 5 HP tick right now, coming down really quickly. But we got those splash cannons right there where we need them.
Noob Slayer just made it out of storm. Now he's in a safe spot.
Monk sees another player come across his field of vision. We're looking at, if you look at the bottom right of your screen, you'll see the mini-map, and you'll see just how many players are in these later rings now.
Really small circle.
Still have 18 left, and the circle is getting smaller and smaller.
Yo, Monk is building with metal. He has 4 eliminations, which is a lot, and he's looking really, really good right now.
Looking great. Will FPZ also possibly giving himself some cover. Got to heal up a little more, but getting attacked. We also see Ulysses get taken out in the elimination feed by...
Oh my God, he laid down a really good shot.
All right, we're going to hopefully get those quick heals in. Might have another long build fight on our hands.
Yeah, that shot gave him just enough time to pop some meds so he can have a good amount of HP.
Will FPZ trying to rotate out. Sees he's about to run into another character possibly.
Oh, he hopped in the Ford F-150.
Took the F-150 to get out of Dodge.
Oh yeah, this dude is cruising around. Which song do you think he's listening to?
Oh, I mean, the Fortnite about to get down dance, of course. As we get over here with Stinky Bus, going to be using the Odium equipment to rotate very quickly, get around that storm, see where it's going to be moving to next.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's
might even take some of the storm early.
He's taking a lot of damage. What is he?
For that positional advantage. Might have come into the storm just a little too far for that at this very moment.
Yeah, okay, now he realized what happened.
But, but the strategy in mind here, right? We're just taking that
really
positional advantage. We're going to be somewhere where everybody's going to want to be soon.
Yeah, it's all about the position. And as you can see, he's really close to this next zone on your bottom right screen. The zone is on the west side of the map, so all players have to migrate over to that area safely.
Noob Slayer getting taken out by Saturn in the feed. We have some huge action coming between Detrema.
Oh, Detrema's really low. He's really low.
Gonna get those heals in. We're down at 23 HP for Detrema. Attack Fly once again hitting those chug splashes. Those double chug splashes we're just seeing coming in super clutch. Oh my.
As Attack
Getting
Fly
an elim.
just gets a really easy elimination.
Right place, right time, I think. We might still be really close. Oh, sees another. Spots those footsteps. Probably getting the audio cues.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that wasn't good because after he eliminated that player, the other player got all of the loot. So now he's left. He's pretty salty right now, not gonna lie.
That is the... Oh, Alex taking out the Detrema in the elimination feed.
Saturn.
Saturn looking like we've got some great positioning here.
Oh, Saturn with the scoped assault rifle so he can see a little further. I'm not sure if he's wearing glasses over there.
Yep, just as I was thinking, we're gonna need to get that quick rotation away from the current spot we're in. Gonna get himself out of between those two players and pick a side to be on. Gonna hold this player out.
Saturn laying down some shots. Oh, another player's above him, right?
I mean, there are players on players on players. If we look in this mini map in our bottom right, Cottrell getting taken out by Divine Gray. Divine Gray putting some shots down. Might have another player to eliminate here before too long.
It's gonna be interesting to see right here. Is Saturn gonna be aggressive, and is he gonna say, "This is my tournament. I own this tournament"?
Saturn definitely getting aggressive here as we see. Will FPZ steals that away from Saturn.
Will took that away. He said, "That is my elimination, student."
But Saturn still putting on some amazing shots. The intensity as the ring is moving.
Consolo laying down some shots. He's really good on material. Consolo's looking good right now, except for the eliminations. He doesn't have as many eliminations as the other players, so he has to look to be more aggressive.
Turning into quite a difficult rotate as you see the height disadvantage some players are faced with.
Will is maintaining the high ground.
This is going to get intense. Monk getting the elimination.
Yo, Will has to be careful because some player can shoot down his structure.
Monk and Sharky both quite close to each other, low on HP. Gotta be careful.
Oh, the top 9 that are left right now, they are all 9 of them are about to just go ham.
We are seeing some very familiar faces as we get into this top 9. I'm seeing Monk, Crixie, Crixie and Saturn in a huge fight right now.
And then the third party.
Vixios also getting in their own intense fight. As we see on the minimap, all these players on top of each other. Will
he's in the storm.
Does enough damage to Divine Gray to take him out to Storm.
Oh, Will is all the way on top. He has a really good view, but this is dangerous for him because someone can easily take him down.
Will is trying to get even closer to that action. Crixie taking out Monk. Will's trying to get closer to that action as he has a close range blowout.
Eliminated Psyonk, thanks.
Oh, teammate on teammate action. Crixie also getting taken out by Sharky. Will FPZ, we're at top 5. Still seeing those familiar faces. IGL Consolo, we've seen them here before.
It's pretty low.
35 HP, 50 shields versus Will FPZ, almost full health.
Oh, Saturn Saturn with 76 HP, getting some shots up down low.
The shots being intense. Saturn takes out Stinky Bus.
4 players left.
We still have plenty of mats left.
Saturn. Another player died to Storm.
Top
Consolo.
3. Consolo is down here alone. Gonna get
Saturn!
Oh,
Saturn
Consolo
eliminated
gets taken out.
Consolo!
Will FPZ with the
Will
health
versus
advantage.
Saturn.
Gonna have to be some crazy editing, some insane build mechanics gonna have to go on.
Will
the
versus
fighting
Saturn.
is getting extremely intense here
1v1.
as Saturn tries to heal up very quickly down to 55 HP. Will still at full health nearly.
Will has the high
Got
ground
that-
and everything.
That gold SMG,
Saturn
huge
gets a really
shot.
good shot. Really good shot by Saturn.
Gonna be taking some of that juice while Will uses his chug cannon. Still fighting with each other. Got a perfect sight line through this bush.
Saturn, he has a pretty good amount of health. Now it's all about who can land the shots.
I love the patience I'm seeing from Saturn here. We're not pushing anything unnecessarily. We're just playing.
Yeah, he's building with metal too. It's really hard for Will to shoot through Saturn's structure.
Starting to build with wood down here, but Will has the bricks. Saturn making the aggressive play, getting in there, putting some shots down with the shotty. Quick edits.
Oh my God!
And Saturn taking game 4 victory royale.
He's just better. He's just better than all the other players, respectfully.
Look at that HP differentiation.
Oh, Saturn got a really good shot off on Will.
Absolutely amazing in-game. Great stuff from Saturn. Had that patience up until the last minute, realized, you know what? I might be down bad here. I got to make the aggressive play, go out into the storm, use my kinetic blade, get that high ground, and really get the action popping. Loved that in-game.
You saw how he
intense.
switched his materials to metal so that Will could not shoot his materials. Saturn, just a really smart play overall. Just a really high IQ by Saturn.
Just as we were talking about earlier, those materials that we're collecting throughout the match, those are incredibly important. Having no ability to put those shots down on Saturn there at the end for Will was incredible, right?
Yeah,
just absolutely incredible patience.
Yeah, I'm just amazed right now. I'm amazed right now because you have the players and their family members, their siblings checking up on them. It's just an amazing atmosphere.
Now, as we wrap this up, we've got some families coming in here to greet their students. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break before we bring it back for the trophies.
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you for joining us.
Welcome back to the UNCG Scholastic Esports Alliance Spring 2023 Spartan Championship. It's been an amazing day of Fortnite competition. We've been witness to some amazing preparation, determination, and skill from the top competitors across North Carolina high schools. I'm pleased to announce our top 8 finishers for Fortnite solos. In 8th place, NCVA Sharky of North Carolina Virtual Academy. In 7th place, Divine Gray of New Bern High School. In 6th place, Monk of New Bern High School. In 5th place, I'm a Jactor from Research Triangle High School. In 4th place, Zach from New Bern High School. And in 3rd place, Crixie from North Lincoln High School. Let's give these competitors a round of applause. All right. If I could have the remaining 2 contestants step up, please. In 2nd place, Will FPZ of Reedsville High. And that means our champion for Fortnite solos for the UNCG Scholastic Esports Alliance Spartan Championship Spring 2023 is YT NCVA Saturn of North Carolina Virtual Academy. So Saturn, you've had an amazing day of Fortnite competition. This isn't your first win for the day. How do you feel?
I feel amazing.
So what were your keys to success?
Honestly, just getting the materials in endgame, because my first 2 games, you know, I kind of ran out. So I started farming up a little bit, and it got me the wins.
Excellent strategic gameplay. Sounds like somebody with a plan and somebody who can make adaptations on the fly. Congratulations. Let's get a round of applause for our competitors. For Horizon AVL, Esports Integration, Esports Development and Growth Enterprise, and University of North Carolina, Greensboro, thank you for joining us for the UNCG Scholastic Esports Alliance Spring 2023 Spartan Championship. Happy Mother's Day to everyone out there. Thank you for joining us, and remember to keep learning through gaming and esports.
Thank you.